Orange Sky Audio presents Chasing Sparx, Pride of Alphas, Book 2 by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Cassandra Miles. For my family, I love you. Chapter 1. Sparx. I can totally do this. Yep, Sparx Brady, the best soap opera actress of her generation, was talking to herself. Out loud and alone in her dressing room, pacing like a caged animal. She was giving herself the pep talk to end all pep talks. She really needed all of the courage she could get. After 15 years of playing Samantha Arden's role on The Town, she should have enough clout with the network to demand a better storyline. It's time the producers stopped seeing her as the child on the show and as a woman who wanted to expand her career. Better yet, she was well within her rights to demand to be written off the show for a few months. She could take a filming hiatus or sabbatical or whatever the hell they wanted to call it. The show's executives had let a few male leads be written off to go film other shows and movies many times over. They wouldn't treat her differently. They just wouldn't. She had to believe that. The gut-churning stress was entirely unwarranted. It's going to be perfectly fine. Her dressing room was full of flowers, cards, and a bunch of random knickknacks she got from well-meaning fans of the show. The closet, which was nothing more than a line of racks, was almost crumbling under the weight of all her characters' clothes. Samantha Arden never wore the same thing twice, which she blamed the writers for since her on-screen parents never refused Samantha anything. The woman was a snob and a fashion icon. Many trends had started in this very room. Sparx took pieces home with her all of the time. It was wasteful to let the garments die alone in here. She'd tried to ask the writers and other staffers to repurpose some of the items, but her suggestion had been met with outrage. It was all very dramatic, all very soapy. Sometimes the staff members forgot that they worked on the set of a soap opera. They didn't live in one. "Sparx, they're ready for you," Jay, one of the assistants, said after giving her door a quick knock. Sparx thanked the young man, straightened her back, making her long brown hair cascade down her back, and marched herself to the writing room. About 12 people were waiting for her, even though she'd only called the meeting with the director and head writer. They'd been the ones to contact the executives. Maybe that was why Sparx was so nervous. "Sparx," Milton James Covington, the most important man in the room, snapped her name like it was a curse word. "What can we do for you?" "Hi, everyone," she answered, sitting down at one of the plush gray chairs set around the enormous pine table where the writers wrote out the lives of the characters on The Town. It was at this very table that other people had decided who Sparx's first kiss would be. She'd been 14 and freshly added to the show after her mother arranged for her to have an audition. Seems her desire to be in the drama team at school had inspired her mother to believe she would one day be the mother to a great actress. She'd never kissed a boy before sharing an on-screen kiss with Anthony Green. It had been as embarrassing as showing up to school naked to have 100 witnesses to her first kiss. Or, as Sparx recalled it, the first game of failed tonsil hockey. Anthony had stuck his tongue down her throat and wiggled it around. It hadn't been good. But it wasn't the last time the writers would get her to kiss a love interest. Sparx had kissed more fellows on set of The Town than she ever would in real life. Samantha was a real go-get-'em, which was something she was taught through the years of scripts. Sparx had no idea if she would really be as forward with men in her real life, but at least Samantha had prepared her if the time was right. No kiss, either on set or in her actual life, had ever been good. It was probably because during each kiss, she flashed back to Anthony Green and his slug of a tongue worming in her mouth as she tried to breathe. The very same people had her career in her hands now. They hadn't cared that they were giving away her first kiss. It was doubtful they'd care that she wanted to broaden her acting credits. Shauna McNamara has written the story of Mary Ann Lewis, a woman who survived a brutal kidnapping at the hands of a madman. I've been granted an audition for the lead role in the movie. I want to be written out for a few months while I prepare for the role and film the movie. The resulting silence was as heavy as the 40 coats of mascara on her eyelashes. It was awkward and dark. It didn't bode well for her at all. The gathered showrunners exchanged a series of looks. Most stared at Milton, waiting to see his reaction before speaking out. He leaned back in his chair, his beady little eyes narrowed as he quietly assessed her. "When I hired you all those years ago, I gave you the job because you were determined. You convinced us that you wanted to be on the town. Now I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to give you a spot on the show. You're no longer committed to the show that has treated you so well over the last 2 decades. 15 years, Sparx corrected, despite herself. She was too angry to say anything else. Milton was a jerk. No longer committed? Was he serious? And if you might recall, I was a teenager who was excited to have that chance. I have given you 15 years of my life, but I am an adult now with career goals. I am not asking to leave the cast permanently. I need a few months to work on a project that is near and dear to my heart." "You're contracted," Milton interrupted. "That means you can't." Sparx rattled off the names of her male co-stars who had been given the time away from the show. Milton's red face became redder, his tiny eyes becoming angry lines. His mouth was pulled back into a sneer. "None of those actors are as central to the show as you are. The answer is no. Samantha could be written into a coma for a few months," she suggested. "I don't think the formidable character would ever be in a coma." Stephanie, the head writer's nasally voice, piped up. Sparx was shocked, down to her toes, that Stephanie was refusing. Was there no longer any solidarity between women? Shit on a craft platter. This was turning into a bigger disaster than she had expected. For 15 years, she had given the show everything she had because it had been her dream to be an actress. Somewhere along the way, Sparx knew she'd grown overly comfortable on the set of The Town. It was too sheltered. She had become stagnant in her acting, and she was desperate for a change. She wanted to be in a serious role, one that would be respected and maybe throw her acting career down another path. That was the dream, not playing the same character for her whole life. Sparx needed a change. She wanted an adventure, a challenge, something she could be proud of. Shauna was on the fence about hiring Sparx because her acting credentials were limited. It had never bothered Sparx before. She was Samantha Arden. She was the face of the town. But it was no longer enough. She'd grown up on these sets, opting out of college or any other acting opportunity that came along. Now was her time. They wouldn't stop her. If Sparx had injected anything of herself into the Samantha persona, it was her courage and stubbornness. Using her Samantha voice and flair, Sparx stood, rolled her shoulders back, flipped her hair over her shoulder, and gave them the Arden freeze-out. "I quit." "Excuse me?" Milton blinked at her, 2 seconds away from bursting a blood vessel in his purple face. "You heard me. I quit. I won't work for a network that treats its female employees differently than their male counterparts. This is blatant and unfair sexism." "You've got a contract." Stephanie's panicked tone made Sparx feel terrible, but she wouldn't back down. "You won't be able to leave. We've got more lawyers than you've got sense, apparently." "Come after me," Sparx snapped. "I dare you to get lawyers involved. I'm sure the media outlets would love to know that the town is run by old stooges who are still living in the past with their unsupportive writers." The threat landed good and hard. Not that it was only a threat. Sparx was seriously considering going to the tabloids to let them know of this messed-up situation. "You're making a mistake," Milton insisted. "You'll never work in this town again." And just like that, Sparx knew she'd made the right decision. The restaurant's decor was warm and inviting. The wood paneling was decorated with koi fish paintings. The center of the room was actually one huge koi pond, where giant red fish swam happily. The tables were set low to the ground, framed by thick cushions. Sparx picked up a piece of California roll and shoved it in her mouth. She just dropped a bomb during lunch with her sisters. She took her time to chew some delicious sushi before answering their questions. "You did what?" Cinder gasped, her mouth open wide enough to swallow a full-size baseball. "What happened?" Ember stumbled out after a series of whoa-whoa-whas. "I quit the town," she answered, pinching another piece of sushi between her chopsticks. "We heard you the first time," Ember said. "We're not sure why. You love that show. I'm concerned that you might have made a rash decision, that's all." "Oh, but I didn't." Sparx gave her sisters a play-by-play of her meeting with the executives. Once Cinder and Ember were caught up, both women were fuming. They could have cooked one of Ember's cupcakes with the heat radiating off their faces. "I can't believe you up and left. That takes such balls." There was wonder in Cinder's tone. "What are you going to do now? Focus on the movie role?" Sparx's cheeks heated. "I will, as soon as I get it." "What do you mean, as soon as you get it? Are you telling me you left a job without having another one lined up?" Ember, ever the little old lady, leaned in, cupping her own face in concern. "See? Balls. The woman has them in spades." Cinder beamed with pride. "Well, I'm confident that it will all work out for me. I've been granted a conditional audition," Sparx explained. "What the hell does that even mean?" Ember asked. "Well, the director, Shauna McNamara, will let me audition, but only if I succeed in this survival course." She waved it off like it was nothing, but if she was honest, the thought of the survivalist crash course made her more nervous than filming the town ever had. It was a welcome change. For the first time in years, Sparx felt alive, like a real person. "A survival course?" Ember paled. "What, like living in the woods?" "Yes," Sparx answered. "It's given by this renowned survivalist in the mountains. If I go through the week's course and pass the final test, Shauna will let me audition." "What's the final test?" Cinder wondered, while Ember asked, "Why are you doing this?" "Answer her, then me," Cinder instructed, crossing her arms. "The final test is 48 hours alone in the woods, and I'm doing this to play Mary Ann Lewis in a movie." "Mary Ann Lewis? Isn't that the woman who was kidnapped by a serial killer and survived 2 weeks in the wilderness with a severed hand?" Ember's horror was echoed on Cinder's face. "Yes, the movie is called Stronger Than." Just talking about the plot gave Sparx shivers. She wanted to tell this woman's story so badly. She knew she could do it justice, pouring everything she could into the role to demonstrate just how strong women could be, both for Mary Ann Lewis and every other survivor out there. "You want to play this role?" Ember questioned. "More than anything else, yes." "Well, sure, but the question is, why?" her sister inquired. "I am grateful for what my role on The Town has done for me, but I'm done with soaps. I want to have a meatier role in a serious movie. I want to grow as an actress, but I can't do that where I am. The execs are always giving me the same storylines. I need to be challenged. I need a change or I'll go out of my mind. I'm excited about this. Even if you have to spend a week in the woods." Fuck, would Ember keep on throwing concerned looks her way? It was seriously messing with her confidence level. Cinder, at least, was supportive. Her head was bent over her phone. "You sure this is about the role and not the man giving the class?" "What do you mean?" Sparx asked, confused. She had called the survivalist and booked the week-long ordeal on the director's suggestion. She hadn't done much research about it yet. That was on her list of things to do before she left in a few days. She'd already stopped by the bookstore and bought multiple books on survival, and had created a list of sites she was going to read on the internet. Dash Jones? The man you will be in the mountains with? He's a snack. Cinder turned her phone over. The small screen was filled with the picture of the hottest man Sparx had ever seen. He didn't have any of the polish and primping men she knew had. He was all man, rugged and chiseled. He was scowling at the camera as if it had been rudely snapped without his permission. His hazel eyes glowed wildly, only heightening his mountain man look. The thick chocolate-brown scruff on his face looked soft, and she had the insane desire to run her hand across it. Her heart was beating hard and fast. Spending a week alone in the woods with the most attractive man she'd ever seen wouldn't be difficult at all. She was a professional. She was going up to the mountains to learn skills, not flirt. I think I am pregnant from this picture alone. This man drips sex appeal. Make sure you bring condoms, Cinder teased. This is strictly professional, Sparx snapped, handing the phone over with a frown. As Sparx packed for her trip up to the mountains the next day, she picked all of her best yoga pants. Not because they did wonderful things to her ass. Nope, they were soft and comfortable. Her clothing choices had nothing to do with Dash Jones and his sexy scruff. Not one thing. Chapter 2. Dash. Dash's heavy boots thumped against the wooden flooring as he walked toward the door. The loud knocking was incessant, cutting through his morning ritual. It angered him, but he knew who waited on the other side. Only one person had the gall to interrupt his morning coffee. He swung the door open, and there stood Chris Dwyer, the Streak's alpha, wearing a silly grin. "Greetings, you grumpy old man," he said, pushing his way into the small wooden cabin. Dash grumbled under his breath. "Chris?" Like most of their kind, Dash was a solitary creature. He preferred his quiet solitude to living near other people. That's why he had built his home near the mountain peak in a thick tree grove. It detracted most people from visiting. Not Chris. He liked to pop in and bug Dash as often as he could, and give him the latest news that Chris thought Dash would be interested in. It was probably because Dash kept an eye on the land for Chris, and because Chris wasn't like most tiger shifters. He was a social being who enjoyed the company of his streak. That was probably why he'd been picked as the leader. He was personable and was good with people. Dash was good at being alone and quiet. He could skin a buck in 2 minutes flat with a dull knife. He could fish with his bare hands and start a fire with wet wood. That was his skill set. "To what do I owe this visit?" Dash asked the alpha. Chris plopped down on the worn leather couch after taking Dash's coffee cup. "I came to see how you're doing, and to get an update on the grizzly issue. Have they caused any more problems?" "Not that I can tell. The bears have stayed on their side of the mountain. I haven't caught them doing anything illegal yet. As soon as I do, I'll let you know. It'll have to wait, though. I've got a client coming up this afternoon." Chris chuckled. "What kind of client is it this time? A bored millionaire? A weekend warrior looking to up his forest cred?" "Actually, it's an actress. Sparx, or some other silly name." Chris stilled. "I'm sorry, did you just say that you have got Sparx Brady coming to stay with you in the forest for a week?" Dash flipped open the file on the kitchen counter as he poured himself another cup of coffee. "Sparx Brady. Yeah. How did you know? How many actresses are there called Sparx? Not many, I'd wager." Chris shook his head. "Why is she looking to do a survivalist course? Is it for a role? Because from the tabloids I read, I can tell you she just quit her job on the town. You just said a bunch of shit I don't understand. Chris sipped the coffee and pulled the cup away with a shudder. This stuff is nasty. I know you're anti-electricity, but would it kill you to have a decent coffee machine? Don't drink my coffee if you don't like it. Dash gulped down some of his drink. He liked the cowboy coffee. It wasn't for everyone, but it was strong and got the job done. He didn't need a fancy machine doing something he could do for himself. Well, you should be prepared. Sparx is a fancy woman. She might not enjoy the rugged lifestyle you have up here. He shrugged his response. I don't care. She reached out to me and signed up for the course. If it's too much for her, she can leave. I don't care if she's a fancy lady. My program is what it is. Chris's deep belly laugh irked him because he wasn't in on the joke. Maybe if you didn't live in the mountains like some kind of Unabomber, you'd know who she is. Everyone and their grandmothers know who Sparx Brady is. I don't. Right, Mr. I live off the land. How do you even live without technology? A landline. You have a landline. No one has that anymore. Dash shrugged. I don't see anything wrong with that. I only need a phone to book clients or emergencies. As your alpha, I can tell you that you're one weird cookie, Dash, but you protect our lands, so I guess your strange streak is good for the streak. See what I did there? That's called a play on words. It's something people who interact with other living people do. And that's why I like the quiet. Chris chuckled again. I'm going to make a guess. Either Sparx will kill you with her city ways, or she'll chase you off the mountains. I wish I could stick around for this. Dash took another gulp of his coffee, preferring to stay quiet. Clark will just about die when he learns Sparx Brady will be on our mountain. He's been watching the town since he was a teenager. He says she's the only woman he'd ever consider leaving me for. Chris rolled his eyes. That silly maid of mine. Don't come up here while I've got a client. You know the rules. Yeah, you need to completely cut off your client from the outside world. I get it. Just let me know if you spot anything with the grizzlies. Both Clark and I are eager to remove them from the mountain. I get it. They're bad for my business, too. And they were. Dash had gone around the mountain's side and the forest at its foothill to install little posts to mark off the tiger's lands. It wasn't just for the safety of his clients. It also served as a reminder to the grizzlies that they didn't own the mountain. You sure I can't convince you to bring Sparx down the mountain for dinner while she's here? Nope. The only way my clients eat is if they catch their food. You're an evil man, Dash, he shrugged. My clients pay to learn how to survive in the wild. They won't learn if I feed them foie gras or whatever the hell fancy people eat. Chris threw his head back with a laugh. Well, shit, Dash. You're a snob. Take care of Sparx. She's a gem. If she dies on your watch, you're done for. Only one person ever died during my course, and it was entirely the client's fault. Dash was deadpan. Chris knew it was a lie, a clumsy attempt at humor. The alpha chuckled softly. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. This is going to be interesting. Is this the first time you'll have a beautiful woman up here? Dash didn't answer. His cabin was his home, and he allowed clients to share his space. But there had never been a woman up here for other purposes. If Dash needed to fuck, he drove into town and spent the night at a woman's place. He didn't need that kind of grief in his sanctuary. It was a sex and relationship-free zone. His life was complete without the hassle of a mate and cubs. He had his business, and that was more than enough for him. One day, Dash, you're going to meet your mate. It'll knock you flat on your ass. Mark my words, there's nothing for it. If it ends up being a woman like the stunning Miss Brady, I might just wet my pants with laughter. I gotta do my rounds of the mountain before she gets here, Dash said, dismissing his visitor. Chris didn't stop chortling to himself as Dash saw him off. The teasing didn't faze him. He was used to Chris's ways, just like the other tiger was used to him. Dash had always been the resident loner, even when he'd been a kid. Dash was confident that fate, the universe, or whatever made the wheels of life spin, wouldn't send him a mate. It would be lost on him. He had everything he wanted. A cabin in the woods, far up the mountain. A business with just enough traction to pay his bills and set money aside for large charitable donations to nature conservationist causes. He enjoyed showing other people how to live off the earth. It gave him a sense of purpose, but it also showed others the importance of preserving nature. It was needed to live, to survive. It was a tough week, but the few high-rolling clients he'd had in the past had become benefactors of a few conservation organizations. That was worth its weight in gold. It didn't matter if this Sparx woman was the jewel of daytime television, or whatever the fuck. Dash had built a grueling program to teach survival tactics. It was a difficult set of lessons that led to spending a full 48 hours alone on the mountain with nothing but the clothes on your back. If Sparx didn't know it would be hard, that wasn't his problem. He was honest about the program's grueling nature. It was written plain and simple in his brochure. If the woman was too high maintenance to learn, he'd ban her from the final test. He'd done it before, and he'd do it again. Dash wouldn't put his business or anyone in needless danger. Even if the client had more money than God, nature was the real ruler. That was just a fact of life. As he always did before a client's arrival, Dash did a thorough sweep of the mountain and the streak's lands. It wasn't only to assess which spots would serve his lessons, but lately it was also about making sure the troubling grizzlies stayed on their own land. The idiots were involved in some illegal activities, bringing danger to the purity of the mountain. Dash had no tangible proof, yet, but as soon as he did, he would bring that information to Clark. Chris's mate was a forest ranger who took his job very seriously. He'd arrest the grizzlies without a second thought, so long as there was proof. Dash stripped out of his black cargo pants and thick plaid shirt, leaving the clothes on the front porch, before shifting into his tiger. His skin pulled tight as his body went through the change. He roared loud in excitement when his long claws dug into the fragrant forest ground. Without another thought, Dash leaped into a run. His tiger roared loud again, sending some birds flying up in fear of the predator. He chuckled, free and happy, as he ran through the thicket of trees. He jumped over fallen tree limbs and boulders, his large paws landing expertly on the ground with every jump. This was one of the reasons why he loved the forested mountains so much. He could shift at his heart's content and chase through the woods with the freedom of a wild animal. It was an intoxicating sensation to run through a forest he owned, he protected. It made his animal puff out his chest in pride. There was nothing like it. Not even sex was this good. Dash followed his land's border, making sure every stake was in place to delimit his property. The bright orange sticks ruined the mountain's effects a bit, but they were a necessity for now, especially when he had a client coming through. He turned a particularly sharp corner at the edge of the property line. The trees ended. A large canyon was cut through the mountain's side by an earthquake that had happened millions of years ago. As his feet bounded left to avoid the sharp drop, Dash came face to face with a bear. It wasn't one of the black bears that roamed his land. It was one of the grizzlies. Judging by the beast's size, it was probably Trevor, the alpha's brother and enforcer. Dash leaned low with a low roar. Trevor's bear stood tall on his back legs, pounding on his chest like a bad imitation of Tarzan. It was a lame attempt. The display was by no means manly or threatening. Dash shifted back into his human form, a clear insult, and jab at the bear's virility. It quietly stated that Dash wasn't afraid of him. With a series of grumbles and loud roars, the bear transformed into a man. His beard was long and thick, but there was nothing clean or groomed about the shifter. Trevor was a pot-bellied man, his flaccid cock hidden by his gut. This was one of the assholes responsible for polluting the mountain. Dash would show him no respect, just like the bear didn't show nature the right amount of reverence. "Dash," Trevor growled. "You're on my land." "Am I?" Trevor snickered. "Is that what this little stake is?" He kicked at the piece of wood sticking from the ground. Dash didn't react to the destruction of his border. He'd fix it later. "What can I do for you, Trevor?" "Nothing. Just roaming." It was a lie. He was up to something, but Dash couldn't figure out what. "Get off my property if you know what's good for you." Dash turned on his heels, presenting his back to the enforcer. It was another quiet show of force, but he didn't much care. He was confident he could destroy Trevor should the man make a moronic attempt at an attack. Dash kept on walking, his bare feet slapping against the cool forest ground. The sooner Sparx Brady arrived, the sooner she would leave. Then he would break the rules and cross onto the bear's land to see what the hell they were doing. Enough was enough. Chapter 3. Sparx. The tiny silver car Sparx had rented for her drive up the mountains groaned and argued its way up the steep road. If she'd known how precipitous the mountain was, she would have rented a military-grade tank. "Come on, you piece of tin," she grumbled to the car. "If we can't get up the mountain, we have no chance of getting the roll." With her foot smashing the gas pedal into the ground, she revved the engine up the road. The car argued with her, the grinding noise making it pretty damn clear she was causing some damage to the car. Yep, she really should have gotten a tank. From what she'd learned about Dash Jones, the sexiest mountain man ever, he lived on the mountain because, of course, that meant he had to drive up and down the precarious road every time he needed something from the town at the mountain's foothill. Either he had a tank for a vehicle, or he never went into town. Sparx was starting to believe it was the latter. After all, the man was a survivalist. He probably slept on a bed of pine cones and ate leaf salads. Though how the man was keeping up his delicious physique on a forest diet was beyond her. If it hadn't been for Shauna's recommendation, or her flat-out insistence that Sparx complete this program, she would have backed out at the very first grinding sound the car made. But this is what she needed to do to get the role of a lifetime. She had quit her job. This had to work. No matter what happened on this mountain, Sparx had to make it work. Besides, she had read enough about survival last night that she was sure if the car skidded off the road, she could hike her way to Dash's cabin. Yet if she skidded off the mountain, it really wouldn't matter if she got the role, right? It was that or crawling back to the town, or going on 1,000 auditions a day until she found a suitable role. Ember had been right. She hadn't completely thought about this. If she failed, a shudder nearly sent her careening down and off the mountain. "Girl, get it together, or you'll be the headlines in the morning." Sparx could see it clearly in her head. Disgraced soap opera star drives off cliff. That's probably how it would be written if she made a false move and accidentally drove off the mountain. She had to make it work, but first she had to get there. "You'll die on this hill if you don't get it together," she said to the steering wheel through gritted teeth. "I am not going to let you ruin this for me. I will legitimately leave you on the side of the road and walk the rest of the way. Do you hear me?" Terrified by her threat, the whirring of the car decreased by a decibel. Sparx blew out a relieved breath as she continued to putter up the mountain. Her eyes were glued to the horizon as she held her white-knuckle hold on the wheel. If she hadn't been gripping the wheel with achy fingers, she would have seen the true beauty of her surroundings. Sparx could see the tall trees and the little critters scampering about, but she wouldn't let herself enjoy the wonder of it all until she was safely up the mountain. By her calculations, she had another few miles. She'd made it. A nervous giggle bubbled out of her a few minutes later when she spotted a tin roof off in the distance. "Yes!" she squealed to the car, patting the dashboard. "Thanks, Tin Can." She continued her happy chants until she turned on a flattened road. The cabin at the end of the drive was a small square. It was so tiny, she was terrified there would only be one bed. Surely, Dash didn't expect his clients to share the sleeping quarters, unless he expected her to sleep outside. "Fuck," she grumbled. "Maybe I can cuddle with him." Nope, Sparx had to shut down her loins. This trip was about her career, not her underwhelming sex life. Sparx knew she would have to spend 2 nights sleeping out, but that was supposed to be at the end of the week, not at the very beginning. She had things to learn first, like how to sleep outside. "Please tell me you accidentally drove up the mountain," were the words that greeted her once she exited the car. Sparx frowned. Was he for real? How rude could Dash be? "Excuse me? I'm Sparx Brady. I'm here for the Survivalist program with Dash Jones." The man in question shook his head. "No, sorry. I'm not Dash. You're lost. Go back to where you came from." She crossed her arms and tapped her foot at him. "Hey, jerk, I know you're Dash. There's a picture of you on the website." He cringed. "I don't think this is a good idea." She narrowed her eyes at him. "You take one look at me and assume I can't do this? What kind of sexist bullshit is that?" "You drove up a mountain wearing heels and tight jeans." He mumbled something under his breath, too low for her to catch. "You're in a car that has died on its way up. All you've got on is a nearly see-through t-shirt. And I can change my clothes. It's called luggage. I've got proper footwear and clothing." "Why didn't you wear it up? What if you had to dig the car out of the mud?" "I would have put my running shoes on and dealt with it." She silently added that her first choice would have been to call road assistance, but she wouldn't admit that to the grumpy man. He would definitely take offense to that. Good Lord, but it was unfair that such a beautiful man could be so damn mean. He was in serious need of socializing. "You won't survive this course. I promise you that." "I have been an actress since I was 14. That means I've dealt with a lot of situations that would make your dick shrivel up. I'm a hell of a lot tougher than you're giving me credit for, based on looks alone. I've already paid for the course. I need this. I am not leaving until you teach me everything there is to know. I'm not going back down the mountain until you certify me after I've passed the final test." Dash chuckled dryly. "Not a chance, Shiny. My name is Sparx." "Sure it is. I've never had a death in my course, and I'm not about to start with you. Drive that thing back down. By the time you get back to your fancy home, I'll have refunded your cash. Maybe you've got some pine cones in your ears and couldn't hear me. I am not leaving. I need this for a role. I am going to learn how to survive in the wild, and you're going to help me, Dash Jones. Or so help me, I will—" She stopped herself short. Threatening the man that was going to teach her how to survive, the man that was basically the gateway to her dream role, was hardly the way to go about things. Sparx forced a cleansing breath through her nostrils. The sweet and spicy forest musk was way more soothing than she would have thought possible. It immediately calmed her down. She pulled another lungful of air into her body. The smile she had anticipated, plastering on her face, was not fake at all. It was easy to smile when the sounds of the forest were a calming influence. "Look, I don't want to convince you that I belong here. The way I see it, you run a business. You teach people lessons for a solid week before leaving them in the forest for 2 days. I think I can do this, and I've hired your company. It would be bad practice for your enterprise to turn me away because you don't like what I'm wearing. Your judgment is solely based on my looks, and that isn't fair." Dash growled. He growled. A grown man growled low as he continued to assess her. Sparx had the sudden image in her head of Dash as the Grumpy Cat meme that had made the rounds a few years previous. "I suppose you're right. It wouldn't be fair of me to dismiss you without giving you at least one lesson." Sparx didn't know the Supreme Grump, but she had a feeling he was planning on making the first lesson the hardest one, just to send her packing. He would have to wake up real early to get one over on her. She might never have gone camping, but she had been on set for 18 hours, most of which had been spent in cold water while she had filmed the cave scene where she had abandoned her character's lover to die. If she could do that without chattering her teeth with 10 cameras rolling, she could take whatever Dash Jones sent her way. Bring it, sexy. Bring it, Grumpy. Yep, that was a lot better. Dash leaned against one of the wooden pillars holding up the cabin's awning. His eyes, the deep hazel matching the forest perfectly, watched her as Sparx walked to the back of the car. She pulled her suitcase out of the trunk, and it fell with a thump against the dirt. The hard shell luggage was bright pink with tiny little cupcakes all over it. It had been a gift from her sister Ember. The woman was obsessed with cupcakes, so it was no surprise she'd given Sparx a present covered in baking. She could almost feel Dash's judgment of her choice of luggage as she tried to roll the enormous rectangle on the uneven ground. "If you don't mind, I'd like to charge my phone to let my sisters know I made it up the mountain safely." Dash shook his head. "I only have one outlet, and it's for the fridge and landline. If you want to contact your family, you'll have to use my phone, but it'll have to wait. It usually only works around dinner time." Sparx stopped her progress to the cabin, shocked by his words. "A landline? That only works at certain times of the day? How is that a good idea?" "It is what it is. That's life on the mountain. If you want to reconsider your stay, I won't judge you. I'll give you a full refund, no questions asked." "Nope, it's fine. Cinder and Amber can worry for a few hours." Dash frowned. "Are those really your names?" "Yes. Why, Dash? Are they strange names?" He tried to kill his smile, but it didn't work. Sparx saw the hint of it. "Not in the least. Just not names I've heard before. Original, then." "Sure thing, Shiny." "It's Sparx," she corrected, as she lumbered her heavy suitcase up the stairs. Dash made no move to help her. Not that she would have accepted if he had offered his help. She had the distinct impression that this was the man's first test of her abilities. Sparx let herself into the cabin, since her host had made no move to invite her in. The inside of the cabin was actually beautiful, not exactly what Sparx had been expecting, given the owner's ornery attitude. She'd half expected to spot an old wood stove, one scratchy couch, and a rolled-up cot in a dark, dank corner. There was a massive stone fireplace that took nearly the entire back wall. The couch, a massive soft brown leather monstrosity, was set in front of the fireplace. On the left was a small kitchen and table, while the right was a small bed, half hidden by a privacy screen. The entire space was decorated in warm burgundy, forest green, and royal blue tones. It was lovely. "Where's the bathroom?" she asked, desperate to relieve herself after the harrowing drive up the mountain. Dash arched a brow at her. "The outhouse is outside of the house, like the name implies." Sparx felt herself blanch. "Cool. Point me in the right direction." Dash gave her the direction while Sparx rolled her luggage by the couch. She excused herself before heading back outside. She followed the wraparound porch to the back of the house. The outhouse was a tiny wooden structure, something straight out of a horror movie. She made her way toward it, taking deep breaths. Sparx had never once used an outhouse. Her only knowledge of them was from movies and TV, and none of those representations were exactly positive. The dark outhouse smelled rotten, like something that had died. There were thick spider webs everywhere she looked. If it hadn't been for her full bladder, she would have chosen to squat by a tree instead of braving the stench. With her business taken care of, she rushed out, taking deep breaths of fresh mountain air. She doubled over, eyes closed. Why was Dash trying to get rid of her? Why did no one take her seriously? First it had been the execs. Now it was Dash. Sparx knew what she was capable of. She was going to take the world by storm. But she had to survive the week first. And apparently, that meant winning over the grumpy Dash Jones. Chapter 4. Dash. The sound of a grinding engine on the verge of death tore through the quiet of the forest. Dash swore under his breath, hoping that it wasn't his client's vehicle that was making such a terrible noise. What kind of shitty car had the woman decided to drive up a steep mountain? His heavy boots thumped as he rushed to the front door, just in time to see a tiny silver car coming to a stop beside his four-wheeler. The car would be lucky to make it down the hill in the state it was in. The driver, the soap opera star Chris had teased him about, slowly made her way out of the car. Even from a few feet away, Dash could tell the woman was shaking. Her long, curvy legs were trembling, her fingers twitching like she'd been gripping the steering wheel too tight. She leaned against the car, eyes closed and a hand to her chest. His shifter hearing caught the thumping sound of it. She was terrified. There was no way this was the kind of woman who could survive the grueling week-long program. More than that, there was no way he would be leaving her alone in the woods for 2 days. She was way too green for that. He had a responsibility, as a business owner, not to kill any of his clients. He took one giant step, eating the 3 steps with no trouble. The wind picked up, and the woman's scent caught his nostrils. She smelled of sunshine and fresh berries. It was a weird odor to roll off a city woman. He took another step toward her, and Sparx lifted her head. Her brown eyes were pools of melted chocolate, watching him expectantly. It hit him in the gut, making his feet sputter under him. Mate. Dash's tiger was seconds away from tearing through his skin to jump on the woman. No, there was just no way. The animal was starved for a good hunt. That could be the only explanation why the tiger thought this polished city woman was his mate. He wouldn't allow it. How was he supposed to be around her for a full fucking week if his tiger was going to keep chanting, mate, mate, mate? Dash ground his teeth down to quiet down his beast's thoughts so he could form some of his own. The woman wore heels, honest-to-God high heels. They were inconvenient footwear on a good day, but on a steep drive up a mountain to take a survival course, what had she been thinking? And those jeans. Had she painted her legs blue? Christ, but they were tight, perfectly molded to her calves and thighs. Her top, low-cut enough to give him a glimpse of erection-causing cleavage, was too much. She's our mate, his tiger insisted again. Tell her right now, and by the end of the night, she could be under us, moaning our name. Dash blew out an annoyed breath to his animal. He would have to go for another run and maybe catch a rabbit or 2 to calm the animal's delirium. She's ridiculously dressed, Dash told his animal. She's not for us. Quit being an idiot. You're the idiot. She's ours. The tiger roared, on the verge of making him deaf. Ain't no way, Dash repeated, drowning out the feline's chant. Dash needed to get her away from the mountain and fast. He hadn't had sex in months. Or was it a year? He couldn't remember now, so obviously it had been a while. That didn't change anything. Sparx Brady, the shiny woman in front of him, was decidedly not his mate. Maybe if she had been wearing appropriate garments, he would have entertained the idea. But heels? Jeans? Tits lush enough to make him cream his pants? Nope. This woman would be a weeping mess at first sight of a challenge in the woods. You don't know that. She looks strong. She smells it too. Can't you tell? Dash crossed his arms again as he tried to convince Sparx to leave, but the stubborn woman wouldn't budge. Not in the slightest. She took her ridiculous pink cupcake luggage out of her car and dragged it up the steps of the cabin, trying to suppress her groans of effort. Dash had to admit that she had guts. She wasn't backing down, and he could respect that. Didn't mean he was going to teach her a damn thing about surviving in the wilderness. When she placed her suitcase by the couch, silently perusing his home, Dash knew it would take some industrial-strength cleaning products to get her smell out of his house. He hated that stuff, preferring to use organic cleaning supplies, but those would never scrub the sunny berry scent that lingered around Sparx. When she asked for the washroom, there was hope in his heart when his answer shocked her, but instead of complaining, she left the cabin. Dash watched her as she retreated across the front porch. He heard a squeak of distress quickly overcut with a grumble of resolve. He'd been sure that the mention of no electricity and bathroom would send her running. It hadn't. Maybe it hadn't dawned on the woman that it meant there was no shower. No private shower, anyway. He showered with rainwater warmed by a propane generator in a small cubby at the other side of the cabin. Maybe when she saw that, it would terrify her down the mountain. Why do you want to chase her away? Dash ignored his tiger's question. He didn't have to answer. The animal knew why Dash didn't want Sparx anywhere near him. He didn't want a mate, and especially not one like her. A fancy actress didn't have a place on the mountain. So that was an adventure. Mind if I use your bedroom to change into something more suitable? She pointed toward the privacy screen. Why? Well, the itinerary says that as soon as I arrive, the lessons start. I'm here, and in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, I'll be good to go. Dash blew out a breath. Look, Shiny. Sparx, she corrected again. I respect you for wanting to do this survival course, but I think you might be out of your depth. This is dangerous stuff. You think you'll be ready to spend 48 hours in the woods in a week? Sparx narrowed her eyes at him. Of course I do. That's what you sell. Unless you're about to admit that you're a bad teacher? She arched her brow at him defiantly. I stand by my course. Then do not make the mistake of underestimating me. Dash dragged his eyes from the tips of her shoes to the top of her head. But fuck, was she delectable. He'd love nothing more than to kiss her sassy mouth and fuck her on his bed. She'd be warm and willing under him, her nails digging into his back. Damn it all, now he was making himself hard just thinking about burying his cock deep inside of her. This wouldn't do. There was no way he was admitting to her that he needed her off of the mountain for his own sanity, not because he didn't think she would survive the program. I was very honest with my skill level on the phone. You said it was fine. What happened between then and now? You took me in with my heels and jeans and decided I wasn't worth your time. I'll have you know that I was dressed that way because I had a meeting before driving up here. I didn't have time to change. Not that I should have to justify my clothing to you. Dash swallowed hard. He knew he was an asshole. If he didn't sheath his attitude, she would leave and spread the word that he was difficult to work with. Dash didn't want his mate to go on believing that she wasn't a capable woman. He didn't want to hurt her in any way. See, you already care. We're halfway to mating her. With a deep, resigned sigh, Dash shook his head. I apologize for my snap judgment. I've been in this business long enough to have my own bias. There, that was an apology. Good. Glad we established you were a judgmental prick. Sparx accompanied her words with a smirk. Ah, well, now she was teasing him? This week was going to be pure hell if she kept that up. You can change in here. I'll wait for you on the porch. Dash rushed out of the cabin, trying to forget that his very sexy mate was about to strip in his home. Shouldn't he be the one to peel the jeans off her body? He shook his head, frustrated that his tiger's words were seeping into his own thoughts. Our mate is getting naked in our house. Why aren't we in there? Dash forced his legs down the front porch and into the small shed where he tinkered with a few things until he heard the cabin door close. He smelled Sparx before he saw her. She stood right behind him, trapping him in the small shed, her scent quickly filling the space. His jaw clenched hard and his cock twitched. He had to get the hell out of the confined space before he did something completely idiotic, like take Sparx in his arms to drag her back into the cabin where it was safe. Well, safe enough, considering the thoughts he was having. She wouldn't appreciate that. Dash didn't know his mate, but he could tell there was a stubborn streak about a mile wide inside her. It would have been adorable if it wasn't so damn infuriating. She shouldn't be here. Are you ready for your first lesson? He asked her, turning to face her. He walked toward her, his eyes glued to the ground in hopes of avoiding her beautiful face. He could stare at the dirt for a week. Yep, that was totally normal. Sparx moved out of the way just enough for him to squeeze out of the shed. His arm brushed against hers, and his breath caught. Her skin was smooth and on fire. At least that's what it felt like. His limb was heavy and burning where they had touched, the sensation reaching up to his brain, down to his toes, and straight to his interested cock. Dash rubbed a hand across his mouth to keep his tiger from saying something lewd. Sparx rolled her shoulders back with a resolved nod. Yes, I am. Dash shook his head. How was he going to survive the week if she kept on doing adorable things? Even her pout was sexy. Her resolve was as intriguing as hell, even though it terrified him to know that this woman was his mate. It was nice to see that she wasn't a simpering idiot in the face of his wrath. The real test would be how she handled herself in the forest. If she managed to pass his lessons and get through the 48-hour test, he would be pleased. But there was no way he would mate her. Not a shiny actress like her. How would she live on the mountain and continue her acting career in a soap opera? Dash hadn't watched television since he was a kid, but he was pretty darn sure that soaps were always filming. It was a pretty good joke that the universe would send him a mate that he couldn't be with. No, scratch that he wouldn't be with. It was a lost cause. You're an asshole. Look at her. She looks good enough to eat. Let me lick her just once. Then you'll see that we just can't live without her, no matter what you say. He wasn't going to argue with his tiger, not when Sparx was watching him intently. Are you ready to go? She asked, tapping her foot impatiently at him. Oh, he'd show her just how ready he was. Sparx turned on her heels and started walking toward the forest. Her ass was perfectly encased in a pair of army green yoga pants. It made his mouth water. That's why we want to lick her. Her ass, her pussy, her tits, just any part of her, really. Dash cleared his throat. What had happened to his plan to keep on staring at the ground? Am I going to have to teach myself or what? Sparx called out. A smile tugged at her full lips. Dash took large, annoyed steps toward her. You should have worn a long-sleeve shirt. You'll get all scratched up from the underbrush. That tank top is ridiculous. Sparx shook her head, but her steps didn't falter. If only my teacher had told me that I would be crawling on my hands and knees, I would have made a different wardrobe choice. Great. Now he was picturing Sparx on her knees while he pumped into her from behind. This week was going to be pure hell. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 5. Sparx. Was there an unspoken law that stated that the hotter a man was, the grumpier he had to be? Because Dash Jones was doing his level best to be as ornery as possible. He'd been nothing but rude to her since she had gotten out of her car after nearly dying on her way up the mountain. Okay, so that was a bit of an exaggeration, but still. Sparx wondered if that man treated all of his clients this way, or he was reserving all his frustration just for her because she was a woman. If she hadn't spotted Dash gaping at her cleavage, she would have declared him an asshole and made his life that much harder. But when she'd seen his nostrils flare, she'd gotten a glimpse of a man caught up in emotion. Then he'd gone and insulted her tank top, and Sparx knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that Dash found her attractive. She wasn't conceited, but that man wasn't exactly great at keeping his reaction under wraps. He kept mumbling to himself, eyeing the ground, avoiding her completely. He found her attractive, but was uncomfortable with it. Was it because she was a client? Maybe. Perhaps it was because she was an actress, and he felt that they were on unequal footing. That happened sometimes. But Sparx was surprised that Dash, the tall and burly mountain man, should be flustered by her celebrity status. It didn't track. There was something else happening, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Over the years on set, Sparx had gotten pretty good at reading people and assessing their emotions. That was why she could read Dash, but there was more to him than met the eye. Dash was nothing like the men Sparx knew or interacted with on the set of The Town. His whole mountain man vibe was something new to her. He was gruff and short-tempered, but she did like that he didn't fall at her feet like some of the men she'd dated. They would worship the ground she walked on for about 2 seconds flat. Then they would realize that Sparx couldn't get them a job on the show, and they would drop her faster than she could say, "Check, please." It was always a fake interest. People said that the Brady women were picky with men. Maybe that was true for her sister Cinder, but Ember had found a guy. Kai was perfect for her, and seeing them together had given Sparx hope that even picky women could find a suitable match. Not that she thought she was picky, nor did she for 1 second believe that Dash was the right kind of guy for her. So what if she imagined what kind of muscles he was packing under his plaid shirt? That was a natural reaction to a handsome man, taller than the evergreen trees surrounding them, with hazel eyes that sparked all kinds of colors when she spoke to him. His square jaw couldn't be hidden, not even by the smattering of soft brown scruff. And his butt. He wore black utility pants, which should have given him a flat ass. But nope, his butt was wonderfully on display, encased in the black material perfectly. "How did you start this business? I looked for the information, but I couldn't find anything." Sparx wondered if there was a good story behind that. Maybe if there was, and maybe if he opened up a bit, the week wouldn't be so silent. Dash ignored her question completely. "This is your first lesson, so pay attention. I won't repeat myself as we go along." "Should I take notes?" She blinked at him innocently. "Maybe I'll take some tree bark and write down your lessons. That way, when you leave me alone in the woods for the final test, you'll know I can't forget anything." Dash didn't like her joke. He made a sound very similar to a growl and continued walking, choosing to keep his comments to himself. "The first thing you need to do is find shelter. The right kind can keep you safe from the elements and from any predators roaming around. No matter the season, I suggest you find a small cave. There are some located a little bit of everywhere on the mountain. You'll want to look for rock formations sticking out of the ground toward the edges of the mountain. In the summer, and in a pinch, you could stay up in a tree. The danger there is that some predators are good climbers, and it doesn't exactly protect you from the sun or rain." "A cave is better, got it. How about a makeshift shelter made with fallen tree limbs? I read that coniferous trees are nature's impermeable.
You read that?
Dash asked as they waded through a thick patch of forest. Sparx did yoga, spin 3 times a week, rock climbing every Sunday, and over the years, she'd done several other types of workout. She was limber and could easily climb over fallen tree limbs, large rocks, and huge holes in the forest ground. She hadn't stumbled once, and she was damn proud of it. It would be hard as hell for Dash to claim she was a bad bet if she could hold her own, which she was definitely doing just then. Yep, I read a bunch of survivalist books when I heard about this role. It's fascinating, really. You can survive in the woods for weeks if you have the know-how.
And if you're not injured. It also depends on the season. Winter is much more difficult. The threat of hypothermia is genuine. There is less to forage, and many animals are hibernating. Makes finding food challenging. The only upside is that you're surrounded by water, so dehydration is not a problem.
Because snow is frozen water. Dash chuckled under his breath, but he immediately recovered his grumpy attitude. He scowled in her direction as if he was mad that she'd made him laugh. What a strange and difficult man.
You're veering off the topic of my first lesson, he grumbled. Shelter is important. I'll show you a few ways to build a shelter before we move on to water and hunting.
Dash changed directions, heading deeper into the forest.
You're not wrong that coniferous tree limbs can make a good shelter, but you do need a lot of it for it to work. I'll show you how to make a sling to carry the tree limbs.
Sparx smiled at his back. Dash had basically told her he was impressed that she knew something. Well, there was plenty more where that came from. Sparx didn't do things by half measures. When she had an idea, she threw herself into it wholeheartedly. She was full of fun little tidbits she'd picked up during her research. If the grumpy man wanted to scare her off or treat her like a porcelain doll, she'd make sure to maximize her own learning. Her career was on the line. She had nothing to lose. The sun, which had nearly baked her in her car on her way to the mountain, had dipped behind the trees, disappearing off to the side of the mountain. The temperature had dropped a few degrees, and Sparx silently bemoaned her lack of sweater. Her tank top had been a mistake. If she had a t-shirt, she would have tucked her arms in to hug herself. Tomorrow, she'd grab a sweater and tie it around her waist while it was warm and sunny. Then she'd have something for warmth once the sun began to set. She hadn't expected their first lesson and hike to take so long. They'd been in the woods for hours. Her stomach was grumbling embarrassingly loud. Dash could hear it, she was positive. Every time her tummy made a noise, Sparx could have sworn that flocks of birds leaped from the trees, mistaken her for a big mountain cat. Dash had barely said 2 words to her that wasn't a lesson or a tidbit of information. He had shown her a few caves that were suitable for shelter. He had watched on as she built a small shelter out of tree limbs. I am definitely ditching the tank top tomorrow, she promised herself. She hadn't climbed a tree since she was... Well, she had never climbed a tree. If it wasn't for her rock climbing, she would have failed this particular test. But she had made it to the middle point of the trunk with only 76 scratches up and down her arms. Dash had watched on from the ground, giving a running commentary on her technique as she climbed. Apparently, she was doing it wrong. But not so bad as to miss the way he ogled her ass. Dash liked her butt, probably just as much as she liked his. He was knowledgeable and actually a good teacher. When he explained something, he had about 3 examples to back up his words. Sparx could see why he was renowned for his program. What she'd yet to discover was why Dash was intent on disliking her. She had to fight the urge to fill in the silence with chatter. She was sure he'd rebuke her for scaring the critters they were hunting for lunch or dinner. Because surely there had to be a meal soon. She was about to start chewing on some tree bark. She'd read it was safe, depending on the tree. She was seconds away from voicing her hunger when Dash held out a hand, motioning her forward.
Make sure you don't leave my land. I share my borders with some sketchy people. I'd rather you not run into them." He pointed to the small bright orange stake sticking out of the ground. "This is where my property ends and theirs begins. Unfortunately, a lot of the water source straddles the border. If you keep about 10 feet from the border, you should eventually find water following the stakes. The stakes are about 10 feet apart. It's easy to get lost, and it's easy to cross onto their lands. Believe me when I say that's the very last thing you want. Do you understand me?" Sparx frowned. "You're making it seem like the people are more dangerous than the forest." Dash's features darkened. "That's because it's the truth. People are infinitely more dangerous than the forest. Be careful out here, with everything, everyone, even me." She gulped loud. "If you're trying to scare me away, it won't work." "You're either very brave or very foolish." "Can't it be a bit of both?" she teased. Dash guffawed. "You want to be foolish?" "You say foolish, I say fun." "There is nothing fun about surviving in the woods." "Then why do you live out here?" she asked. But no sooner were the words out of her mouth that she understood something. Dash wasn't a mountain man because he enjoyed the forested mountains' solitude. There was more to it than that. He was hiding from people. From a woman, maybe. Was Dash up here nursing a broken heart? Was he pining for a lady who'd hurt him? The thought irked her, because apparently she was developing some confusing emotions about the surly man. "Water is survival, don't forget that. But this is dangerous territory if you're alone. The neighbors won't mess with you if I'm around. Now, find the water." He gestured her forward and ahead of him. Sparx rolled her shoulders back and tried to focus on walking in a straight line to spot the water source. She imagined a small trickle. Dash followed behind her, freakishly quiet. She couldn't hear his footfall at all. What was he, anyway? Some kind of half-man, half-beast? There was a break in the trees, and all of a sudden, the rush of water. How Sparx hadn't heard the rushing water before seeing the fast-moving stream, she didn't know. It was a testament to how hungry she was, and the noise her stomach was making. "This is where we'll stop for the next part of the lesson. Now that you know how to shelter, you've found water. This stream is safe enough to drink. Now, if you didn't know how safe water is to drink, you'd find a way to purify it." Dash slid his shirt over his head, and Sparx forgot how to breathe, how to talk, how to stand. Her knees buckled at the sight of his bare chest. She'd known he was built, but there was a difference between knowing something and seeing it with her own eyes. His pecs were defined, leading down to abs that made no sense. There were more than 6, and she forgot how to count after getting to 8. There was a deep V that led straight into his pants where, no doubt, there would be an impressive erection. Wait, no, that wasn't right. He wouldn't be hard mid-lesson in the woods. That was just her own mind editorializing what she wanted. Having a roll in the pines would probably not be as fun as her libido was promising. She'd have tree branches in her hair and scratches on her back, because he would definitely pick her up and hold her up against a tree. She whimpered, earning her a frown from Dash. How long had she been standing there ogling at him? Shit! Had he been giving her a lesson this whole time? She had missed every word because of the man's ridiculously sexy body. "Are you even listening, Shiny?" he asked with a sigh. "Yep, totally." He shook his head, knowing it was a flat-out lie. "As I was saying, if you're caught in the wild, you won't have anything but the clothes on your back. Is that why you've taken off your shirt?" What the hell, Brain? Why say that? Why even address his nearly nude state? Dash's frown deepened. "I'll be fishing with my t-shirt." "But you? We'll start with a fishing rod. One of the rules of the course is that if you don't catch or forage your meals, you don't eat." "I remember." Dash walked toward a pile of tree branches and nudged them away to reveal a long green bag. He pulled it free and laid it on the ground before unrolling it. There was a fishing rod with a white styrofoam container in the folds of the bag. If you were out in the wilderness without any tools, you wouldn't have a fishing rod, especially not one like this. But since it's your first day here, we'll go easy. I can fish. Sparx lifted her chin, plastering on a mask of competent courage. It wasn't true, of course. The only raw fish she'd ever seen was at her favorite trendy sushi restaurant. But he'd challenged her, and she wasn't going to back down from it. You want to fish with your tea? He asked, his eyes going wide. She looked down at her sports tank top. Oh, well, no, I guess not. There was no way she was taking off her top. She hadn't worn a bra, seeing as there was a built-in one in the sports tank. What's the next best thing? Bare hands fishing, but it's difficult to do. Dash shrugged. Let's get you set up with this rod. She didn't listen to him, walked right by him and straight into the water. Chapter 6. Dash. Dash couldn't believe it. He was definitely hallucinating. This wasn't real. There was no way Sparx was standing in the small stream, with water up to her navel, as she waited for the fish to get used to her presence. He hadn't intended to dare Sparx into the water, nor did he expect the woman to walk straight into the stream and go immobile. She was keeping her breathing steady and shallow. Her hands were poised over the water as she waited. Get out of there, he commanded. Sparx didn't budge. It didn't matter how many times he ordered her out of the water, or the threats he hurled her way. She hadn't moved a muscle. I'll come right in there and drag you out if I have to. The water was cold, there was no doubt about that. Sparx had to be freezing, but she made no indication that she was affected. Her shoulders were set back, and her face was pulled into a mask of determination and concentration. Her efforts were adorable, but there was no way Sparx would cold catch a fish with her dainty hands and slender fingers. He had a hard time doing it, not for lack of trying. Fish are slippery fuckers, and they flail something fierce when they're pulled out of the water. The damnable things don't want to die. When catching fish with his bare hands, he often used his claws to maim them before tossing the bleeding body onto the bank. Sparx didn't have that talent. She wasn't a shifter. She was a woman. The sexiest, most frustrating woman he had ever met, but she wasn't going to win this one. Sparx, he growled, his patience wearing thin. He was the teacher. She was paying him to teach her things, but at every turn, Sparx did something unexpected, like admitting she had read survivalist books. She wasn't the blank slate he had thought her to be. It was impressive, but it wouldn't save her from the woods, no matter how many times she surprised him. Her shelter had been solid, and he hadn't found one thing to criticize about it. If she kept on this track, it would be damn near impossible to forbid her from doing the 2-day solo forest test. Sparx was not at all what he had been expecting. He had thrown nearly every curveball he could think to send her way. When he had told her to climb the tree, he was sure it would be the breaking point. It hadn't been. She had climbed up there with slow, measured movements. Sparx was not a tree climber, but she was in good shape. So instead of breaking her resolve and sending her far away from his mountain, he had to stand under the tree, watching his mate's perfect ass inch up the trunk. He'd be having dirty dreams about it. They'd be set to the small grunts of effort she had made as she climbed up and up. Sparx was stubborn and made of sturdy stuff. She was the kind of woman who could be a good mate, a wonderful mother to a few tiger cubs. Yes, imagine that, sliding into her wet pussy bare and coming deep inside of her. Imagine it. Make it happen. We both want her. Dash ignored the tiger's comments. The fucking beast hadn't stopped whispering in his ears all day about Sparx and the benefits of having a strong woman like her as a mate.
It didn't seem to matter to the animal that Dash didn't want a mate, or cubs for that matter. That was a new addition to his thoughts he wasn't ready for. Dash paced the length of the river, the 3 fish he'd caught bucking like wild against the forest ground. It was more than enough for them to share for dinner. He'd told her about a dozen times now that she should come out of the water, but she hadn't responded. She must have learned this fishing technique from one of those books because she followed the right protocol down to a T. It would have been sexy if it wasn't so fucking frustrating. Sparx tried to suppress a shiver, but he saw it plain as day.
"That's it," he roared. "Enough, you silly woman, before you kill yourself."
He made his way into the water, not feeling the sting of the cold because he was about to touch his mate. She squealed in surprise, cursing at him when he picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. She hit his back, calling him all kinds of names, swearing she was going to get her revenge. "I was going to catch a fish. You stopped me. I was on a roll."
"You'd been standing in there for way too long," he growled back.
"Do you make it a habit of picking up your clients clear off the ground?" Her fists hit his ass. It was a good thing she wasn't facing his cock, because she would have seen it grow with interest. He gently placed her on the ground, but held her a second too long. Her skin was frozen against his own heated flesh. There were goosebumps all across her smooth skin, and from this close, she couldn't hide her trembling chin.
"When it comes to protecting them from themselves, yes, absolutely."
It was a damn lie, but she didn't need to know that. Never had he picked up a client, never had he touched one, but he was going to have a hard time letting her go. "If I don't catch dinner, I don't eat. I won't go hungry because you went full caveman on me. What the hell was that, Dash Jones?" Ah, hell. She had full named him, and it was sexy as fuck. How could that even be possible? He gently set her down, and immediately she crossed her arms over her chest. It put her tits on display, but really, it was her hard nipples that caught his attention. They were about to tear out of the material.
"We'll discuss it back at the cabin. The lesson is over. You're freezing, and I won't let you catch hypothermia on my watch."
Sparx argued with him while he hid the fishing rod back under the fallen tree limbs. He took the fish by their tails and headed back toward the forest. She was hot on his heels, talking through chattering teeth.
"Once we're at the cabin, I'll teach you how to light a fire."
"I know how to do that." He knew that. Sparx Brady had lit a fire in his blood, and there was no way around the way she made him feel. Once they'd returned to the cabin, Dash dropped the fish off in the shed before going to the small generator that heated the rainwater. It would take a few minutes for the water to be hot, but it was the best he could do for Sparx under the circumstances. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Why are you ignoring me? Is this part of my lessons? I have to learn how to deal with grumpy mountain men who pretend I don't exist for a full hour?" He didn't answer, but went into the cabin to grab a thick towel. He draped it over the bar, affixed to the side of the cabin. The outdoor shower offered a bit of privacy. There was a small wooden cubby that hid the occupant's middle section. He had half a mind to grab one of the large troughs he had, filling it with near-boiling water and dumping his mate into it. That was going too far. If he did that, he'd have a hell of a hard time explaining to her why he had drawn her a bath. Never in his life had he had the urge to do something like that before. It was weird, confusing, and made his mission of chasing her off all that harder.
"You're going to take a hot shower to cut the chill of the water. Then you're going to park that fine ass of yours in front of the fire while dinner cooks. Then we'll go over the rules of the program."
Fine ass. Had he really said that to her? Somewhere in the back of his head, his tiger snickered in victory. "Dinner. But because of you, I didn't catch any dinner. What, do you want me to chew on a pine cone? Maybe gnaw on some tree bark?" Sparx stalked over to one of the trees bordering the cabin. She ripped a small piece of bark from the trunk and eyed it for a second, her face pulled into a grossed-out grimace. but with her shoulders back and her head held high, she plopped the bark into her mouth. What the fuck? Woman, he roared. It took him 3 huge steps to get to her. Dash had every intention of fishing the damn bark out of her mouth, but before he got the chance, Sparx was spitting it out. She scraped her tongue. That was nasty. I'm not that hungry yet. She shook her head, her face scrunched up in disgust. I can't believe people actually eat that on purpose. It was adorable and pulled a laugh out of him. Dash was as surprised as she was by the sound. He couldn't remember the last time he had laughed at anything. Are you laughing at me? Sparx asked, hands fisted on her hips. That's not nice. Her frowning pout was cute. She was an angry kitten, and he wanted to placate her with kisses. Dash wanted to be furious with her, but he was also amused. He didn't get amused, ever. You don't have to eat tree bark, you silly woman. I'll feed you even if you didn't fish your dinner out of the stream. But the rules, I make the rules. Shit, that sounded permissive. He couldn't have that, not when every second with her was melting his defenses. It's happened before. Not many people manage to fish dinner on their first day here. He was lying to her, but she didn't need to know that. Sparx rolled her eyes. Your lack of faith in me is astounding. You've got to tell when you lie, by the way. He did? That was news to him. He better figure out what the hell it was so he could suppress it. He was going to have to lie to her a lot if she was going to be staying. He needed space from her mouth-watering scent and erection-inducing body. The water should be hot, he grumbled to her. Shower is that way. Towel already laid out for you. Shouldn't I help you clean the fish first and then shower? I would think learning how to prepare the catch for cooking is part of the agenda, she spouted off. He turned on his heels and headed straight for the shed. He focused all of his energy on filleting the fish for dinner while figuring out how to deal with Sparx. He knew there was no way he would talk her out of the program. She was dead set on spending the week here with him and being left in the woods for 48 hours. If his mate wanted to be stubborn, he couldn't stop her. Maybe he'd break his own rules and track her while she was off on her solo stay. He could make sure she was never in danger. Then do that and stop being a prick. We don't actually want to chase her away. We want her to stay on the mountain forever. Just think about it. Right now, she's naked in our shower. Her naked, wet body is right over there. Dash smashed the butcher knife down into the wooden block, smashing it with enough force to drown out his own thoughts. Her long brown hair that she'd braided to one side for her lessons. Her green eyes that reminded him of the trees in spring. Her body, while not rail-thin, was small, with just the right amount of curves and, no matter how hard he tried, the splattering of light freckles that traced across her nose was enough to bring him to his knees. Trying to push her away today hadn't worked. Somehow, the harder he made things, the more she seemed intent on proving that she was capable. If he taught her everything she needed to know to survive, she'd stay for a full week in his cabin, in his space. He would lose bits of his sanity with every breath he took. It'll be worth it, his tiger argued. Shit. Sparx hadn't even been around for a full 24 hours, and he was already losing his mind. Let the Hell Week begin. Chapter 7. Sparx. The fire was a beautiful roaring scene. The orange flames licked at the wood, scenting the entire cabin with a comforting smell of warmth and safety. Sparx hugged the thick blanket around her shoulders, sniffing deep. The blanket was Dash's, and it smelled like him. She knew what that was now that he'd hauled her out of the water, bare-chested and all. His muscular skin had moved under her fingers in a seductive dance. She didn't not like being manhandled, but that had been sexy.
It was probably because she was horny and hadn't had sex in a million years. And also because Dash was so hot, it made her a little stupid. "You survived your first day," he said, cutting through the silence. "I did. Don't think I didn't notice that you were trying to thwart me at every turn. You tried to scare me off all day. Want to tell me why?" "No." Sparx clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. "Fine. Then will you quit it? Did I pass your first test?" "No." She waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't. Sick and tired of his shit, no matter how hot he was, Sparx was out of patience. He was the only way she could get the role of her dreams. If he fucked this up for her, she'd be finding fresh new ways of making his life a living hell, even on his remote mountain. "Listen to me, you caveman, and listen good, because I am only going to say this once." She was purposefully using the words he had spoken to her in the woods. "I am a capable, strong, and determined woman. I knew this would be hard, and I did my research. What I don't know, I came to learn. I paid good money to get everything out of this experience as I possibly can. So now that I am here, I want to be treated with respect and courtesy. I would greatly appreciate it if you would start treating me like a real client, and there be no more arbitrary tests to scare me away. Do you hear me?" Dash shifted in his seat to look straight at her. "Are you giving me orders in my own damn house?" "Yes, and I can continue to do so until you agree that your behavior today was less than professional on multiple levels." He was quiet for so long, Sparx began to worry that he was going to kick her right out of the cabin. "Explain to me why this program is so important to you. I need to understand, because from where I am standing, it's reckless." "I don't owe you anything, not an explanation or any other thoughts in my head." "That's true. But you're not the typical kind of person I get up here. I am trying very hard to understand why you want to put yourself in danger." "Are you telling me that you've been an asshole today because you're worried about my well-being?" "Yes, Shiny, that's exactly it. If something happened to you, I wouldn't forgive myself." Well, that was a weird thing to say. He was talking like he cared about her, but how was that even possible? He'd been nothing but mean and cold since she had gotten out of her car. "I mean, I guess I understand. If I don't learn enough and spend 2 days in the woods and die, you'll have a hard time getting new clients. I'm sure the guilt would be crushing." Dash was on her before she even saw him move. He stood above her, a tower of powerful energy and masculine rawness. His fingers went under her chin, lifting her eyes up to catch his. The entire scene was too familiar for her comfort. "The guilt would kill me, Shiny. It really would. I'm having a hard time teaching you shit because I don't want you to spend 2 days in the forest. If you were ever in danger, I wouldn't be there to protect you. You should never be in that kind of position, and if I was any sort of a man, you'd be safe away from here." Sparx shook her head, moving his fingers from her skin. "You're giving me a headache with all of your changing emotions, Dash. You hate me, and then you say stuff like that. Either you're a sexist pig who needs to go all manly man to protect the women of the world, or you're seriously unhinged. I can protect myself. I want to learn how to be self-sufficient in the forest and in the real world. But, no, I'm not done." Mary Ann Lewis was minding her own damn business. She was grocery shopping for her kids and husband when that sick fuck kidnapped her from the parking lot. Was her husband a bad man for not being there? No. The bad man was the guy who took her and chopped off her hand. Mary Ann lived because she was strong and knew how to survive. If I was ever in that position, I would want to know how to keep myself alive. She sighed and walked to the fireplace. "In my business, I have no choices in my career. They tell me who I am kissing. Did you know my first kiss was scripted? They tell me what to say, where to stand. I never have to think for myself.
Turning, she looked him square in the eyes. That is why this part is important to me. It was my choice to audition, my courage to learn how to survive, my stubbornness that won't let me fail at this course. This is all on me. Win or fail, it was all because of me. Dash's jaw ticked. This role is about so much more than my career. I want other women to know how strong and resilient they are. We can survive anything. There are too many men out there who are hell-bent on hurting us, while the others hinder us by being all caveman-y. I want to be able to protect myself, all the time, no matter what. If you won't teach me how, then you're basically saying that I can't do this, that I wouldn't be able to survive as Marianne did. Is that what you're saying? Dash inhaled deeply before slowly letting the breath out. That was some speech, Shiny. Chris told me about Marianne. She's a remarkable woman. When it comes to picking a hero, you did a good job. Well, I meant every damn word. Teach me, Dash. Teach me so that I can survive anything. I don't like the idea of you in danger. He sighed as he wiped his hand across his beard. Why? She didn't want to plead, but if that is what it would take, she wouldn't be above it. It makes me sick to my stomach. You didn't answer my question. Her hands planted on her hips. She was going to get to the truth one way or the other. You don't want me to. Wrong. I want to know. That's why I asked. Look, Sparx, I can tell you're a very strong and capable woman. Do I think you could do well in the program? Yes, of course I do. It doesn't mean I have to like it. We're strangers. You don't have to like it. Sparx thought the words were nothing more than the truth, but Dash's reaction threw her for a loop. The frustration was back. Why is this role so important to you? Sparx considered the question, wondering how honest she should be. Dash's hazel eyes were bright and expectant. There was something about his demeanor that screamed out his trustworthiness. Another part shouted out his sexiness, but that was a whole other kind of problem. She puffed her cheeks full of air before blowing it out slowly. I want to prove to myself that I can play more than a rich, heartbreaking snob. I've been playing the same role since I was 14. I don't know where Samantha ends and I begin. Sometimes it all gets a little confusing. I don't know who I am exactly, but I know who I want to be. Getting this role will get me there. A serious actress? He asked, stoking the fire. Yes, but more than that, a talented actress. This survival stuff is dangerous. It's not for the faint of heart, he responded as he put the poker back on the metal hanger. I know. You could get hurt. He focused on the fire burning before him. I know. Anger flashed in his eyes when his head snapped up to look at her. I think it's silly to risk your life for a role you may or may not get. And I think it's silly that you're this worried about a woman you don't know. I'm just a client. Fine, you're a client. You asked me why I live in the mountains, secluded from everything else. It's because I like the quiet. I like walking through the trees. There's no noise pollution up here. I'm a solitary person. There aren't many people I tolerate because, in my experience, people let you down. Sparx swallowed hard, leaning in. That's very sad. Don't you have siblings? A family? Dash shook his head. My parents were around long enough after I was born to give me over to another family. The closest thing I have to a sibling is He stopped short. My friend, Chris, is the closest thing I have to a sibling. He's family, in a sense. I'm sorry about that, Dash, really. It is what it is. You can't miss what you never had. I don't know what I would have done without my sisters. Ember and Cinder drive me crazy sometimes, but I love them. We have good parents. I knew I wanted to be an actress before I knew how to speak, I think. They never judged or stopped me from chasing my dream. They actually drove me to auditions and got me an agent. No matter how busy they were, they always made time for my acting. When I got the role of Samantha Arden on The Town, they were so proud. They don't fully understand the acting world, but they made it work. My mom believed in my acting abilities before my first audition. I wouldn't be who I am, where I am, without them.
A stubborn woman who wants to learn how to survive in the wild?
Sparx giggled. Something like that. Though my sisters were surprised when I told them what I was doing. I quit my job, you know. This is all I have left. This program leads me to a role. I have nothing to go back to.
I'm sure you'd find something else. You're a beautiful woman, Shiny, and if your behavior today is any indication of your work ethic, any director would be lucky to have you on their payroll.
Thanks, but it's not enough, you know. Besides, I want to tell Mary Ann's story.
That's admirable, but I'm sure there are other ways of convincing the director you're right for the role.
She was the one to suggest your program. Shauna McNamara insisted. I need to do this.
I know who she is. She's done the course in every season. That woman could survive a nuclear event.
Well, good. Then teach me how to do the same. He snorted, earning him a glare from her. Dash, why are you so weird about me doing this? It doesn't make any sense. From where I'm standing, it demonstrates a lack of professionalism that doesn't line up with who you are. He turned toward the fire, his body going still and stiff.
That's my business.
Is it really because you don't think I can do this? Dash always moved fast, like a predator pouncing on his prey. The image suited him. He was all power and muscles. Sparx wondered what it would be like to be at his mercy. Her pussy clenched at the thought of kissing Dash, of letting him take things a little further. He was so handsome, even when he was bent over her, fury in his eyes. Sparx licked her lips to suppress a whimper of need that climbed up the back of her throat.
I think you can do anything you set that stubborn head of yours to. That's not the point.
Dash shook his head.
This conversation will lead us nowhere. All you need to know is that I know you have the determination to do the lessons, but that I am uncomfortable leaving you in the woods for 2 days. Not because I doubt you, because I don't want to.
In the most surprising move yet, Dash cupped her cheek in his hand, his thumb tracing her lower lip. Why? Her question came out in a breathy sigh.
You don't want to know.
I do, though, or I wouldn't have asked, multiple times. We keep talking around it. Dash inhaled, his eyes closing.
Don't push me, Shiny.
That fucking nickname. It was condescending. It burned her up to be considered shiny because the connotation was clear. He thought she was too precious. She'd show him precious. Pushing her hands up to his face, she angled her head until she could reach his lips. Sparx crushed her mouth to his. She didn't wait for him to respond, but traced the seam of his mouth, relishing the feeling of his scruff against her skin, her tongue. She dipped between his lips, exploring. Dash was immobile above her, his breathing hard and harsh. Shit, sorry. She backed away, face flushed and embarrassed that she'd let herself go insane. Dash brought up all kinds of emotions inside of her. Anger and frustration mixed in with desperate lust. It was a heady mix, but not one she had ever considered sexy before. She wanted to fuck him, right there on the couch. She wanted to burn away the awkwardness between them with their naked, writhing bodies. She wanted his mouth on every inch of her. She wanted to come riding his dick. Dash's momentarily statue state shattered. With a low growl of need, he pounced on her, pinning her down onto the sofa. His lips latched onto hers. This time his tongue explored her mouth, rubbing along hers. His strong hands were tangled in her hair as she angled her face to take deep pulls from her mouth. Her soft moans of pleasure crackled with the fire while he nipped and devoured to his heart's content. His erection, a thick, hard length, pressed into her, nestled between her legs. Sparx arched into it, desperate for more friction. She purred her bliss as he continued to kiss her. They were interlaced for a few more swipes of her mouth, but when a log popped, splitting because of the heat, Dash jumped off her. He pounced to the other side of the room, pacing back and forth as he ran a hand through his hair. "I get it," she said, her voice raspy with unfulfilled lust. "You don't want to leave me in the woods because you're attracted to me." Dash's head snapped in her direction. His hazel eyes went black, and his face shuddered. He was impossible to read. He didn't say another word, but stalked off toward the door and slammed it behind him. Sparx didn't see him again until the next morning. Chapter 8. Dash. Dash was going to have to burn his bed. Not just the sheets, but the mattress, the pillows. Fuck, even the frame would have to go. Sparx's scent would forever be ingrained in the furniture, and it would drive him to the brink of madness. He knew it would, because he had been on the verge of losing his mind all through the night. He hadn't just kissed Sparx. He'd made love to her mouth. He'd given her but a fraction of what he was desperate to give her. She'd kissed him with ardor, arching into his erection like she'd been born to it. He had nearly blown his load dry-humping her like a fucking teenager. They'd been so close to crossing a line they should never have towed to begin with. This was a disaster. Not only had they made out, but Sparx had guessed the reason behind his reluctance. How the hell was he supposed to face her now that she knew his secret? Well, part of it. Sparx knew he wanted her, but she didn't know who she was to him. She was his mate, and every fiber in his being was made to protect her from harm. How in the fuck was he supposed to let her roam the forest by herself when the grizzlies were causing so much trouble? No way in hell was that happening. Yet that was exactly what had brought his mate to his door. That's what she had paid for. Realistically speaking, he knew they needed to have an honest conversation, as honest as it could be, given his circumstances. She'd paid him to show her how to clean the catch, forage for food, hunt and provide for herself. Yet, as a mate, he only wanted to do what came naturally for him. Give her everything she needs and protect her with his life. "If you just explain that you're a shifter and that she's our mate, we can get a repeat of last night. But instead of running scared like an untried kitten, you need to man up and take her. You know she wanted it. I can still smell her desire. So can you. That's why you want to burn your bed." Dash ignored his tiger's thoughts. He had done so all night. As soon as he had left the cabin, he had shifted into his tiger and ran like a beast possessed all night. His muscles were sore, but he wasn't even close to exhaustion. There were too many things that were bothering him to be able to rest. Everything was leading him back to Sparx and the way she made him feel. The way he wanted her. The way he knew he couldn't have her. They were too different. Sparx was a beautiful, sophisticated woman who belonged in the glitz and glamour of her career. She was up here to learn how to survive for a role. True that she was resolved and determined, but it would fade. The interest she had in learning survival skills would evaporate when she got the role and finished filming the movie. There was no doubt in Dash's mind that she would indeed get the role in the film. He might not have seen his mate act, but he could tell that she was a talented actress. He knew she'd be great, and he wasn't going to stand in her way. Being tied to a tiger shifter was the last thing Sparx needed. Dash lumbered toward the cabin, his hand hovering over the handle. He didn't know if he wanted to go in just yet. What if she was still asleep? What if she had slept in the nude? A series of small sounds wafted through the air. Sparx was moving around in the cabin. Dash inhaled deeply, his last breath of fresh air before he got all turned around by his mate's scent and pushed through the door.
Sparx was sitting on the couch, a small notebook sitting on her crossed legs. She scribbled something before looking down at a book that was laid open on the sofa. It was all very confusing. What the hell was she doing? Studying? Her head snapped in his direction, a frown pulling at her features. "Morning," Sparx sounded unsure. "Morning," he repeated gruffly. "Where did you sleep last night?" The question took him by surprise. He thumped his way into the kitchen, where he noticed the wood-burning stove had been lit. From the small refrigerator, he pulled a jug of water and busied himself making coffee. He desperately needed it if he was going to survive another day in his mate's presence. "You light the stove?" he asked with a grunt. "Yeah, hope you don't mind, but it was cold. I was going to make coffee, but I couldn't find a coffee pot other than that thing on the stove." "Don't have a fancy electric pot or filters. I make my coffee this way every day." "Dash, where did you sleep last night?" Sparx repeated the question. "I stayed on the couch, waiting for you for a long time. When you didn't come back, I took the bed. I apologize for it, but the couch isn't exactly the coziest of spots." "It's fine," he grumbled. Yep, he would definitely have to burn his bed. Or maybe he would keep it, with her smell and all as a keepsake, something to remember the mate that got away. "Are you always so congenial in the morning, or is this reserved for me alone?" She flipped through her book as she waited for an answer. He didn't give one. His tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. "Well, I slept well. Your bed is very comfortable. Of course, it would have been way more restful for me to know where the hell you'd gone. It's not every day that a man gives me the best kiss of my life and then runs away like I had some kind of contagious disease." Dash's movements sputtered as he took out a loaf of bread. He damn near squished the loaf beyond repair. Best kiss of her life? For fuck's sake, it would have been so much easier if she'd chewed his ass out for lack of professionalism. But by the sounds of it, the woman wanted more of his kisses. "So give them to her, you big idiot." Dash didn't know if it was him or his tiger speaking, but it didn't matter. There would be no more kisses with Sparx. "I apologize for not explaining my behavior, but you learned how to survive alone on your first night. You even figured out how to light the stove for heat." "Well, thanks, but I would have liked to have known what was going on." "Life lessons don't come with a schedule or warning. You have to learn to think fast, find that desire to survive. Hesitation or overthinking things kills people in the wilderness." His voice shook as he said the last part. "I'm sorry. I should have warned you." Sparx turned slowly on the sofa to look at him. "You're sorry?" Her eyes were narrowed, tiny slits of hurt and judgment. "Is that really the truth, or did you sleep in the woods like some crazed mountain man because we kissed?" He blew out a breath, a muscle in his jaw ticking painfully as he tried to reshape the loaf of bread that resembled a tortilla now. There went breakfast. "The way I see it, if you're sorry about the kiss, then that means I have to be sorry too. But I'm just not. Tensions run high. People get wrapped up in moments and kiss. That didn't mean you had to sleep outside." Dash didn't say anything, focusing his eyes and energy on the ruined bread. With an annoyed huff, Sparx leaped from the couch and marched straight to him. She popped out a hip, hands framing her lush curves. "I thought you were pretty monosyllabic yesterday, but this takes the cake. It really does. You're going to have to talk to me sometime if I'm to learn anything from you. Now, where did you spend the night?" "Woods." "No shit. Here I thought you spent it at a 5-star resort." But that mouth of hers would get her into trouble. So would that sweet smell of hers. It would have been entirely easier if he wasn't a shifter just then. A regular man wouldn't have been able to smell her desire. Sparx could stand in his kitchen, giving him shit for kissing her and then leaving, but he knew that she was turned on.
The sweet scent of it filled his nostrils, filled the entire cabin with something so powerfully perfect. "I'm not going to let this go, you know, so you might as well start talking." Dash rubbed a hand across his mouth. "I took a long walk in the woods." There. That was close enough to the truth to count. "I don't need much sleep." That wasn't the truth at all. He loved to sleep because he was usually bone tired after a day of racing through the woods and teaching humans how to live in the wild. Add to that he had spent the entire day trying to ignore his mate, and he was one exhausted tiger. Sparx shook her head. "Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer it if you slept in here. I was sort of scared here, all alone last night. I found a way to keep the fire going to stay warm. Still, there were so many sounds. It got into my head that you were in danger, and I didn't have enough training to go save you because my instructor, the same man who could have been in danger, is a grumpy man who is reluctant to teach me anything of real substance because he wants to fuck me." That mouth. A low growl started in the back of his throat before coming out in a loud, "Stop!" Sparx was unimpressed. "Did I say something wrong?" She blinked at him innocently. "Maybe before you go all mountain man and spend the night in the woods again, have a thought about the person you kissed and who definitely kissed you back." I was worried. "This is my forest. You've got nothing to be worried about." A delicate brow arched up. "Oh, so you're allowed to be worried and try to dictate if I can stay here or not, but I can't worry about you?" He blew out a breath. Dash was used to quiet mornings in his cabin. Even when he had a client over, most people were too exhausted from their treks through the woods to be chatty in the morning. Besides, his typical demeanor didn't exactly invite conversation. Sparx wasn't fazed by it. In fact, it seemed to anger her into kissing him. Dash was a man of few words. He'd spoken more in the last 10 minutes than he had all month. That was including all of Chris's visits. "How are you this feisty this early in the morning? My brain isn't active yet." "Maybe if you hadn't slept in the wood." Before Sparx could go off on another diatribe about his sleeping habits, Dash sealed his mouth to hers. One hand cupped the back of her neck, while the other pressed her deep into his embrace. His tongue tangled with hers between the nips of her lips. She tasted of toothpaste and berries. It was the most delicious breakfast he'd ever had. Only one thing would beat it: her pussy. But no way was that happening. He tore his mouth away from her, turning his back toward the smushed loaf of bread. "Are you going to disappear in the woods again?" Sparx asked. Her tone was undercut by her breathy voice. The kiss hadn't worked as he had anticipated. He hadn't shut her up at all. Now he was hard enough to pound nails. She was wet and flustered. "As soon as we eat some breakfast, we'll head out for the first lesson. You might want to wear a few layers. It's a bit cold on the mountain this morning. Looks like rain." Sparx mumbled something under her breath before stomping out of the cabin. As soon as the door slammed behind her, Dash slumped onto the counter. Just what in the fuck was wrong with him? It was bad enough that he had kissed her last night. He could easily blame it on the romantic glow of the fire. But this morning, there was nothing to hide behind. Sparx was animatedly talking at him, giving him shit for not sticking around. It should have been annoying. It should have driven him straight to the conclusion that he very well could leave her alone in the forest for 2 days. Instead, it had been cute. With the water boiled on the stovetop, Dash prepared the coffee and grilled slices of bread. He slathered the golden brown stack in butter before setting everything down on the small dining table. "Breakfast!" he roared. He knew she was sitting on the front steps of the cabin. He could hear her frustrated huffing and puffing. He was right there with her. Sparx waltzed in, her shoulders back and her head held high. She sat down at the table with a quiet "thank you." Her perfect white teeth sank into a piece of bread while her hand reached for a cup of coffee. She took a big gulp and immediately coughed, her face going red and angry. "What is that?"
"Coffee," he answered between sips of his own. "That's not coffee. It's cowboy coffee. It gets the job done."
"Yeah, if the job is to kill me. It's bitter and—" She shuddered. "How is it thick? Why are there chunks in it?" So maybe he hadn't exactly perfected the technique for cowboy coffee. He had a distracting mate, making everything that much harder this morning. And he wasn't just talking about his cock. Chapter 9. Dash. Dash would never again underestimate Sparx Brady's will and determination. His mate was one hell of a firecracker. She listened to everything he taught her with an intensity that made his heart clench and his cock hard. Teaching survival tactics had never been sexy. It was now. Somehow, during the breakfast of squished bread and chunky coffee, they had come to an agreement that they would not kiss again, nor would they discuss the two lapses in judgment. He was grateful for it. If Sparx kept on bringing up kisses, he was likely to ravish her mouth again, and probably again right after. Sparx wore a pair of tan yoga pants, an army green tee, and a black zip-up hoodie. Her hair was up in what she called a messy bun, exposing that neck he wanted to bite. The tight Lycra garments molded her curves, making her a delectable snack he wanted to slowly unwrap. He would need to spend another night running through the woods to keep from losing his mind. The real solution would be to jack off, but his cabin wasn't built for privacy. He wasn't running the risk of Sparx walking in on him, stroking his erection while he thought of her. Dash lived on his mountain to avoid feeling trapped, to be free from any cage. With his mate in his space, he felt caged for the first time in his adult life. He was a prisoner to the way she made him feel, the lust consistently coursing through his veins. Together, they hiked the side of the mountain while he taught her a few key survival tricks. She knew how to orient herself now, how to make a shelter or where to find one. She could make a fire, purify water using a t-shirt, rocks, and sand. Sparx learned how to make a snare, a successful one at that. She had caught a rabbit for dinner. Back at the cabin, Dash showed her how to skin and butcher the creature for their meal. Sparx hadn't liked that lesson. She breathed hard through it, her eyes lined in red. Dash knew she had gone to the woods to cry after they'd skewered the rabbit onto a spike. It would be delicious, slowly roasted over the fire, but Sparx had it in her head that the bunny would be missed by his bunny family. It was a silly notion. Didn't the woman know where meat came from in the supermarket? But it was also sweet that she felt terrible for hunting. Sparx had a good heart, one that was tender and caring. If she was any other client, Dash would have found the tears to be foolish and frustrating. But on Sparx? Well, he wanted to hold her in his arms to console her. That wouldn't be happening any time soon. Dash turned the skewer over the fire before stirring the potatoes and veggies. His garden was technically cheating. Out in the wild woods, the chances of running into a garden stocked full of fruits and vegetables were slim to none. But he'd learned that his clients needed more than straight-up meat. He was fine with it, but he did enjoy a bit of greenery every now and again. "At least it smells good," Sparx said, coming into the cabin. Her eyes were glassy, and the tip of her nose red from crying. She settled on the couch in front of the fire. "It'll be good," he assured her. "I'll never be a hunter," she stated as she grabbed her little notebook from the table. She bent over it and scribbled just like she had done in the morning. Curiosity got the better of him. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking notes. I learned a lot today. I want to make sure I remember everything." Dash blinked at her. "You're taking notes?" "Well, yeah. This is all new to me. I don't want to forget anything when I'm out in the woods alone. This is research for a role, after all. I want to have this experience handy when I'm filming, if I get the role." "Your dedication is commendable."
That was the only thing he could think to say. How lame was he? Still set on spending the 2 nights in the forest alone?
Yep.
Sparx emphasized the P with a pop. He grunted his response, stirring the veggies again. Now that they were back at the cabin, a tiny enclosed space, pushing away his desire for her was difficult. He'd kissed her on that couch. He'd kissed her in his kitchen. He'd also drooled over her ass all day, imagining what those shapely legs would feel like, wrapped around his waist while he fucked her good and fast. Or maybe it would be soft and slow. Dash couldn't decide how he wanted her more. Do both, moron. Dash ground his teeth down. His tiger was the thirstiest bitch to have ever lived. There was no doubt about that. How was he supposed to sit through dinner with a raging erection? Sparx would notice, and he'd lose bits of his sanity. Do me a favor. Turn the skewer every few minutes and stir the veggies. I gotta go get more wood. There's wood, all right. Stupid fucking tiger. Dash beelined for the small stack of wood and grabbed his axe. The logs were already chopped into the perfect strips of lumber for the stove and the fireplace, but he needed to do something to kill his heart on. He chopped and chopped until the wood would only be good for mulching. His cock was only just starting to die down. It was something, at least. He stalked back toward the cabin when he heard it. Sparx' voice. She was talking to herself. With his shifter hearing, he knew she was reciting the lessons learned throughout the day. And of course, you can't go around kissing grumpy men in the middle of fucking nowhere, Sparx. How is this a lesson you have to learn? So what if he has the most delicious mouth ever? So what if they were the best kisses ever? Keep it together. He obviously doesn't want you as much as you want him, she grunted to herself. Maybe if we fucked, he'd be in a better mood. Oh, stop it, Sparx. Hearing her private thoughts did something to him. Sparx had enjoyed kissing him. He'd known that, obviously. She'd kissed him back, and he had definitely smelled her desire for him. But hearing her say that they should fuck, it was too much. Dash changed directions. Instead of getting back to the cabin, he made his way to the outdoor shower. The generator had been off, and the water would be cold. That was the point. A nice cold shower would clear his blood and scrub his mind. He stripped and stood under the cold water. The droplets were ice against his heated skin. It did nothing. He was still keyed up. He still wanted to pounce on Sparx and show her just how well grumpy tigers fucked. With a groan, Dash realized that his hand was wrapped around his erection. He squeezed the shaft hard before pumping his hand up and down. He was already halfway there. There was no point in stopping. Maybe if he came, he'd have a bit of peace, and he would be less likely to kiss Sparx again. He inhaled deeply, letting his mind fill with her scent, with the way her lips felt on his, the small moans of pleasure she had made when he devoured her mouth. Fuck, but she was sexy. Those goddamn yoga pants were made to torture him, he was sure of it. She had to know what that tight ass of hers did to him. He wanted to fuck her from behind, gripping the perfect globes while he took her. Deep, slow, fast, hard, any which way. With a suppressed groan, Dash blew his load. It had been embarrassingly fast, but finally he was relieved. He should have jacked off the night before. Maybe then he would have gotten some sleep. Dash shook himself out, drying his wet body in the cold night air. He pulled his clothes back on before heading back into the cabin. Sparx stood by the fire, turning the skewered rabbit. I have no idea when this will be ready. I thought maybe you had disappeared into the night again. I was going to chance eating this poor thing. It's ready, he answered, making his way over to her. It doesn't take much time. It might actually be overcooked. I took longer than anticipated. Because you were out there making yourself come like a selfish prick. Sparx should have been the one to come, all over your dick. For fuck's sake. He was hard again.
How? Just how was he supposed to get a moment's peace if he was constantly keyed up around Sparx? He turned away from her, bringing the rabbit to the dining table. Sparx went to the cupboard and pulled down plates and grabbed cutlery from the drawer. She set the table while he scooped veggies and potatoes onto their plates. In complete silence, they tucked in. He devoured his meal, starving as he always was. Sparx pushed the food around her plate but barely ate. She needed her strength for the next day's lesson. When he told her as much, she shrugged. "Do you not like rabbit?" "I've never had it before. I'm more of a sushi lover." "We can fish tomorrow if you prefer." Sparx nodded. "I think we need to talk about something." Dash's bite stopped halfway to his mouth. "We really don't." "Dash, we do. I'm going to go out of my mind if you keep running hot and cold with me. You kiss me, then fuck off for the whole night. You spend the whole day teaching me neat things about surviving, after another kiss, I might add. You can't be in the cabin with me for more than a few seconds at a time before you start sighing and grumbling. I know you're attracted to me. So I was thinking, if we lay everything out on the table, maybe it'll be easier for both of us to get through the rest of the week." He didn't say anything, just shoveled more food into his mouth. "Fine," she snapped. "I'll go first. I'm Sparx Brady. I'm in my 20s, but I refuse to state my real age to anyone because that shit is used against actresses all of the time. We age out of jobs very quickly. That's why I was okay with quitting my job with the town. Soon I'll be considered too old to play the femme fatale. They'll write me a soft storyline where I fall in love with a good man and have a few kids. I'll be playing mother to the new version of Samantha Arden. If I break into movies now, I'm still young enough to play some interesting roles. It's my secret dream to step behind the camera. Direct, I mean. That's one of the reasons why this project with Shauna is so important to me. I want to see what it's like to work with a female director. I want to soak up all of the knowledge I can from her. I want to play strong female characters. And then I want to direct badass ladies in movies that tell a good story. I'm close to my sisters, even if they drive me insane sometimes. I love my parents for how supportive they are, and I know just how lucky I've been. A few years ago, I had a stalker who was intent on killing me or keeping me locked up somewhere. I'm not too sure, really, but I know if I'd had survival training back then, instead of depending on others to protect me, I would have been able to escape the kidnapping. I like to learn new things, and when I set my mind on something, I get that shit done. I don't want any regrets in my life. I haven't had a boyfriend in a long time because the men in my business kind of suck. I want to have kids one day, but I'm scared to death of being a crap mother because I care about my career so much. I'm scared of spiders, and I think squirrels are adorable, so please don't make me kill one." She blew out a breath. "And that's me. Now you." Dash blinked up at her. He had never gotten so much information in such a small amount of time. He was dizzy. "There's no way I can say as much as you." "Try." "Sparx. Please, Dash. Maybe if we know each other more, it'll be less awkward around here." "I already told you everything there is to know yesterday. I'm not a complicated man. What you see is pretty much what you get." This could have been the perfect time to tell her that he was a shifter, but he wouldn't. That would only lead to admitting she was his mate. He wouldn't tell her that, ever. It would bind them, and it was pretty fucking clear that Sparx wanted to go places, be somebody. All he wanted was peace and quiet on his mountain. "Do you have hopes and dreams?" she asked. "You're looking at them." "Don't you get lonely?" "No." Sparx crossed her arms on the table. "You're not very chatty. I guess it's a good thing that I'm chatty enough for the both of us." Sparx got to her feet and began clearing away the table. Together they did the dishes. Dash wasn't surprised that they made a good team. Sparx hadn't said another word since she'd said she was chatty enough for the both of them. Dash didn't know if her silence was a ploy to get him to talk, but it wouldn't work. He had nothing to say. He'd given her the most he could about his life. The only thing he was keeping back was his tiger and the way he felt about her. And that she was his mate. Sparx' question about his hopes and dreams had made him reflective. He believed that he was living his dream, alone on his mountain. He was a landowner. He had a home that was all his. He spent his days roaming the woods, and he helped his alpha keep the streak lands safe. What more could he want? A mate, a few cubs, some excitement beyond hunting and sleeping. His tiger was wrong. Dash had never wanted those things before. That was before Sparx walked into our life, and you know it. You should have been a mule, not a tiger. My virility is wasted on you. Nice. Now his tiger was turning against him. Ever think that this inner dialogue you've got going on is exactly what Sparx wants to hear? She's interested. She wants to know more about you. Do you want some? Sparx' voice cut through his thoughts. They were sitting in complete silence on the couch, him at one end, her at the other. The fire was roaring in the fireplace. Dash had a book about the uses of dandelion in his lap, while Sparx was scribbling in her notebook and flipping through a survivalist book. She held out her hand to him, where a chocolate bar was broken into bite-sized pieces. Oh, I can't remember the last time I had chocolate. He took a piece and popped it into his mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. It's the good stuff. I love chocolate, but I can't eat it usually. Dash waited for her to go on. She didn't. Why not? He finally asked. The network is pretty strict about my clothes. It's this unwritten rule. I have to fit into the size of clothing they provide. If things start getting too tight, I get a visit from a trainer or a nutritionist. Anger bubbled in his blood. Is that even legal? She chuckled dryly. No, it's not. But like I said, it's all done covertly. Besides, it's expected in showbiz. Have another piece, Shiny. Christ, eat the whole thing. No one should tell you what to eat and how much of it. She gave him a grateful smile. Well, I quit, remember? There will be no visit from an evil trainer anytime soon. Though, now that I am an out-of-work actress, I should probably be concerned about replacing my clothes. That's not an expense I can justify. Just keep wearing yoga pants. You look fantastic in them. Fucking tiger, why did you make me say that? The damnable beast was adamant it wasn't him. Apparently, the truth had just slipped out. Sparx' smirk widened, a twinkle in her eye. Why, Dash Jones, if I didn't know any better, I would think you gave me a compliment just then. You know you're a beautiful woman. Doesn't mean I don't like hearing nice things about myself. Everyone needs that every now and again. Dash didn't know what to say, so he remained quiet. For example, Sparx said after a drawn-out silence, I think that you're an insanely attractive man. You have beautiful hazel eyes. You might not talk a lot. I guess that's because you spend so much of your time alone. Your eyes talk for you. She inched closer to him on the couch. Just then, when I moved, your eyes said something. You felt panic. He swallowed hard, his cock tightening painfully in his pants. You don't want me to sit by you. You're scared we'll kiss again. But this, her soft fingers brushed the corner of his eyes. Right here. I can see the beginning of a frown. You're fighting an urge. Her voice was a beautiful whisper. What do you yearn for? Shiny, he growled out the warning. I'll tell you what I yearn for. She moved even closer. I want to see you come the next time you jerk off. His breath hitched. He swallowed his tongue, and his balls pulled hard. If you think you were quiet, you were wrong. You roared my name when you showered earlier. Sparx got to her feet and retreated behind the privacy screen. What the fuck? Had he really done that? His tiger snickered. You're welcome. Chapter 10. Sparx. Sparx laid in bed with one hand pressed to her mouth, the other against her heart. Her breathing was erratic, and her heart was going way too fast. About 10 minutes had passed since she'd dropped a bomb in the cabin. Since then, she hadn't uttered a single word, but neither had Dash. The man hadn't moved from the couch, his face still looking shell-shocked. She couldn't quite believe what she had said, what she had done. Earlier, when she had heard Dash jerking off, when she had heard him say her name, she thought he had done it on purpose. It was pretty damn clear that Dash didn't know how to say how he felt. He wasn't used to letting people in. Sparx thought it had been an invitation. She had seriously miscalculated. She should have known, really, after he was so quiet during dinner. Now the damage was done. Telling him she knew he'd jerked it while thinking of her had been a serious thing. Now the awkward level had reached epic proportions, and she wasn't sure how they were supposed to come down from it. How were they going to spend the rest of the week together now? You fucked up, girl. Sparx shifted, smashing her face into the pillow to let out a silent scream. The night before, Dash had disappeared to do fuck knows what in the woods, because of a couple of kisses. Now that he'd been caught fucking himself to her, he was bound to set the mountain on fire with her along with it. Dumb mouth, silly woman. Quiet mountain men didn't make good boyfriends, especially when they were reluctant to let you in. She should have known better. The bed dipped, and a weight pressed onto her leg, but Sparx didn't move. Great, now she was imagining someone on the bed with her. Shiny. She stilled, holding her breath. Sparx, will you look at me, please? No, thank you. Dash squeezed her leg gently. Fine, he sighed. It'll probably be easier to say this if you're not looking at me. She heard his breathing, but he remained quiet. She could all but smell the burning gears of his brain trying to work out an easy letdown. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have screamed your name. I didn't know I had until you told me. I guess I'm too used to being alone. I didn't know I had said a word. I'm sorry if it caused you any distress. Sparx threw the blankets off her and sat up. Caused me distress? Are you kidding me? You've kissed me. Twice. She held up her fingers as if it would clarify just how many kisses there had been between them. Then you fuck off all night. You come back, grumpier than ever. We have a good day in the woods, though I could have done without more of the grumpiness. We come back, share a nice meal after you gallantly ignore my tears over the bunny. Then you go and take care of yourself. Shout my name. And what, Dash? What is supposed to cause my distress? That you want me? That I want you right back? That for some fucked up reason you seem intent on staying quiet and far away from me? You're my client. I'm also a grown-ass woman. Do you own your business? Yes. Do you have any rules about fraternizing with your guests? He was quiet, but his silence was telling. You don't. So why can't this happen? Dash of the silent mouth said nothing. Is it because it would be temporary? Do you have a girlfriend? Did you run out of condoms? What? She crossed her arms and stared him down, vowing not to speak again until he did. But Dash didn't utter a single word. He just kept on squeezing her leg, his eyes fixed on the blanket. The quiet, the stillness was impossible to cope with. With a grunt, Sparx threw her hands up in the air. Would you say something? If, he rumbled low, fucking finally. If you were to take things further, it would be it for me. I don't understand. I'm not the kind of man who fucks around. If we have sex, I'm done for. I'd be yours forever. And your stay on the mountain is short. You've got big plans, places to be, a career you adore. No matter how much I want you, I can't let it happen. I'm trying to protect us from each other. Sparx blinked at him. She couldn't understand the man she was already wet for, because apparently just having his hand on her, just yelling at him, was foreplay enough for her.
That's some pretty all-or-nothing thinking, Dash. I could be a bad lay. Not possible. I drive you insane with all of my talking. Absolutely. So, can't we just enjoy this attraction and let it be what it is? Sparx knew she'd be done for, too, if she slept with Dash, but he didn't need to know that. I've got to say, this is the first time I've begged to be fucked. Dash cupped her cheek, and for a second, she thought she'd won him over. Her pussy clenched excitedly. A woman like you should never beg. He inhaled long and deep. Get some rest. Tomorrow is a big day. The quiet mountain man left. There had been no rest at all. Sparx had laid in Dash's bed for a long time. When he left the cabin after she had thrown herself at him, she was sure she would die from embarrassment. She hadn't. Her only saving grace was that he said he wanted her to. If she hadn't heard him bellowing her name when he came, she would have been embarrassed enough to leave the mountain. What kind of sense of honor did the man have? And why, please, fuck, someone tell her why she always had to go after what she wanted. Just this once, she could have cooled her heels and let things be. But nope, she wanted him, and she wasn't going to stop until she had him. That attitude had gotten her far in life. It was the first time she felt let down by her grab-em-by-the-balls attitude, and it stung. Dash's rejection was probably the worst pain she had felt in her whole entire life. Not because she was a spoiled princess, but because it hurt everywhere, from her brain to her heart to her soul. Her pussy, her lips, every inch of her itched with it. When the fire had nearly sputtered in the fireplace, Dash had quietly come back into the cabin. He threw a few logs on the fire and kicked off his heavy boots. She had pretended to be asleep to make sure she didn't open her mouth again. Maybe she would have fallen asleep for real if Dash hadn't tucked the comforter higher on her body and kissed her cheek. He kissed her cheek. He wouldn't make out with her. He wouldn't fuck her. But the enraging man would tuck her in and kiss her cheek. What in the actual fuck was that all about? Sparx had spent the entire night replaying the moment over and over again. It was interspersed with naughty thoughts of him every time she remembered the sound of his climax as he shouted her name to the stars. For a second, a wild and devious second, she contemplated finger-banging herself in revenge and screaming out his name to see how he liked it. She hadn't. He was on the couch instead of God knows where in the woods, and she felt safe with him around. When the sun started to rise, Sparx stopped pretending that she was asleep. She got up, grabbed a towel, and went to the outside shower. It was hard to shampoo her hair, knowing Dash had stood in the very same spot but a few hours ago and pleasured himself. She managed to shower before the water ran out and slipped on a pair of sand-colored yoga pants. Her gray sports tank was so pale it could easily be mistaken for a rock. All of the clothes she had packed were forest or camouflage in hopes of blending into the trees better. It was supposed to help hunting. Too bad it didn't help with Dash hunting. With her long brown hair dripping down her back, she returned to the cabin. Dash was up and changed into a fresh pair of pants and a black tee that stretched across his muscular body. Her mouth went dry at the sight of him. He was buttering bread and pouring some of the gross, chewy coffee. She knew that if it wasn't for her, not a word would be uttered. She contemplated remaining quiet, but it was too much for her. It was too awkward to ignore him in the tiny cabin. "Good morning," she said, settling at the table. "Hi," was his only response. "Glad to know you slept in the cabin last night. Tonight I'll take the couch. You can take the bed. We'll alternate, especially since you didn't sleep 2 nights ago." Her chatter was met with more silence, so Sparx rolled her eyes at his wide, delicious, angering, perfect back. "I'm wondering what my lesson will be today. The brochure mentions something about poisons and predators. Is that what we're doing today?" Seems like the logical choice. From what I've read, forests are full of little berries and plants made to kill the unsuspecting human. It'd be great if I could avoid those when I'm alone in the woods. And so the morning went. She chatted to herself, never letting up in hopes that he would say something, anything, to her. Really, she was hoping that he'd use his mouth to shut her up. Even she was annoyed with the sound of her voice. How was he so calm, so collected? Dash only started talking when they reached a tiny clearing. He pointed to a few berries that were safe to eat, showing her the patterns of the leaves of the ones that would kill her. Some plants were safe to eat in a pinch. Though I don't suggest tree bark again. Sparx swallowed her tongue. Did you just make a joke? Dash shrugged and failed at hiding his smirk. Was her constant talking melting his resolve? Holy shit, you told a joke. A good one, too. She giggled as he picked up a poisonous berry. Looks like I won't have to eat this for a bit of relief from all the chatting. That's 2, she gasped. 2 jokes. Were you thinking up those all morning? Is that why you've been so quiet? He shook his head. Come, I'll show you what squirrel tracks look like. Squirrel? The snare you made yesterday could have caught a squirrel. I am not eating a squirrel. This way, he said, turning his back to her. Sparx chased after him. Seriously, I can't eat cute things anymore. Last night was almost too much for me. I know that in a dire situation I would, but this is just to pretend dire. I'll just show you how to track, Shiny. I won't force you to kill anything. She breathed a sigh of relief as he led her deeper into the woods. If you have a good shelter, the hope is that the predators don't bother you. We'll get more into predators tomorrow, but see those tracks? Those belong to a brown bear. Are there a lot of dangerous creatures on the mountain? More than you'll ever know, Shiny. More than you'll ever know. And with those ominous words, he led her back to the cabin. Sparx had the distinct impression he had been talking about himself. Chapter 11. Dash. Dash didn't believe in hell. At least he hadn't before Sparx Brady drove up his mountain in that tin box of hers. With her form-fitting yoga clothes and chipper attitude, she was quickly imprinting herself on every inch of his land. Not just the physical land of his forested mountain. His heart. When she left, she would always haunt his haven. He was mortified that his tiger had found a way to roar her name out in a private moment. The beast argued that it was a private moment he should have been sharing with Sparx to begin with. Dash wouldn't fight with himself over this. His mind was too full as it was. Sparx had offered herself up to him. She wanted him, bad, as much as he wanted her. It had taken every single part of his strength and self-control not to make love to her last night. But he had told her the truth of it. If they slept together, he would be lost. He wouldn't be able to get back to his life. It would be easier if he fought the attraction while she was around, only to let it fade when she left. It would hurt. A lot. Being apart from a mate was no joke. It wasn't something he took lightly, but he wouldn't stand in the way of Sparx's aspirations. He loved her too much for that. Because yes, he did love her. It didn't matter that he had only known her for a short time. It didn't matter that they hadn't slept together. He had kissed her, and in that embrace, he had learned everything that he would need to know. He would always be hers, but she couldn't be his. Sparx's shininess belonged to the world. He couldn't keep her locked down on the mountain. It would be a crime to dim her bright light. He stayed on the couch to tend to the fire and make sure Sparx knew she was safe. He was an asshole for leaving her that first night. He'd clearly lost his mind to leave his mate to fend for herself like that. Sleep hadn't come. It was too hard to shut down his mind to get any rest.
Refuting Sparx' advances was the hardest thing he ever had to do, and he'd once faced down a brown bear with rabies. He'd never had to blend his job responsibilities with the longings that came from finding your mate. The day on the mountain had been productive. He was able to teach her quite a bit. Sparx was a quick study, probably because of all the books she had read. She took notes as soon as they got back to the cabin. He'd spotted her reading through the notebook to quiz herself a few times. It was fucking adorable, but it was also good to see she was taking it seriously. Dash didn't know how to tell her that she would never be alone in the woods. If she still insisted on doing the final test, he would secretly be with her every step of the way. The plan for the rest of the afternoon was pretty simple. He taught her how to make a forest stew. It was basically disgusting, but it could sustain life. And when stranded in the wilderness, that's all that mattered. Survival. Dash was also baking a fish he'd caught in the spring. He couldn't stomach more forest stew. It was like eating nuts dipped in dirt. "Is this what a poison ivy leaf looks like?" Sparx asked, coming toward him in the kitchen. He took the notebook from her hand to inspect the drawing. "That's poison oak." He grabbed her pencil and drew another leaf beside it. "Very similar." "Oh, right, thanks." Sparx retreated to the couch where she kept studying. The silence was heavy. It had never bothered him before, but right then it sure did. He missed the constant chatter. He wanted to commit every word Sparx said to memory. He would play it all back once she left. "Someone is here," he growled low, hearing the crunch of tires somewhere in the distance. "Is that bad?" she asked, her eyes wide. "Not sure yet." Dash had a feeling he knew exactly who had driven up the mountain. A knock came at the door, followed by a cheerful greeting. "Come on, you recluse! Open the damn door!" With a grumble, Dash let in Chris, who was quickly followed by his mate, Clark. "Thought I told you to stay away." Dash made sure his wide shoulders blocked out the entrance. It also hid Sparx from being spotted. Dash knew that the second Chris saw them together, the Alpha would know that something was up. He'd figure out that Sparx was Dash's mate. The last thing he needed was pressure from his Alpha to mate Sparx. So what if Chris had found the love of his life, Clark, and was never happier? That didn't mean Dash was going to have the same fate, the same luck. He was born to be alone. Life had seen to that more than once, first with his parents abandoning him, and then with his mate being a famous actress with big dreams. "We're in the middle of a lesson." Dash let the lie roll off his tongue, hoping it would deter Chris. It didn't. His Alpha waved him off. "Like I would let this opportunity pass me by because of a lesson. You're a shit liar, Dash. Besides, do you know how many brownie points this got me with my guy?" "A bunch," Clark said, pushing past both of them. "Oh my God, I cannot believe it's true. You're Samantha Arden." Sparx jumped off the couch, surprised by the sudden appearance of someone in the small cabin. Her surprise didn't last long. Dash saw an immediate change in her, like a switch had been flicked on. She was no longer the woman who climbed up a tree or stood in the cold spring. She was glitzy and glamorous, even standing in her yoga wear. She smiled brightly at Clark. "I prefer Sparx Brady when I'm not on set." She added a wink that made Dash swallow his tongue. Clark giggled and held out a shaking hand. "It's such an honor to meet you. I've been watching the show since I was a kid. I feel like we basically grew up together." "You're too sweet." "You are?" "Shit. I'm so busy gushing, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Clark. I'm Chris's mate." "Chris?" she asked, her eyes cutting to the Alpha. "Chris, Dash's only friend, the one who keeps him up to date on the news and makes sure he doesn't die in this cabin alone." She rushed toward him and enveloped him in a hug. "You have no idea how nice it is to see that you actually exist. I thought he made you up and was actually raised by wolves." Chris guffawed. "Aren't you hilarious? More like tigers, right?"
There was a glint in Chris's eyes that made Dash nervous. The alpha was perceptive. The jerk had probably figured it out. Dash waited for the impending crash, knowing there wasn't a goddamn thing he could do to stop it from happening. Tigers? Sparx giggled. That's random. Dash didn't tell me there are tigers on the mountain. I thought those only lived in the jungle or something. Chris chuckled, his eyes cutting to Dash. Oh yeah, Chris knew something was up. He'd probably smelled Dash on Sparx when she hugged him. Or maybe his alpha was a psychic. He wouldn't put it past Chris. The man was too smart for his own good. What? Chris patted Sparx's shoulder. It was a test, and Dash failed it when he flinched. Even though Chris was gay and happily mated to Clark, who was standing right fucking there, Dash didn't like anyone touching Sparx. It made his tiger rage with jealousy. The emotion was heightened because Dash didn't let himself touch her, at all. But fuck did he want to. Dash, you silly man! How could you not tell your lovely guest about us? No, Sparx, tigers don't only live in the jungle. He winked at Sparx before shooting Dash a mischievous grin. We're tiger shifters. That's what Clark meant when he said he's my mate. I don't follow. Seriously, Dash, you really need to be more forthcoming with your guests. He turned his focus toward a very confused Sparx. We're tiger shifters. I'm the alpha of this streak, and Clark is my mate, as in together forever and bonded for life. My one and only. Is this some kind of mountain man thing? Sparx asked, confused. Chris threw his head back with a deep belly laugh. Goodness, no, it's a shifter thing. We turn into tigers when the fancy strikes us. Sparx blinked slowly. Her panicked face slid away from Chris, going to Clark, who gave her a confirming nod before falling on Dash, who didn't want to look at her at all. He was never going to tell her about the tiger inside of him. He was never going to tell her that she was his one true mate and that they were destined to be together. He wasn't the kind of man who could explain it adequately. Not when Sparx had bigger plans than living on his mountain with him. If Dash didn't love Chris so much, not only as his alpha but as a de facto brother and only friend, he would have been furious with the other man. Chris patted Sparx's shoulder again before launching into an explanation of what shifters are and how the mate thing all works. He didn't miss a single detail, not even the love bite that sealed the two fates together forever. Sparx didn't leave the cabin screaming at the top of her lungs in fear, to her credit. She listened quietly and carefully. Then she said something that set the world tumbling. My sister Ember is mated to a shifter. When she first told me about it, I thought she was having a psychotic break or something. Maybe she'd eaten too much sugar. She's a baker, you know. I didn't realize it was a common enough thing that I'd meet shifters, too. Well, you have. You're staying on our lands, Chris said. Isn't that absolutely wonderful? Sparx gave him a wan smile. There was a tightness to it and a tension in her shoulders that made Dash nervous. She was pissed, and probably at him. She was scared, and rightfully so. Are you a shifter, too? She asked Clark. Oh, no, I'm just like you. I met Chris on the mountain while I was working. I'm a forest ranger, and I was sniffing around to deal with some bad activity happening on the other side of that mountain. It was completely by chance that I met Chris, but am I ever happy that I did? Clark stepped toward his mate and gave him a sweet, loving kiss. Those two were the definition of happily in love. Even after 2 years together, they still had that newlywed glow. When the jealousy hit Dash this time, it had nothing to do with anyone's hands being on Sparx, and everything to do with the realization that he would never have that kind of tender moment. Chris sat down on the sofa, patting the seat beside him. Sparx settled there, and along with Clark, the trio chatted away about shifters and what it meant to be mated. Sparx listened intently. Dash tried to ignore it all, keeping his focus on preparing dinner.
Every now and again, he could feel Sparx' eyes on him. He didn't know what to expect from her when Chris and Clark left, but he was sure of one thing. Her reaction to the news of Shifter's existence hadn't been at all what he anticipated. It definitely helped that her sister was mated. There was a tiny shred of hope in his heart now. It hurt. It cut deep, because even though Sparx knew of the Shifter's existence, there was no way he was going to keep her away from living her dream. Loving Sparx Brady meant letting her go. Chapter 12. Sparx. Sparx waved at the disappearing headlight with a bright smile. Chris and Clark had stayed for dinner at her insistence. Dash hadn't been too happy about the invitation she had extended, probably because it went against his plan for the evening. The plans, he never shared with her, were probably kissing her on the couch before he went to jerk off outside. He'd scream her name out, then disappear for hours on end, while she had to stay in the cabin alone with her thoughts. That was a dangerous thing to do when those thoughts were about the grumpy tiger who ran hot and cold toward her. Hearing about Shifters had been completely illuminating. It had given Sparx a better understanding of Dash. Chris had been very forthcoming with the stories from Dash's past, and she had soaked up every word, desperate to know more of the man. Once Chris's truck was out of sight, she turned to face Dash, crossing her arms. He leaned against the pillar, looking tense. Now that she knew him better, she could see through his nonchalant attitude. It was a front. Dash was actually a sensitive guy if she believed everything Chris had told her. And she did, wholeheartedly. Sparx had the distinct impression that Chris and Clark were trying to sell her on Dash during the entire evening. They were singing his praises and talking about all of the things he did for the streak, for nature conservation, and for people who wanted to learn survivalist skills. Dash Jones was a noble man, an honorable man. There was another suspicion playing in the back of her mind, and if she was going to get the truth out of Dash, she needed to play her cards right. Maybe if she knew him a little better, it would be easier to approach the topic. All she had was her short time with Dash and the things Chris and Clark had shared. It would have to do because she wasn't spending another night alone in the cabin, wondering what she'd done wrong to send Dash away. Sparx was sure she was holding the last piece of the puzzle. Only, the puzzle was a grumpy tiger who preferred quiet to a conversation. If she got it wrong, she would be embarrassed for real this time. She'd drive herself down the mountain and find another way to get the role for Shauna's movie. Sparx was ambitious, but she wasn't going to keep herself in a situation where she wasn't wanted, or where she wasn't welcomed. Everything hung in the next moment. She rolled her shoulders back, taking a deep breath as she made her way toward Dash. He didn't budge from his perch. She slid down onto the step, craning her head back to look up at the stars. Without any light pollution, the sky was completely lit up by stars. Some she had never seen because of the bright lights of the city. It made her feel small, but connected to something much larger than her and her dreams. It was a similar feeling to what she had felt when Chris had explained the mating of shifters. Ember had tried to explain it to her, but coming from a shifter, it was clearer. With a deep breath, she readied herself for the conversation. At least the stars were there to keep her company, whatever happened next with Dash. "I've got a question for you," she said, keeping her focus on the sky. Dash didn't respond as he waited for her to go on. "When were you going to tell me that I'm your mate?" Dash's arms slid from the pillar in shock. His face was impassive, and yet the slip of his cool demeanor was everything she needed to know. Her guess had been right. She nodded, blowing out a breath. "I guessed it the second Chris launched into the explanation. Why else would he bring it up with a human? From what Ember said, you shifters are pretty secretive about your existence. You only let mates in on your secrets, just like Chris did with Clark, like Kai did with Ember. I knew right then that I was your mate. I looked back at all of our interactions since I drove up the other day. You were so mad at me when I got out of my car. I thought it was about my clothes, but you were shocked that I was your mate, weren't you? Dash's sigh was so deep, she was sure it would knock down a tree or six. He sat down beside her, stretching his legs out. I was, yes, though shock doesn't even begin to cover it. Confused, frustrated. That's why you don't want me to go on the final test. You're protective of me. That's right. It goes against all of my instincts. But you're already fighting your instincts about me, so why does the test have to be any different? Dash didn't answer, crossing his arms instead. I can understand why you didn't tell me. We've known each other for 2 seconds. Coming up to a woman you don't know while she's under your care in the middle of nowhere, far away from society, and going, "So look, we are destined mates. Let's fuck and I'll bite you," isn't exactly a great conversation starter. Sparx, he began. No, please. You don't have to defend that part. I just want to understand something, Dash. We've kissed. I was ready to go further. You clearly were too, judging by the shower incident. So why keep this from me? Why not tell me? You know I want you. So help me understand why you keep pushing me away, because I'd love not to feel like a yo-yo anymore. Why are you here? He asked, but didn't wait for the answer. You're here because you want to get a role in a movie. You're determined and passionate about this potential part. You've got a life that is so different from what I have, from what I want. I didn't want to tell you because I don't want to trap you here. And you'd never leave the mountain. Dash sighed. I would. I just don't think I'd be comfortable in the city. I don't want to hold you back, Sparx. I look at you, and I see how great you'll be. It's too bright for the likes of me. You've got dreams that I would never dream of stopping you from chasing. I will always protect you, Sparx, even if it's from me. Dash, you silly man. The only thing you have to protect me from where you're concerned is your constant need to make decisions for me. You've been doing it since I showed up because you think you know better. First, you tried to get rid of me. Then you tried to push me away. Don't you think that now that I know everything, we should try to work together to find a solution? I told you, Sparx, if this happens between us, I'm done for. Don't you think it would be the same for me? She shot back, meaning every word. The whole shifter thing was new to her, but she already understood something. The connection between them was undeniable. It was powerful and brighter than the stars above. I don't have the answers, Dash. I don't know how we can be together, how we can be mates and have me be an actress. But I think we need to figure it out, together. That means no more shutting me out, no more monosyllabic conversation. And next time you scream my name when you come, you better be buried deep inside of me. Dash's head snapped in her direction. His eyes burned bright. There was so much longing, so many emotions in the hazel depths, it made her pussy clench with anticipation. Sparx, he growled low, desire thrumming between them. He grabbed her neck and smashed their mouths together. His kiss was rough, but perfect. His lips took hers with a passion that made her dizzy. His tongue tangled with hers as he took and gave. Dash devoured her mouth like a starved animal. That's exactly what he was. He was starved for her, Sparx knew. She felt the very same. Now the insane attraction, the one that was nearly irrational between them, made sense. She was meant for him. Fate had brought them together. If she hadn't been bored with her life, if she hadn't heard about Shauna's movie, if she hadn't quit her job, she wouldn't have found herself on Dash's front porch. Life had brought them together. But for whatever reason, Dash was fighting tooth and nail against their destiny. She wanted to understand why. Dash nipped her lip, kissing away the sting before delving his tongue into her mouth. It was a kiss designed to make her lose her mind. She angled her mouth to his, running her fingers through his hair. His groan of satisfaction spurred her on, and Sparx sat up from the step to straddle Dash. His erection was right there, pressed into her leg. "You want me? I want you." She arched into his cock to prove her point. "To top it all off, we're mates. We owe it to ourselves to be together. Do I know what the future holds? No, I don't. I don't have a job anymore. There is no guarantee that I will be the one to get the role. The only thing I know, Dash, is that you've been fighting against your instincts since I showed up. Let me get to know you, the real you, the man I am meant to be with." Sparx reached out and took his hand in hers. "Give fate a chance." Dash ran his free hand across his mouth. "Fate hasn't been kind to me, Sparx. I'll fall for you, and then you'll be gone." Sparx gasped softly. "Oh, so that's what this was about. You're scared to be abandoned again." He shrugged. "My parents left. You will too. It's better if I stay alone. No matter how much I want you, I'm perfectly content alone on my mountain." "That's bullshit," she snapped. "You think you want to be alone on the mountain because you honestly believe that's all you're worth. Because two idiots decided to leave you behind 1,000,000 years ago. Well, newsflash, Dash, not everyone will leave you. Chris still comes up here to visit. He and Clark love you, and they would never abandon you. If you gave people half a chance instead of deciding how things will go, they might surprise you before they even begin. If we're honest with each other, we're both bored with our lives. It's because we've been missing each other, without even knowing the other existed." "Sparx," he sighed her name. It was loaded with all of the words he hadn't said to her. "This isn't the place for you. How would you live on this mountain with me? The cabin runs on a generator with only enough power for the fridge and a phone. It's not exactly what you're used to." "Stop, Dash. Stop trying to find reasons to push me away. Stop trying to find reasons why this won't work. Didn't you hear what Chris was saying? We're destined. That means no matter what, circumstances, life, challenges, we can face them together. How am I the one convincing you of this? You're the shifter. This is your culture, for the lack of a better word." Dash shrugged, his grip on her hips tightening. "Answer me this, Dash Jones. Do you want me?" "You know I do." "Would you do anything to hurt me?" His eyes darkened. "Of course not. I've been trying to protect you since you arrived." Sparx rolled her eyes, a smile tugging at her lips. "Oh yes, first from you, then the attraction between us, then the evil cold water." She traced the small lines at the corner of his eyes. "You frown too much, Dash. You're too serious because you think you have everything figured out on your mountain. Let me in." Dash studied her face for a long moment as he processed her words. Sparx let him take his time. He was so used to being alone, so used to being quiet. She wanted him to take the time he needed to think things through. "Answer me this, Sparx Brady," he finally said, imitating her earlier words. "Do you want me?" "Desperately, since the second I got out of my car." She shook her head. "Actually, since I saw your picture, but that's a whole other kind of want. You're sexy and brooding in the photograph. I developed a little crush on you, but that's nothing compared to what I've felt since I showed up here." "Would you," Dash faltered, "would you do anything to hurt me?" Sparx felt her heart break a little bit. Dash hid behind a wall of silence, his grumpy mountain man demeanor a front for the tender, loving heart that had been so neglected. She cupped his scruffy face in her hands. Dash Jones, you listen to me. I wouldn't hurt you." She took a deep breath and placed a soft peck onto his lips. "Let me in, Dash." He didn't say anything. She wasn't surprised by that. Instead, he nuzzled her neck and inhaled deeply as he hugged her close. They held each other close, the soft sounds of the evening playing all around them. Sparx let Dash hold her tight as he worked out everything in his head. She knew he needed time to process, to understand. He needed to keep her close to him to make sure she didn't vanish. She wouldn't, not even if Hollywood came knocking. Chapter 13. Dash. One thing was for damn sure. Dash hadn't spoken so much in years, decades, in his whole damn life. More to the point, he hadn't listened that much in years. But he soaked in every single word Sparx said to him as she straddled him. Dash knew the physical contact had been a crucial part of their connection. Having her on him had helped him process the words with more clarity. Sparx had been right about every last little thing. His mate was one perceptive woman. She'd seen him through the wall he built. He forgot he had even built it, but it had taken but a few short days around his mate for his defenses to come crashing down. He held Sparx to him, the front porch step digging into his back, but he wouldn't move. He couldn't. He had to stay close to the forest and to her to find his center, to ground himself in a new truth. Fate didn't have to mean pain. It could mean love. It could mean compromise. It could mean happiness. Sparx had brought him all that, as if her presence wasn't gift enough. He tightened his hold on her before getting to his feet. Sparx squealed in surprise, but she hooked her ankles behind his back as he brought them into the cabin. He kicked the door closed behind them and settled on the couch. She didn't move away, still straddling him, but in a much more comfortable setting. "I'm out of practice where talking is concerned." Sparx smiled at him. "I noticed." "I'm gonna fuck up what I want to say." "Then take your time, honey," she cooed. "You don't even have to say everything right now. Just knowing you heard me is good enough for now. The only thing I need to know at this precise moment is if you'll stop me." His heart stuttered. "Stop you? From what? From leaving at the end of the week?" "Words aren't your thing. Actions are. So, if we need to speak your language for the next little bit, will you stop me if I use your way of communication to say something?" Dash was completely lost. He frowned at her, realization only dawning on him when Sparx trailed her fingers under his shirt, inching it up until she could rip it off his head. Oh, fuck. Actions were his language. His woman was asking him to say something in a way he was comfortable. How could she know him so well? How could she know exactly what he needed? "Because she's ours. That's what she's been trying to tell you this whole time. You really need to get your head out of your ass." Dash pushed away his tiger's commentary. There was no room for the animal, not when Sparx was exploring the planes of his abs as she dropped soft, small open-mouthed kisses on his neck, down to his heart and up again to brush against his jaw. His cock was just about to burst out of his pants. His hands found their way under her tank top, only to realize she wasn't wearing a bra. He tugged at the material, sending it flying across the room. Sparx's breasts fit into his palms perfectly. He squeezed the creamy flesh, relishing the way she arched into his touch. He flicked the hardened nipples with his thumbs before diving down to capture one in his mouth. He curled his tongue around it, sucking gently. "I want you," he said to her with the pressure he applied. He kissed a line across her chest, every brush a promise. "I'll protect you. I'll always be there for you." He took the other nipple into his mouth, repeating the vows. Sparx cupped his cock between them, running her hands along his erection through the harsh material of his pants. He needed more contact, but he wouldn't get what he needed from this position. He pulled her into his arms once again to lay her out on the bed. He pulled off Sparx's yoga pants before kicking off his jeans and briefs. Dash wanted to fall on her and bury himself deep inside of her, but it was too soon for that. He wanted to remember every detail, every second. He would be replaying this moment over and over again in his mind for years to come. His mate was naked and waiting for him on his bed. She was willing and giving herself to him after she'd learned about shifters and mates. Dash harbored a secret hope in his heart now that Sparx was laid out on his bed, ready and waiting for him. She accepted that she was his mate. The implications alone could drive him wild, but he ignored it all to focus on his woman. He carefully crawled onto the bed and settled between her legs. His erection bobbed against the soft skin of her stomach as he lowered himself onto her. Dash captured her mouth in a kiss, delving deep into her mouth. Under him, Sparx arched up and closed her arms around his neck. She used the position to grind against him, heightening the pleasure and the points of contact. Dash had to steady his breathing and focus before he blew his load way too soon. "Sparx," he said against her mouth. "I don't have condoms." She giggled. "It's not like I brought any with me up to the mountains. I didn't expect this to happen. I've been on the pill since I was a teenager, and I'm clean." He nodded. "I'm clean too." "So fuck me, Dash. Bear. Just like that." "Are you sure?" "Dash." She arched her hips, and the scent of her arousal hit him everywhere. His heart, his soul, his cock. "Please, I want you." "Thank fuck," he growled. He wanted her just as badly. Sparx squealed in surprise when he dove for her tits again, his mouth closing around her hard nipple. He nipped at it before kissing his way to the other to roll it gently between his lips. He left a trail of wet kisses down her ribs, the curve of her hips, before he moved to her thighs. Sparx's breath hitched, and she bucked off the bed in anticipation. Dash pinned her hips down onto the bed before licking his way down to the juncture of her thighs. He teased her, licking the moistened, pouting lips of her pussy. "You taste," he rumbled in wonder. "It's so fucking wonderful." He repeated the motion, drawing out the moment before his tongue hit her clit. He took low, long licks to lap at her juices a few more times before spreading her wide open. "Wow," he whispered before tonguing the tight nub of pleasure. Sparx cried out his name, both hands going to his head to keep him there, like he would ever want to move away from this perfect spot. This is where he belonged. He was sure of it. Dash traced her pussy with his fingers, teasing her even though he felt her squeeze and clench, desperate for a bit of penetration. He'd get to it just as soon as he got a fill of her taste. More languid swipes up and down her slit, avoiding her clit, and Dash had a melting mate beneath him. She was gasping, pleading, saying his name like a plea. His smile was wide before he closed his mouth on her clit, sucking it hard into his mouth as he eased 3 fingers inside of her. Sparx sighed before her legs began trembling. She was close to her release, and fuck, that was the best sight he had ever seen in his life. His eyes were riveted on her every emotion as she took the pleasure he offered. His tongue twirled while he sucked, and he hooked his fingers deep inside of her, hitting just the right spot to send her over the edge. She bowed off the bed with a loud shout of completion, her entire body racked with shivers and shakes. She held on to his head, bucking into his mouth and fingers with wild abandon. Dash didn't stop until her pussy had stopped fluttering and clenching around him. He kissed his way up her body and nuzzled into her neck. His hard cock was leaking with anticipation, pressed into Sparx' hip. "Sparx!" His whisper was a ragged sound. "Yes," she cooed, arching under him. She reached between them and closed her hands around his cock. With a sure hand, she positioned him at her entrance. It was the permission he needed. He thrust into her with one strong push, bottoming out. The root of his cock reached depths that had them both gasping for breath. Dash gripped her hips before easing out and pounding in again. He wanted to be slow and steady, but it was all too much. "Fuck me, Dash," Sparx said, her eyes burning with desire. "It'll be fast and hard." "Good," she responded before biting his chest. "Fuck." Maybe he shouted that out loud. He wasn't too sure. But it didn't matter. Words lost all sense as he continued pounding into her. The only sound was their breathing and beating hearts. The slapping of skin and smacking of lips as they kissed through the pleasure pulsing between them was everything he needed. Sparx' kisses became sloppy when her pussy began to clench his cock hard. She was going to come all over his dick, he realized. He dipped his head down to playfully maul her tits, laving each perfect globe and nipple with his tongue and lips. With his hands on her hips, he tipped her up, reaching even deeper. It was all she needed. Sparx came apart under him, her nails clawing at his back as she rode him through the waves of her release. Fuck, there had never been a more beautiful sight. Dash watched her, greedily taking in everything about his mate. His pace increased, and he lost himself when tingles flashed up his spine. He shot to his orgasm, sending spurts of hot cum deep inside of his mate. She moaned, clenching his erection with a happy sigh as he poured himself into her. Spent, he collapsed on top of her for a second. When he regained control of his limbs, he settled beside her and took her into his arms. His breathing was still labored from the intensity of his release. He wanted to draw out the moment between them, desperate to keep their heated skin connected. "Dash?" Sparx asked. That was really intense. It was. "Is that a mate thing?" "Yes." He was sure of it. "Sparx?" he whispered. "Dash?" "I'm not done with you." She giggled into his side. "Good. I'm not done with you either." This woman. No, that wasn't right. His woman. There, that was better. The light of the moon was streaming in from the window. The pale white glow mixed with the fire's orange flickers to bask the entire cabin in shades of happiness. At least that's what it looked like to Dash. He laid on his back with Sparx' head on his chest. Her hair was soft against his skin as he rubbed his hand up and down her back. Her breathing was heavy. No doubt she was asleep. Dash knew he should catch some sleep of his own, but he was too happy to fall asleep. He didn't want this night, this moment, to end. Making love to his mate had been a revelation. That it had been his way of explaining how he felt for Sparx made it all the better. He knew that, eventually, he would have to find the words to tell her what was in his heart, but he wasn't there yet. The words got all jumbled in his brain and failed to come out. Had he known he was going to meet his mate, he would have practiced talking a little bit more, not just with his clients, but with Chris and Clark. He would make an effort to reach out to them soon. His first priority was, and would always be, Sparx. "Dash?" she asked, lifting her head up from his chest. "You're awake?" "Just enjoying the view, Shiny. You're beautiful when you sleep." Sparx smiled at him. "Even if I am drooling on you?" "Even then." he agreed with a smirk. I can feel you thinking, Dash. Is everything okay?
Everything is wonderful.
Oh, good. That's good. Sparx yawned, pulling a chuckle out of him.
Sleep, Shiny. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
We do?
You need all the rest and sleep you can get.
Okay, but only if you promise you will get some shut-eye too. I can't exactly chase down a deer like a certain tiger I know. His laughter was deep this time.
I'm not going to shift into my tiger to show you how to track and hunt deer. It's not like that is a skill you can learn and recreate.
Well, no, I get that. But I would like to see you in your tiger shape, if that would be all right.
Yes, she wants to see me. Take that, you great bumbling grump. Our mate wants to see me. I bet you she'll pet my fur. If you'd like, I can show you.
Yay! I bet you're a beautiful tiger, Dash. Hey, is that how you got your name? Because you're always dashing off?
I guess. I never really thought about it. Why did your parents call you Sparx? Don't your sisters also have fire names?
They do, yeah. I never thought to ask my parents why. They probably have a super cheesy answer to give. They're like that. Cheesy, I mean. You'll see what I mean when you meet them.
I'd like to meet them.
I bet you'll get along great with Kai, Ember's mate. He's almost as grumpy as you. Dash tickled her side, sending her into peals of laughter.
I'm not grumpy,
he argued half-heartedly. He was very grumpy. There was no doubt about that. But the teasing between them was fun. Light. It made him feel full of moonlight and sunshine all at once. He was coming alive for the first time in his life, and he had his mate to thank for that. She'd removed the curtains from around his eyes, around his heart, and let the light shine in. Dash knew that the light came from Sparx. She might not know why her parents had called her that, but he knew why he called her Shiny. It was because she was his own shiny spark, leading him into the world of the living.
Get some sleep, Sparx. We have a big day tomorrow.
I sure hope that more sex is on the agenda. He chuckled.
Of course.
Dash would get his fill of her. He'd fuck her, make love to her as many times as he could while she was still around. He pushed away the thought, desperate to hold on to his happiness for at least one night. Chapter 14. Sparx. Theirs was a slow start to the morning. It was hard to get out of bed when there was a naked Dash Jones with a raging morning erection. It couldn't go to waste, not now that she knew how good it could be with him. It took them an extra hour to get ready for the day in the woods. Not that either of them was complaining. Sparx had taken a pretty big chance the night before. Understanding that Dash was a man of action instead of a man of words had been an easy enough conclusion to reach. But she was a person who needed words. She needed to hear how he felt. She'd been nervous about laying it all out on the line, knowing Dash would need time to find the words. Somehow, as he made love to her, she had understood the words he hadn't said. Dash was that powerful. Their connection was that strong. With every brush of his lips, he made promises. She didn't hear words, but she felt them. Deep down in her heart, resonating in her soul. It had to be because they were mates. They were made to understand each other, even if they didn't express themselves the same way. Though she had told Dash exactly how she felt, she had tried, with all of her might, to inject words into her responses, into her own kisses and touches. Just like Dash would find a way to communicate how he felt with words, she would do the same with her actions. It was a learning experience, but it was worth it. Dash was worth it. Had she been down in the real world, close to her sisters and the rest of the world, it would have been easy to judge and question the connection she had with Dash. On his mountain, it was just natural to let nature run its course. Sparx was light and happy, truly content for the first time in a very long time. It wasn't only because she had found Dash. There was peace on the mountain, and she really enjoyed learning new skills. There were a few things that were difficult, like learning to eat cute things in order to survive. She also missed her shower and luxurious bathtub. Those were all things, though. She much preferred the experiences she was building with Dash. "Where are you taking me today?" she asked as they made their way away from the cabin. "That first clearing I showed you is actually a pretty big deer draw. I did it on purpose, of course, when I planted a few bushes there that attract them." "Are you telling me you doctored the mountain for the purpose of your business?" "I had to. I have to guarantee a certain number of lessons to make the courses worthwhile. It's all things you would actually find in the wild. Still, the mountain is pretty restricted in the experiences I can offer. It's a small, controlled environment." "Except for the grizzlies," she commented. Dash stiffened beside her. "That's right." "Do you really have no idea what they're up to?" "I've got a good idea. I think they're cooking up drugs and selling them in the neighboring cities." Sparx' footing sputtered. "Are you telling me there are coked-out bears, grizzlies, to be precise, roaming the mountain?" Dash chuckled. "I'm thinking more along the lines of meth. But don't worry, Shiny. I wouldn't let anything happen to you, first of all. And secondly, drugs and alcohol don't affect shifters in the same way as they do humans. Our metabolisms are too fast. Substances don't stay in our system long enough to have any sort of impact on us. But that doesn't mean the grizzlies aren't dangerous. I don't trust them, and I don't want them on my mountain." "Is there nothing you can do?" "Well, when their previous alpha was in charge, things were fine. He died, and his son took over. That's when things went bad. Chris and I tried to pool our money together to buy them off the land, but they refused. They really liked the seclusion the mountains give them. They asked for more money than we had, and more money than was logical. We had to walk away from the bargaining table. Thankfully, the forest rangers got involved, but the issue is that there is no proof that they're actually doing anything illegal. That means Clark can't involve the DEA or the ATF. We have to wait for someone to slip up. And so far, the only thing that they've done is manage to piss me off by crossing onto my land." Sparx listened carefully as they walked. Dash had just spoken more than ever before. The sound of his deep voice was beautiful, fitting perfectly in the wooded mountain. She wanted to keep him talking, so she searched her brain for the right kind of question. She was interested in learning more, but she knew that it had to be the right open-ended question to keep her man talking. "That's why you have the orange stakes, then, to remind them that you own this part. Do you own the mountain, or does Chris?" He snorted. "I don't own the mountain. I have a chunk of land up here. The vast majority of it belongs to the Streak. Chris runs it, just like his heir will run it one day. I would love to buy the grizzlies out. I'd expand my business enough to have my lessons outside of my own home." "I wondered about that. Do you always share your bed with your clients?" "Of course not. Most nights I shift into my tiger and sleep in the woods, but I pitched a cloth tent to pretend I'm sleeping in there. The clients never use my bed. There's a cot I set up." Sparx giggled with the realization. "A cot you never took out for me." Dash shook his head. "The first night, I didn't have time. And the second, I didn't want to wake you." He blushed, making him not only hot, but adorable. "Then last night, well, you were there." Was I ever? For what it's worth, I'm very happy that the cot stayed hidden while I've been around. "I might pull it out yet." Sparx' jaw fell. "Was that a joke? Did you just make a joke for the second day in a row?" Dash snorted. "Did it fall flat?" "No, it was hilarious, really. To think that you could resist me now that you have me." Dash closed the distance between them and swept her off the ground, throwing her over his shoulder in the same manner he had taken her out of the spring. Sparx giggled, cupping his ass instead of hitting him. She playfully bit his butt through his pants. His whack of surprise on her ass was reward enough. He nearly dropped her before spinning her around to gently place her back down on the solid ground. "You bit my ass." "I did," she winked at him. Dash's laughter was quickly becoming her favorite sound in the whole world. "Well, now that you've stopped our progress through the lesson, I might as well show you my tiger." The words were barely out of his mouth before he began stripping. Sparx had explored every inch of his body with her hands and with her tongue the night before. That didn't mean it was any less erotic to watch her man strip in the woods. His muscles worked under his taut skin as he peeled one garment after the other. His cock was hardening, pointing right at her. Sparx wanted to reach out and take full advantage of it. Even though they'd had sex last night, and before leaving the cabin, she was already starved for more of him. Dash didn't let her, though. He held out his hand. "Watch," he said. Slowly, his body began to morph into something else. Thick fur sprouted from his changing limbs. Sparx didn't like seeing the wince on his beautiful face, but soon she forgot all about it. Where Dash had stood seconds ago was a massive tiger. His fur was a bright orange that could only be rivaled by the hot noon sun. The tuft of white and black looked soft to the touch. Sparx held her hand up before putting it back down. What was the protocol? Was it okay to pet a shifter? Even if he was her mate, she felt like that was a very intimate, personal thing. She took a few steps closer, steadying her breath. It was difficult to reconcile the fact that the man she was falling for had transformed into an animal. Dash? The tiger inclined his large, beautiful head before blinking at her. If she thought animals could smile, she would be sure that Dash, the tiger, was smiling at her. "Can I pet you, or is that weird?" Dash huffed out a hot breath before laying down onto the forest ground in an easy but graceful movement. Sparx walked closer to the large beast, and with tentative fingers, she petted the soft fur. After a few strokes, she added her nails to the mix, scratching with a bit more vigor. Dash cooed, making her giggle. He really was a big cat, quiet and reserved, only letting a few select people into his inner circle. Sparx knew what a blessing it was to be one of Dash's chosen few. She trailed her fingers up to behind his ears, and she scratched again. One of his large paws kicked out at the air in a blissful display. Sparx laughed again before continuing her exploration of the fur. "Can I see your paws?" Dash extended one to her, and she gasped. Calling those man-killing machines paws was a misnomer if she had ever heard of one. His claws were nearly longer than her fingers, and the pads were rough and smooth all at once. "You're a beautiful creature, Dash, but I gotta say, I am glad I know it is you in there. If not, I would be running down the mountain in a panic. You're enormous." Dash huffed out a breath, and she knew he had laughed. "You're a little bit silly, honey," she said before patting his head. The tiger's warm hazel eyes were identical to Dash's. If there had been any doubt that the man had transformed into the big cat, seeing his eyes was proof enough. "Think you can change back so we can talk and go through the lesson now?" Dash bounced to his feet, but he didn't shift back right away. Instead, he took off at a run, chasing around the woods for a few laps. He launched himself into a tall tree, claws digging into the tree trunk. He leaped back down gracefully and advanced toward her. Sparx didn't move. Not because she was scared he would eat her. He'd already done that, and she had thoroughly enjoyed it. She was definitely looking for a repeat. No, she was immobile because it was mesmerizing to watch his advance. As he walked slowly, he turned back into the man. The fur retreated back into his skin in a feat of magic that went against all the laws of nature. The long fangs disappeared, too, leaving a line of straight white teeth in their place.
"What did you think?"
he asked, with a hint of self-doubt. "That was amazing. It's impressive, really. I knew you and Chris weren't lying about being tigers. Still, there is a difference between knowing something and seeing something. That was nothing like I thought it would be. It was cool as hell. Do you think that another day we could run through the woods together?"
"I'd like that. Very much so, Sparx. Thanks for not being scared of me."
"I could never be scared of you, Dash." She closed the distance between them and closed her arms around his neck and pressed a kiss to his mouth. Dash wasted no time wrapping her up in his arms to deepen the kiss. Through the thin material of her clothing, she could feel the hard planes of his muscles. His erection was pressed up against her, roaring back to life with an impressive speed. Sparx felt naughty. She'd never done anything sexual in public, not in real life anyway. But just then, in the pure quiet forest, in the arms of her mate, she wanted to do something truly shocking, something that would be theirs and theirs alone. She pushed away from him, earning herself a pout for her efforts, but she knew that in a few short seconds, he would understand why she had left his embrace. Sparx dropped to her knees, and without teasing or foreplay, she slit her lips around his cock. He hissed out her name in confusion, but he quickly caught on. His hand tangled in her hair as she hollowed out her cheeks, sucking the head hard. He groaned, his hips bucking. Sparx slid down the thick shaft, swallowing the salty pre-cum, proof that he enjoyed her attention. With one hand, she toyed with his balls, rolling them in the palm of her hand. The other explored his ass, reveling in the smooth skin. The head of his cock hit the back of her throat, but she took him deeper, knowing he was about to have one hell of a surprise. She rubbed at his tight entrance. He shouted out in surprise, but as she swallowed him deeper, he relaxed, his legs trembling. She'd never done that, but she'd read an article about it. Apparently, it heightened the pleasure of a blowjob, and she wanted to make this one the most memorable one he ever had. Sparx continued running up and down the shaft, sucking and licking as much as she could. If he didn't come soon, she would have a spontaneous orgasm from what she was doing. Was that even possible? Her pussy was so wet that she was positive that there would be a wet spot in her navy blue yoga pants.
"Sparx,"
Dash warned from above her.
"I'm about to—"
She hummed in the back of her throat. She knew he was close. She wanted him to come in her mouth. He had tasted her, and now she wanted to taste him, too, with a bellow of her name, much like the one he had shouted to the sky during his clandestine jerking session. He found his release. That's what she wanted, to earn the shout of pleasure he released when she brought him to orgasm. She swallowed every jet of cum greedily before easing off his softening cock. Dash fell to his knees before her, kissing her deeply.
"Sparx,"
he growled against her lips.
"I thought you said you wanted us to get to your lessons. That was definitely not on the lesson plan for today."
She giggled, kissing his jaw. "I know, but I've been wanting to do that since the night of the infamous shower." Dash chuckled.
"You're a vixen, you know that? How am I supposed to focus on keeping you safe, on teaching you what you need to know if you're pulling stunts like this?"
"Oh?" she teased. "Would you like me to stop? I can promise I won't have another naughty thought until we are safely back at the cabin later." She added a wink. Dash pushed her down into the forest ground, covering her body with his. His lips found hers, and he took deep pulls from her mouth, his tongue brushing against hers in a passionate embrace. Sparx was hot, heated, burning. She was desperate for some kind of release. Thankfully, Dash was just as keyed up as she was. In one fluid motion, he tore down her pants until they pooled at her ankles. Just like she hadn't wasted any time with foreplay, Dash did the same. He dove down onto her pussy, spreading her legs wide. His tongue went directly to her clit. The nub was already peeking out and ready for stimulation from giving him a blowjob. She knew her orgasm would happen freakishly fast, especially under Dash's talented tongue. He swirled his tongue around her clit over and over again before sucking it into his mouth. His fingers slowly inched into her clenching pussy. He curved them, hitting a spot that was sure to send her over the edge. It only took a few more strokes, a few more pumps, and Sparx was coming, screaming out his name to the trees. He didn't relent, even when her boneless legs collapsed on either side of him. His intention became clear a few moments later. He wanted her to come again. Sparx didn't know if her heart could take such a powerful orgasm on the cusp of the first. Dash sucked her clit, this time biting down gently as his fingers pumped in and out of her. She bucked her hips under him, chasing down the sparks of pleasure. She came for a second time, her toes curled in her shoes. Orgasms are an essential part of survival, it would seem, Sparx teased once they were clothed and walking away from their naughty spot. Dash wrapped an arm around her waist as they walked through the woods. It wasn't the most convenient way to get around the mountain, but Sparx didn't mind. She'd stay in his arms forever if she had her way. And she always got her way. Chapter 15. Dash. 2 full days and nights had passed since Dash and Sparx had shared their first night together. It was still his favorite memory, though they'd had quite a few more perfect moments since then. They spent their days on the wooded mountain before heading back to the cabin for a night of wild sex. There were positions Dash hadn't even known about, but it didn't matter how he took Sparx, so long as he could. The more he had of her, the more he knew it would hurt to let her go. He was teaching her everything he could about surviving in the wild. Thankfully, Sparx was smart as hell. She soaked up the knowledge and asked all of the right questions. He had no doubt that she would be just fine to complete the final test. His life had become teaching survival to Sparx by day and having passionate sex all night. The issue was that he didn't want her to spend 2 days and nights alone in the woods. It would kill him on so many levels. His mate would be out in the wild, exposed to the elements and all kinds of dangers. But there was more. The last 2 nights they had together on the mountain were going to be spent apart because she wanted to pass his program. He didn't want her in danger, and he sure as shit didn't want her away from him. After a particularly good but hard day in the woods, they were back in the cabin, sprawled naked and satiated on the bed. Sparx' head laid on his chest, her hand drawing lazy patterns against his side. "You're very far away," Sparx said. "I can almost hear your brain going." Dash sighed deeply. They hadn't had a fight, too wrapped up in bliss to have any sort of dangerous conversation. But he had to speak his piece. If the last 2 days had taught him anything, it was that Sparx was patient and rational, except when he was buried deep inside of her. Then, his woman lost all coherent thought, but getting off and getting him there too. Great, now his cock was hardening again, despite the 3 rounds they'd already gone. He didn't want a raging erection when he brought up the final test. That had no room in their bed. "Dash?" she asked, lifting her head up. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to go through the final test." The words came rushing out of him. "What?" She pushed away from him and sat up, clutching the sheet around herself. It was the first time she was shielding her body from his sight. He wasn't a fan of it. "Why not?" she demanded in a tone he hadn't heard before. "It's dangerous." Sparx narrowed her eyes at him. "One of 2 things is happening right now, and neither are good. Either you don't believe in my abilities, or you don't think your program is sound. I know you enough to make the assumption that you fully believe in your program. That leaves your lack of belief in my skills." "There's another option,"
he assured her. Oh? You're my mate, Sparx. It goes against all of my instincts to put you in danger. Her nostrils flared. But if you did your job properly, I won't be in danger, right? I should know everything there is to know about surviving in the woods. That's not what I mean. There were anger and annoyance building inside of him. How could she not understand that he was trying to protect her? Sparx leaped off the bed and reached for her pajamas. She had unpacked them but hadn't worn them yet. There was no point. He would always strip her bare, preferring to spend their alone time naked and in bed. You know what this means to me. How can you sit there after days of hard work and tell me you don't think it is a good idea to do this? This will get me the role. I know I can do this. Dash was fucking this up royally. He pulled her back into the bed, sitting on the edge. Shiny, stop. He took a deep breath. As a shifter, I will always have a hard time letting you walk into danger. Isn't it enough to say that I believe you'd pass? That you'd kill it in those 2 days? She crossed her arms. You believe in me enough to say that, but not enough to let me actually do it. Don't you understand that I need to do this? Dash blew out a breath because he didn't understand. Wasn't acting easy? There was no way he would say that to her. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. It was probably a lot harder than he understood. But there would be a filming crew with her when she filmed the movie. What did it matter if she actually went through the final test? I don't want to fight, he said lamely. Good, then it's settled. I will do the test. None of this protective nonsense. I can handle myself. Something snapped inside of him. Maybe it was the flippant way she spoke. Maybe it was because Sparx thought she understood every danger in the woods. She didn't. Dash took her and pinned her down onto the bed. Listen to me, Sparx. Listen good. Her breathing was hard. Her teeth were clenched, but thankfully she kept quiet. I told you that there are dangerous men on the mountain. You might think you're ready to take on the whole world, but not them. They're not the kinds of people to mess with. I will stay on your land. I'm not finished talking, he snapped in a very unlike him manner. It shut her right up, her mouth slamming closed, too stunned to speak. Dash felt a blast of disappointment in himself for his tone, but he had to get the words out. They were too important. No, she was too important. If you think for 1 second that I am going to let you put yourself in danger, you don't know me very well. This is my mountain and my program, and if I say you're not doing it, that's final. Sparx's entire face was a deep shade of red, the color creeping down her neck. It fucking is not. You keep saying how well I am doing. Are you lying to me? Why are you doing this, Dash? I need this role. And I need you alive. He shouted the words, his chest heaving with the force of them. Even his tiger was riled up. Did Sparx know how crucial she had become to his happiness? Some small part of his brain screamed at him that he was irrational, but he pushed it away. If the thought wasn't protect, 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 he didn't want it. Nothing will happen to me, Sparx said softly, taking his hand in hers. The second her fingers closed around his, a wave of relief eased the tension inside of him. I don't like it, he admitted, calmer, but his anger sitting below the surface with his tiger. Sparx squeezed his fingers and gave him a small apologetic smile. You don't have to like it. This is something I need to do, just like to shift is something you need to do. Acting is a part of who I am, and this is a hoop I have to jump through to get to where I want to be in my career. Are you really going to stand in my way? She blinked up at him, waiting for his answer. Dash blew out a breath. I don't want to stand in the way of your dreams or stop you from being who you are. I'm a shifter, and that means I'm protective of you. It's part of it. I will never be okay with you being in danger, and I will never stop you from reaching your goals. This is a difficult situation because it seems that these two things are working against each other.
I trust you to teach me what I need to spend 2 days on the mountain by myself, and I also trust myself to make it through unscathed. We are a good team, are we not?
We are,
he admitted, and he had every intention to make sure they would keep on being a team for years to come. Dash had a pretty clear image of them getting married and raising a few cubs together. They would be an amazing duo, raising a few tiger cubs.
If you need to do this, I will support you fully and completely, but we'll put in a few fail-safes.
Sparx opened her mouth to argue, but he raised a hand up to silence her.
No, please, let me finish.
I like this version of you, making demands and using more than 3 syllables at a time. Dash took a deep breath.
I'll give you a cell phone. That way, if you get into trouble, you can call me. I'll feel a lot better when I know that you're not on the mountain alone with no way of calling me.
If that helps you, I'll agree, but I will keep it turned off so you can't call me every 2 seconds to make sure I'm okay. Dash huffed.
Fine.
And there will be no tracking me by my scent or anything. I agree to the phone, but not to tiger stalking.
Fuck. How in the hell did she know that he had every intention of doing just that?
Promise me you'll let me do this by myself. If I know you're watching, I'll be too self-conscious and I'll make mistakes. Besides, if you're watching me, you'll rush in to remove obstacles for me at any sign of danger. That wouldn't count as a success in my eyes, and then I'd have to start all over.
Shit. She was smart. Okay, Sparx, I won't tiger stalk you.
She giggled at the repetition of her words.
Fucking excuse me?
His tiger roared loud inside of his mind.
I disagreed with this. We will definitely be stalking the hell out of her. How can you sit there and pretend that we won't?
Dash ignored his animal. Then it's settled. She clapped her hands together. I am a bit excited, but totally nervous. What's the next lesson I should be learning?
How to avoid a bear attack.
Because of the grizzlies? She asked. He shook his head, sobering with the thought that his mate would be roaming the mountain with the grizzlies out there, doing fuck knows what.
The grizzlies, yes, but the brown bears as well. They don't come up the mountain very often, but they do like the streams. There's a lot of good fish in there. It attracts them up here if they're not getting enough food in the foothills because of humans.
Okay, so how do I survive a bear attack?
Well, this will be a 3-part lesson. How you need to fend off an attack for a brown bear, a real grizzly, and a shifter grizzly. They're all different.
Her eyes widened. Damn, I think I need my notebook for this.
We'll be going over it a few times.
True to his word, Dash gave her the lessons, keeping the shifters for the end.
If you run into the grizzly shifters, you need to find a way to call me. Do you hear me? There is no way we are letting her out of our sight for 2 days. I'll come get you.
Sparx frowned. Are you telling me the only way to survive them would be with you by my side? Dash's jaw clicked.
Yes, especially since my scent is all over you. You'd be in danger just because you're mine.
Fuck, okay. That's concerning. I will just make sure to avoid the border and their lands, then.
Good. And I'll make sure you can't see me when I tiger stalk you.
His tiger curled his tail, pleased to have won the argument he hadn't even been a part of. Chapter 16. Sparx. Sparx drew a pattern on Dash's chest. He was still fast asleep, snoring softly. He could sleep through anything, it would seem. He was so riled up about her spending her time in the woods, Sparx was surprised he had been able to fall asleep at all. She hadn't slept. It was impossible. Every time she closed her eyes, her fears were right there, whispering to her that it was a dumb thing to do. Why did she feel the need to do this? Was Dash right to say it wasn't necessary to make the job happen? Marianne Lewis did it, with a severed hand and a serial killer on her trail. If that woman could survive out in the wild for 2 weeks, Sparx could do 2 days, especially since the mountain was a controlled environment. This was Dash's mountain. The grizzlies were a problem, but she knew how to avoid their land. She knew everything she needed to know to make it.
"Good morning, Shiny,"
Dash said through a raspy, half-awakened voice. "Morning," she responded, dropping a kiss over his heart.
"Did you manage to get any sleep?"
She shook her head. "I am too keyed up. I want to start so I can do this." Dash frowned.
"I really can't convince you to change your mind?"
"Not a chance." She tried to be as convincing as possible, but Dash closed his arms around her, no doubt sensing her distress.
"What if I tie you to the bed and have my wicked way with you for the next 2 days instead?"
Sparx giggled. "I think I'd be okay with that plan, but after I finish the program. I need to pass this."
"You're stubborn,"
he said before kissing her neck. His hand traveled down the length of her naked body. "Don't," she squeaked. "Don't try to distract me with sex. This is happening today." Dash frowned at her before taking one of her nipples into his mouth. His hand traveled to her pussy, brushing against the tender flesh. "Okay, so maybe just one quick roll around the hay will give me all of the energy I need to make it 48 hours without you. But don't think you can just ply me with sex until I forget that I want to do this."
"I can try,"
he growled playfully. It made her giggle. "Sure, try all you want." And he did. Try, that is. After another 2 rounds of the filthiest sex Sparx had ever had, she put her foot down. Or, more accurately, she put her clothes on. It was a hell of a lot easier to resist Dash when he didn't have easy access to her naked body. He grumbled when she pulled on a pair of black yoga pants and a matching thermal top, but he quickly helped her get everything ready for the hike out to the drop zone. Dash was in a terrible mood as they got everything ready. No amount of flirting or chatter on her part thawed him. He was back to being the Dash she had met that first day when she had driven up his mountain in her heels. How had it only been 7 days? It felt like a whole lifetime ago. Sparx couldn't wait to pass the test to meet up with her sisters to introduce Dash to them. Ember would be downright tickled that Sparx had gotten her own shifter mate. What were the chances? Maybe Cinder would be just as lucky and find a shifter all of her own. To do that, her sister would have to look up from her makeup and phone, but there was little to no chance that was happening anytime soon. Sparx had a better chance of sprouting fur than Cinder had to abandon her precious social media.
"Are you staying focused?"
Dash asked her.
"You look deep in thought." "I hope that's because you're reviewing all of the lessons."
"I sure am," she assured him with a smile. He frowned.
"I can tell when you're lying, Shiny. Please tell me you're focused. If not, I am not letting you out of my sight."
"I was just thinking about my family. I promise, I am ready, Dash." She rattled off the lessons she'd learned over the week with him, starting with the ones that seemed to worry him the most. Like the bears, more specifically the grizzlies. She held up the silver flip phone he had given her as a security blanket. His, not hers. Sparx didn't even know those old phones could still be functional, but apparently, the phone worked just fine. It would ring in the cabin's landline, and Dash would come to rescue her. Sparx had no intention of using it, but she wouldn't tell him that. After Dash was satisfied with her review of the survivalist knowledge, he pulled a little blue bandana out of a drawer.
"Turn around and let me put this over your eyes."
Sparx blinked at him. "Blindfold?" she giggled. "Kinky. We should use this the next time we're feeling frisky."
"This isn't a laughing matter. I need to make sure you don't see how we got to the drop zone. If you knew how we got there, it would be entirely too easy for you to find your way back. But we can do it that way if you want."
He was overly hopeful, eyeing her expectantly. "Not a chance. I'm not cheating my way into this role." She turned, presenting her back to him. With an indecipherable grumble, Dash tied the blindfold. The soft bandana smelled like him, and it was a comfort. She hoped he let her keep it while she was off in the forest for 2 days. It would be something to remember him by when she was roaming the woods in hopes of catching dinner. She wasn't exactly looking forward to the test, but it would help her in a few ways. The obvious get-back would be her chance at the role she so desperately wanted. The second was time alone to think about the future. That was impossible to do around Dash. His presence was intoxicating, and it was easy to forget about the outside world when they were naked and wrapped up around each other in his small cabin. But eventually, that would have to come to an end. Sparx didn't know how to keep Dash in her life and still be the actress she wanted to be. As much as Dash didn't want to step in the way of her dreams, no matter how painful it was for him to leave her in the forest for 2 days, it was just as difficult for her to imagine taking Dash off his beloved mountain. She wouldn't ask that of him, not when she knew just how much he loved being able to shift and roam around freely. This was also his business, his job. She couldn't ask the man she was falling for to throw it all away for her. That's why the 2 days apart would be good for them. It would let them reevaluate what they wanted from life and from each other. Dash was a pretty quiet and introspective guy. She had no doubt that he'd shift into his tiger to run up and down the mountain to think things through. When her test was over, they would come together and have a deep, meaningful conversation. That might not be Dash's strength, but he would have to state what he wanted if this was going to work between them, mate or not.
"You're quiet," Dash said as he led her through the forest.
"Just thinking," he grunted. "I can be quiet too sometimes, you know." He chuckled softly. The sound of it rumbled through her in an erotic way with the blindfold on her face.
"Easy, Shiny. If you get all horned up, I won't be able to let you go."
"Horned up?"
"You're aroused,"
he whispered by her ear. "Damn shifter nose," she snorted. Dash kissed her right below her ear, making her shiver. "If you stop being so sexy and bring me to where I need to be, I wouldn't be so turned around with lust," she shot back with fake annoyance. Her smile was wide when he kissed her lips. "Don't think you can tease me into forgetting what needs to be done."
"A man has got to try."
"I'll be fine," she assured him the millionth time.
"You better be, Sparx."
They were quiet for the next little while as he helped her walk through the forest, blindfolded and so damn horny she thought she would combust. The first thing she was doing after her 2 days in the woods, after a meal and a shower, of course, was using the blindfold for other purposes. Sexy naked ones.
"Here we are,"
Dash said a few moments later. He pulled at the bandana, and Sparx had to blink a few times to let her eyes adjust to the sun. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her softly.
"Still can't talk you out of this?"
"I've got the phone. I've got good clothes and a shit ton of knowledge." She patted the pocket of her hoodie where the notebook was tucked.
"Some would consider your notes cheating."
She cracked a smirk. "You want me to leave it with you?"
"Fuck no. I'll feel better knowing you can't forget anything out there."
"That's what I thought." Dash wrapped her up in his arms and held her close and tight. "I think I should head off now, Dash." He didn't respond, but continued to hold her. "Dash?"
"I don't want to let go. I don't like this. I have this horrible feeling that something will go wrong."
"I didn't know you were a psychic," she giggled into his side. "I will be fine. I had the best grumpy teacher in the world. I have the phone if I get in trouble, and I know the terrain and where to find shelter." He pulled out a protein bar from his pant pocket and handed it to her.
"I'll feel better if you take this."
For a second, Sparx thought about arguing with him. She knew how to fend for herself in the woods, and she was confident she could find enough food to survive. She took the protein bar, not for herself, but to give her man a peace of mind. It was a compromise of sorts. She'd take the snack, but she wouldn't use it. When the 2 days were up and she'd still have the bar on her, she'd tease him about it. But it was pretty damn obvious that Dash didn't want to let her go. "Okay, grumpy tiger. It's time." She kissed his jaw, trailing her lips to kiss him deeply. Dash crushed her to him in a tight embrace, taking her mouth deep with his tongue. The kiss wasn't a goodbye, it was an imprint. He was giving her something with every swipe of his tongue. Courage and boldness. "I believe in you," he whispered in her ear. "Good. I sort of needed you to say that. You've been so set against me doing this." "You'll do great, love. You will." He smacked her ass playfully. "I can't be the one to walk away, Sparx, so pick a direction and—" He swallowed hard. "And go." "I'll see you back at the cabin in 2 days." She gave him a small peck before picking a direction and heading off, leaving the man she loved standing in the woods, looking lost and forlorn. "I'll come back to you," she whispered, knowing he would hear her. Chapter 17. Sparx. "I've so got this." Sparx was full of confidence as she walked through the woods. The sounds of tiny creatures scurrying away from her, birds chirping in the trees, and the forest's general noises were comforting to her. In the last 7 days, she had grown accustomed to the constant background track. Pure silence would have been infinitely more unsettling. So far, there were little animals around her, so she knew she was safe from larger predators, not that she had any intention of running into one of the brown bears. Or, even worse, one of the grisly shifters that made Dash so uncomfortable. On steady feet, Sparx went on, looking for a water source. She stayed far enough away from the border to not risk crossing over, but close enough that she could see the stakes Dash had stuck into the ground. Soon enough, she found what she was looking for. From the thicket, she watched the small stream to make sure no brown bears were lumbering around in hopes of catching a few fish for dinner. The coast was clear, and she advanced slowly. With the spare tank top she had wrapped around one leg, Sparx created a small filter for the water. A layer of the sand from the stream, a layer of small rocks, and she'd created a water filtration system with a piece of clothing and natural elements. She submerged the creation into the stream and let the water drip from it. After a few minutes, the water that would leak from it would be pretty safe to drink. If this were a movie, there would have been a disclaimer across the stream warning viewers not to do this at home. But this wasn't a movie. Not yet, anyway. That is where things were headed, but it wasn't actually all that safe to drink water this way. It could purify some bacteria, but Sparx could get a nasty case of diarrhea from drinking unsanitary water if she wasn't careful. That's the last thing she needed for her stay in the woods. No one wants to have the runs while trying to survive in the wild with only leaves as toilet paper. Good thing she knew the difference between safe leaves and poison ivy. That would also lead to some pretty fucked up disaster. Humming to herself, Sparx made herself a fishing rod from a fallen branch and a sharp rock. Sitting on a boulder, she began her work of sharpening the wooden stick to a point. She would be eating fish for dinner. It really wasn't so bad. She could do this, she was sure of it. Mary Ann Lewis had done all of this with a severed hand. The badass woman had started a fire and cauterized her wound in flames to keep from bleeding out. If Mary Ann had lived through that, Sparx could fish her own dinner and cook it over a fire. A few hours later, once the fishing rod was complete and could serve as a great weapon and walking stick, Sparx headed out to find shelter close to the stream. She remembered that there were a few caves around this part of the mountains. It would be a shelter if there was rain. Judging by the clouds rolling in, covering the sun, Sparx suspected it would rain soon enough. She continued to sing under her breath as she went along, plodding her course with sure feet and confidence. The humming helped her feel less alone. Sure, it was nice to know that there were animals all around her, but she was starting to feel the forest close in on her with its heavy loneliness. How Dash managed to live alone like this was beyond her. She didn't really understand it, though she didn't miss her phone and social media. Maybe she'd close her accounts once she got back to civilization. Though she wanted to be an actress known for her great talent, she didn't want to be in the tabloids. Maybe if she lived on the mountain without social media accounts, the paparazzi wouldn't bug her. She had a vision of building a wonderful house on the side of the mountain, someplace she could share with Dash when he wasn't in the woods with some clients. She could live there unless she had to go off on location to film. The time apart from Dash would be difficult, but surely they could arrange their schedules in a way that would maximize their time together. Dash could book clients when she was filming, but they could both be on the mountain while she had no project. Sparx could have her cake and eat it too. The first step was to pass the final test and convince Shauna McNamara that she could play Mary Ann. But I can definitely do this, she chanted to herself as she continued her search for shelter. Distracted by her own thoughts, she spotted a bright orange stake sticking out of the ground. She was way too close to the border for comfort. Sparx needed to change course. With sure footing, she stepped toward the left. Her foot stumbled, catching in a hole. Unsteady, she fell backward, landing on her ass with a bone-rattling thump. It made her head ache, but it was the pain in her foot that held her attention. Shit, what had she done to herself? Sparx tested the ankle. She's turned it, and it was sore, but it would be okay. She slowly stood up, applying a bit of pressure. Yes, it didn't hurt much. She'd be fine. She fist-bumped the air with a whoop. That's when it happened. A furry creature jumped out of the hole in the ground and pounced at her. With a scream, Sparx fell backward. Her ass hit the ground again, but she couldn't get up. She was still falling. Rolling down a steep hill, her body hit the ground, rocks, and trees. Her arm, her head, no inch of her was spared. She flew through the air, too scared to scream with no idea when the fall would stop. Then, with her eyes shut tight, Sparx hit something cold and wet. It was the end of the fall. She didn't know what had soaked through her clothes. Was it her own blood? Was she lying dead at the bottom of a hill? The smell of wet dirt filled her nose, and she released an uneasy sigh. Slowly, she opened her eyes. She had fallen right into a murky and muddy stream. No doubt her landing place had saved her. On shaky hands, she crawled out of the muddy pit and laid down on the ground. She didn't need to look around to know she had fallen on the wrong side of the border. She was in grizzly land now. Sparx was covered in sticky, stinky mud. She'd managed to clear her eyes using the inside of her hoodie, which was slightly less filthy than the rest of her. The small injury to her ankle from the first stumble had been aggravated in her fall down the hill. No doubt her foot had woken and startled the animal, and her scream of joy had probably instigated the attack. Now she was lost, injured, and wet. My experience is getting staggeringly close to yours, Mary Ann. How in the hell did you survive? Limping on through the woods, Sparx tried to find her way back up the hill, or at least she tried to spot a bright orange stake that would let her know she was back on Dash's land. She continued walking, every few steps making her panic more and more. Dash taught her how to orient herself using the direction of the sun and a water source. Too bad it was too cloudy, and there was no trickle anywhere around. The muddy pit's water source was unclear, and no matter which direction she took, there was no way up the steep hill. Maybe if her left ankle hadn't been burning with pain, she would have attempted a climb. In her condition, all she could do was find a stream. The sun was beginning to set. The cold mud caked to her body wasn't exactly a warm blanket. She hadn't stopped shivering in what felt like hours. With tears burning her eyes, Sparx considered taking out the flip phone to call Dash for help. Maybe they could reboot the final test as soon as she was dry and healed up from her fall. It made her feel weak. If she had been in Mary Ann Lewis's shoes, she would have died. Sparx took out the phone from her pocket and pushed the power button. Nothing. The phone was waterlogged. Hot, fat tears rolled down her cheeks. She was lost on the grizzly's land with no way of communicating with Dash. It was up to her to save herself. "I am so completely fucked," she told a gnarly tree. It had the decency not to agree with her. It just went on growing, all crooked and pointing to the left. Or was it the east? Maybe the west. She cursed herself for falling, not once, but twice in the span of 2 minutes. That had to be some kind of epic shitty record for a survivalist. Surly, wet, cold, and more than a little panicked, Sparx continued walking on in the woods, searching for anything useful. Water, food, shelter, the border, anything. She didn't let herself think of anything bad. Not that she would need to survive at least 2 days and a bit before her grumpy Dash decided to come find her. Not that she was in a bad spot. She just kept on trucking because that is what survivors do. The cloudy morning was replaced by a cloudier afternoon. The temperature didn't help with the sense of impending doom. It was a miracle that it hadn't rained yet, but it would soon enough. Maybe standing in the rain would clean her off enough to lift her spirits, even though it meant being cold and wet again. Sparx didn't know how long she had been walking when she heard the sounds of people talking. Her heart slammed painfully into her chest, and she stilled. If she had been on the other side of the mountain, she would have assumed it was Clark, doing his rounds of the mountain. But she was on the Grizzlies' property. That could only mean one thing. The people talking were the ferocious bears. Caked in mud, her human smell was pretty much masked, and that was a good thing. Maybe if she could get close enough to them, she could gather information on where in the hell she was. Sparx dropped down onto the forest ground and began to army crawl close to the break in the trees, where a group of men talked animatedly. One of the bunch was pleading for understanding, but it wasn't quite clear what was going on.
"I don't want any excuses,"
a large, burly man roared, terrifying every living thing for miles around. Sparx had watched Dash turn into a tiger, and that had been a wonderful experience. But watching the strange, angry man turn from man to enormous bear was not wonderful. It was something out of a nightmare. His skin exploded with thick fur as he roared, his jowl open wide toward the trembling man who fell to his knees in quiet supplication. The other men crossed their arms, looking bored with the scene developing in front of them. For her part, Sparx couldn't move out. Her sense of self-preservation told her that if she even took a breath, she was done for. The grizzly beat massive claws against his chest, looking like a demented King Kong. His roar was angry and so loud trees bent out of the way. Okay, so maybe not, but that is definitely what it felt like for the paralyzed Sparx. The bear took a few steps closer to the man, who was unceremoniously dragged up to his feet by the others. With a swipe of his paw, the bear sunk its long claws into the man's gut, ripping him to shreds. It was fucking horrible. The man's skin was rendered like warm butter, and blood and organs came spilling out. He didn't even have time to scream out in pain before he fell down dead. Sparx didn't realize she'd gasped out loud until 3 pissed-off grizzly shifters turned to glare at the forest. She clasped a hand to her mouth, trying to steady her breathing through her sobs. She'd never seen someone die before, and this was truly horrible. Her body shook from the shock of what she had witnessed. If the bears knew she had been a witness to the killing, they would remove her as well. They didn't need any witnesses. Dash had told her they were into some bad shit, but this wasn't just bad shit, this was murder. The only witnesses were the bear's cronies and her. She was an easily removable obstacle to the secret. The bear roared to the trees again. It must have been some kind of order that the men understood, because they started to scour their surroundings, looking for whoever had gasped. She had been silly to make such a woman sound. Maybe a whimper would have been something an animal would have done. Good job, Sparx. Now you're going to die before telling Dash you're in love with him because a bunny made you fall down the side of a cliff. She didn't want to die. Maybe if she stayed very still and very quiet, the bears would leave her be. They would assume that they had misheard the shocked gasp, and she would be free to go on to survive the dumb test. She'd get the role in Shauna's movie, and she and Dash would live on the mountain together. Maybe she'd have a few kids. Sparx closed her eyes and sent out a prayer to whoever the fuck was listening. I will be the best damn person in the world if the bears don't spot me. Please let them lose interest. She chanted the words over and over in her head, even as the loud sound of footfalls surrounded her. When something hard hit against the back of her head, sending painful waves through her body, it was the end. She knew, without a doubt, that she'd been taken. Sparx didn't know where she was or why her head was about to explode. Every single inch of her hurt, like she'd drank an entire vat of margarita on an empty stomach while dancing in ill-fitting shoes and too tight jeans. It took her a little while for her brain to get online and catch up to what had happened. She remembered falling, both fucking times. She remembered the mud pit and being lost. That was all pretty horrible. But then she remembered witnessing a murder, and everything else paled in comparison.
"She smells like that fucker Jones,"
someone said. Sparx didn't want to open her eyes to see who had spoken. She figured it was one of her captors. Because now she remembered she had been caught by the bears after gasping her horror at the killing.
"She's not his mate,"
a second man grumbled, sniffing the bandana they'd removed from her pocket.
"Just one of his customers. We can kill her, no problem."
The first man was the one who had killed the man. He was feeling particularly murderous if he was okay going around killing everything in his path. Sparx opened her eyes and tried to move. She couldn't. Her hands were bound behind her back and her ankles were tied together. "You can't kill me. I'm a human, an innocent. That will bring the law down on your heads." The man who seemed to be the leader snickered at her and pointed to the dead body.
"You think I give a fuck about human laws?"
Sparx tried to stop herself from shivering in fear, which only made her look like she was having convulsions, all tied up and lying on the ground.
"Grab her. I know how we can use this to our advantage. The dumb tiger won't know what hit him."
Fuck. What did that even mean? Chapter 18. Dash. Dash paced as he watched Sparx retreat into the thick line of trees. He continued pacing, wearing out a hole in the forest ground until he couldn't hear her anymore. It took a long time for that to happen with his shifter hearing. He could still smell her, her scent lingering around him. He would give her a good head start, giving Sparx the illusion that he wasn't following behind her to make sure she didn't get hurt. The old cell phone he had borrowed from Chris would work just fine in the woods if she needed help before he caught up with her. In truth, Dash felt like an asshole for deciding to track his mate through the woods, even though he had promised he wouldn't. There was no way he could let her go and do the final test without having him around. He loved her too much. She was too important. The head start was to demonstrate that he did believe she could survive on her own. What Sparx hadn't understood was that she didn't have to survive. Not without him. He would always be around to help her, to watch over her. He would still support her, sure, even if she waded head first into the woods. As soon as he couldn't hear Sparx' footfall, Dash followed her scent into the forest. If he shifted into his tiger, he could find her much sooner. But it would be best if he tracked her as a human, so she could keep her head start. If Sparx spotted a splash of orange in the trees, she would know it was his tiger, and she would no doubt be furious that he broke his promise to her. Dash didn't want his beautiful, strong, intelligent mate to lose faith in her survivalist abilities because he was an overprotective, grumpy puss who couldn't leave her alone for 2 days.
"You really are a jackass,"
he mumbled to himself.
"No, you're a jackass for letting her go,"
his tiger argued. Dash and his beast would never see eye to eye over this. The animal thought it was a waste of precious together time, and though Dash agreed, he also understood how important this was for Sparx. That didn't mean he had to like the potential danger she was in. He didn't understand how Chris could be okay with Clark being a forest ranger who chased after hunters and poachers who didn't follow the letter of the law. It was dangerous work. Shifters didn't do so well with mates who insisted on putting themselves in danger. It made them irrational and overprotective. This would prove to be his challenge in keeping his survivalist mindset over his natural mate instincts. Dash continued to mumble to himself as he walked through the woods, following Sparx' scent. At least she was heading in a good direction, which bodes well for the next 2 days. It was a bit close to the border, but it would also lead her straight to a stream that was brimming with fish. There were even a few caves she would be able to use for shelter. His chest puffed out with pride, knowing Sparx was acing the test. Her aroma was everywhere at the stream, but she had moved away to go back to the wooded area. It was a strange move, especially if she had found everything she needed. Sparx could have spent her 2 days by the stream in relative comfort. Dash tracked her scent away from the water and to the border. What the hell had she done, being so damn close to the grizzlies? Hadn't she heard his warnings? Dash had to take a deep breath and force himself to be calm. She was safe. He was being an overbearing prick. That wasn't the right way to keep his mate happy. He sniffed at the air to continue trailing after her. A heavy weight crushed his insides. He couldn't smell her. Her scent vanished over the side of the sharp drop. Dash rushed to the side of the hill. A deafening silence rang through his ears when he saw the evidence that something had fallen down the hill. Not just something. Someone. Sparx' scent wafted from the cliff, a few bushes crushed by the force of a stumbling body. It led straight into the grizzly's property. Dash scanned the woods below without any sign of his mate. Without a second thought, he shifted into his tiger and bolted to the cabin. If he was going to walk right into the grizzly's side of the mountain, he needed backup. It took Chris and Clark entirely too long to arrive at the cabin. A full 15 minutes of precious daylight was wasted with the knowledge that his mate could be in potential danger. "Took you long enough," he snapped to his alpha. Chris shook his head. "We broke a lot of laws driving here at top speeds. Besides, you're the one who wants to live on the steepest mountain. Not many cars can climb up here with the pedal to the metal." "I don't have time to discuss my mountain," Dash growled. Right. Look, I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's not despair. That's when mistakes are made. I've called in some backup, but we can head out now. Clark will stay at the cabin with a shotgun in case Sparx finds her way back by herself." "I still think we should be calling this in," Clark said. "If we're going on the other side of the mountain, guns blazing, so to speak, I should have the law involved. This could be my one shot at figuring out what they're up to on their land." Dash scowled. No humans are to go up there. We don't know what we're walking into. This isn't a mission to stop the grizzlies. It's to get my mate back." "You're hoping she doesn't come face to face with a grizzly," Chris said. "Let's be real for a second. As soon as she fell into their land, they knew. If they're doing half of the stuff Clark suspects, they're patrolling the hell out of their borders." "Fine. Call in your rangers, Clark. Just make sure they're the kinds of people who can keep quiet about shifters. I won't keep my tiger away from this situation for the sake of a few weak mortals." "Understood," Clark answered before giving Chris a kiss. Dash didn't look away as he usually did. Seeing his alpha and his mate embrace was a little too much for him before he understood the precious bond between mates. Now, all he wanted was to get Sparx back so he could kiss his woman silly. He wouldn't grumble at the couple for wasting precious time being amorous. He knew goodbye kisses were important, just in case they were the last. Dash could have kicked his own ass for letting his mate walk into the woods without him watching her. He thought a short head start would be enough to give Sparx faith and confidence in her skills, all the while keeping her safe. He let her down. This was his fault. He should have been on her tail the second she headed into the forest. One thing was certain. If the bears so much as breathed the same air as Sparx, he would rip them limb from limb. Chris pulled away from Clark, and a switch flipped inside of the other man. Gone was the soft, loving husband. He was all alpha. His tiger eyes shone brightly, ready to be let out. "You and I are going to head straight in the belly of the beast. Are you ready, or do you want to stand there and growl at me some more?" Dash didn't answer. He hadn't even realized he was growling with impatience. His tiger must be responsible for that. The beast was a second away from ripping through his skin to chase after Sparx. "Let's go." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he let his shift overtake him. His tiger took off like a shot. Chris soon caught up to him, and the two beasts tore through the forest until they came to the hill. Dash launched himself off the cliff and flew to the air to land on his huge paws on the forest ground. He was a few feet away from a large mud pit. With any luck, Sparx wouldn't have fallen into it. The mud would have broken her fall, but if his mate was covered in wet dirt, her smell would be masked, making it that much harder to find her. Chris landed beside him, nose turned up into the air to sniff out Sparx. But Dash knew it was useless. His mate's scent disappeared into the mud pit. There was no way to track her. Chapter 19. Dash. Dash tried to remain calm. He was failing fucking miserably. He growled low before roaring up to the sky. Chris swiped at him with a large paw, silently telling him to be quiet. The alpha was right. They shouldn't alert the grizzlies to their presence on the land. But that didn't change the fact that Sparx' scent vanished. There was no doubt in his mind that she had landed right into the mud. It explained why she hadn't called him on the flip phone after her fall. The thing would have been waterlogged and completely fucking useless. "We are never letting her out of our sight again." That was pretty clear. The world was too dangerous, too filled with enemies to let his precious Sparx go out into the woods without any sort of security. Dash circled the surrounding area, sniffing at the air, hoping to catch the smallest whiff of Sparx. He was so caught up in her smell that Dash missed one key element. He could track her steps. He was so turned around he was losing his edge. Wasn't he supposed to be filled with indignant rage that made him into a super shifter to save his mate? This fumbling thing was not fun at all. He was a survivalist, damn it. He could use what he taught and find her. There were splotches of mud on the ground. The footsteps didn't look right to him. It almost looked like Sparx was walking while favoring one leg. She was injured. It made sense. Sparx had fallen off the side of a hill. That meant she would be slow and at a disadvantage while walking through enemy land. Dash took in the mud's smell, especially the footprints. Under the cold, wet, earthy tones, he caught the barest hint of Sparx' own sweet aroma. Using both the faint odor and the tracks, Dash took off into the forest with Chris hot on his heels. This side of the mountain looked just like his own. The only difference was that he didn't know the landscape like the back of his hand. It slowed him down a bit as he continuously scanned the woods for any sign of a booby trap or a foe. After a few minutes, a new smell mixed in with the forest. It was foreign, like it didn't belong. It was entirely too coppery and tangy to be part of the woods. Dash knew what it was. Blood. The only saving grace was that it didn't smell like his mate at all, but it was human. He ran toward the source and discovered the body of a man who had literally been gutted. The relief that the blood wasn't Sparx was short-lived because her muddy scent and footprints were right fucking there. Dash observed the scene, feeling a sick churn in his belly. From what he could see of the scene, Sparx had witnessed the murder. Large footprints belonging to men went from the body to the edge of the tree line. Fuck. The bears had her. Dash did the hardest thing he ever had to do. He ignored his mate's faint scent and focused on the bears. It was more potent, and it would lead him directly to where he wanted to go. He pushed himself as fast as he could as he and Chris ran into the trees, chasing the bears. There were at least 3 of them dragging Sparx with them. For way too long, hours it seemed, Dash's tiger ran toward danger. He came to a skidding halt when he spotted a large wooden cabin. It sat in the middle of a break in the trees. To the back of it was a series of smaller cabins. The stench of cooking chemicals nearly made him sneeze. It left very little doubt as to what the bears were up to on their mountain. The fuckers were cooking meth, just like he had guessed. It was the dumbest thing Dash had ever seen. Not only was the drug dangerous, but shifters couldn't use it. It would have no effect on them. The bears were involved in drug making for a simple reason: greed. They put human lives in danger to bolster their coffers. Dash growled low, suddenly content he had given Clark permission to call the forest rangers. They should get the DEA here as well. Maybe then the bears could be removed from his mountain once and for all. It hadn't always been this way. The previous alpha was a gentle enough leader who preferred quiet and isolation like Dash. The bear was old and died after a long life, leaving his no-good son in charge of the pack. The new alpha was a piece of shit. He was young, arrogant, and didn't have any of his father's good sense. Dash would take great pleasure in destroying the beast who hadn't only taken his mate, but an animal who destroyed lives with drugs and violence. That was not the right way to live as a shifter. Not for Dash, anyway. Chris sat on his haunches, tail curled at his side. They had to come up with a viable plan before pouncing on the bear compound. There were easily 10 bears, judging by the sounds and smells. It was difficult to tell for sure. The chemical stench was so strong. How did the bears manage to get anything done with their senses assaulted by the nasty, lingering air? Dash pointed his large head to the side of the compound. There was a small cabin there, the door partly open. If he was right, Sparx was being kept there. Chris nodded, understanding Dash's silent plan. Keeping to the trees, the 2 tigers stalked forward to get as close as possible to the cabin. Sounds of conversation streamed from the door. Sparx was definitely in there. It took all of his self-restraint not to pounce, but going in blind was a suicide mission, especially when they had no idea how far behind their backup was and how many bears were in the cabin. Crouched low, Dash snuck up to the window at the side of the cabin. The forest's undergrowth hid him well enough, or it would have if his fur wasn't bright orange. He peeked just long enough to see that Sparx was tied to a chair, hands behind her back and ankles to the chair legs. She was shivering and covered in mud. There were a few cuts and bruises on her face and rips in her clothing, but it all seemed to be from her fall and not from a bear attack. Sparx sat there, looking like a queen on a throne. "Tell me who you are," the alpha, Neil Freight, said. "Goldilocks," Sparx shot back, hinting that she knew what they were. Neil growled at her. "The fuck are you doing in the woods?" "I told you, I'm doing a survivalist program. I fell off the side of the cliff and was injured. Do you want me to repeat myself?" "Why do you smell like the tiger?" Sparx rolled her eyes. "There aren't any tigers in this part of the world. If you see tigers, maybe lay off the meth." Dash would have laughed if he wasn't so terrified for his mate. Did she have to give Neil so much lip? He would rip her to shreds if she said the wrong thing.
I'm telling you, Neil, her name is Sparx Brady. She's that actress from the town. My girl watches that show regularly. Fuck off, Peter. There's no way a fancy actress is doing some survivalist bullshit. Besides, she's covered in mud. How can you even tell? Peter shrugged. She's hot. Dash wanted to fuck him up for having that thought about his mate. We can't kill a famous person. That would definitely bring the law down on us, Peter argued. That's if she's the actress. We could also make it look like an accident. Smash her head in with a rock or some shit and throw her off a cliff. That way the tiger could be blamed. You know, negligence or some shit. If his business shuts down, then we would have the whole mountain to ourselves. We wouldn't have to worry about that fucking ranger. Peter nodded. Sure, we could do that. Do you want me to go grab a rock? Not here, you moron. The blood's gotta be at the point of impact. Why am I surrounded by idiots? Because you're one too, Sparx offered. Your plan is dumb. I've met the ranger you're so terrified of. He knows how good I am at this survival stuff. He wouldn't believe that I fell off a cliff. Not with the injuries I already have. What, I fell off the same hill twice? Could be, Neil answered. Humans are real dumb. He turned toward Peter. Gag her. I'm sick of her shit. Sparx argued, but there was nothing she could do. The bear stuffed a bandana into her mouth, wincing when Sparx bit at his fingers. She's vicious, he whined. Still think she's that Brady chick? Peter shook his head. No idea. I'm just trying to protect you, Alpha. Let's get out of here and figure out how to play this. Neil turned to leave, followed by Peter. Having heard enough, and knowing the men were about to retreat deeper into the compound where there were more bears, Dash needed to make a decision. He lowered himself from the window and exchanged a look with Chris. His Alpha had heard the same conversation. Chris also knew that this was a chance of a lifetime. They could intercept Neil and Peter at the door. The two men wouldn't be able to shift into their bears in the tiny cabin. Not when the space was already filled up with two huge tigers. The only issue with that plan was Sparx. She sat in the room, vulnerable and an easy target. All the bears would have to do is threaten her, and Dash would back off. If only their backup had already arrived, it would be so much better for them. Chris moved his head, pointing to the woods. With a huff and a flash of pain at leaving his mate alone, he followed behind his Alpha. Under cover of the trees, Chris shifted back into his human shape. I've got an idea. If we let Neil and Peter leave the cabin, you run and get spotted on the other side of their compound. Meanwhile, I'll be releasing Sparx. They'll all rush to the other side, not knowing you have me with you. Dash shook his head. If anyone rescued his mate, it would be him. Don't be like that. This is an order from your Alpha. Go. Dash growled low, but Chris ignored him. Once I have Sparx secured, I'll come to help you. By that time, no doubt our fellow tigers will join us. Sparx did your course, right? I'll get her to climb up a tall tree. She'll be safe enough at a height. It was a good enough plan. Not the best, but definitely the only thing they could come up with when they were outnumbered and on enemy land. Dash tipped his head forward to give his okay for the plan before running through the woods, following the edge of the bears' compound to distract them away from the cabin. Chris had a mate. He understands what Sparx was to Dash. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. He just wouldn't. Scaring a bunch of drug-making bears wasn't as hard as anticipated. They were paranoid, even in the relative seclusion of the mountain. Dash walked straight between the smaller cabin at the other side of the property. His large paws slapped against the dirt ground as he made his way to the large cabin. It didn't take long to be spotted. Soon, he was surrounded by a handful of bear shifters. "The fuck are you doing on our land?" Trevor called out, running out of the cabin. Already, his large body was exploding with fur halfway through the change. The other bears began to shift.
Quite a vulnerable thing to do around a foe. Dash wasted no time. He launched himself at the closest man, shifting into his bear, knocking him down. He closed his jowls onto the man's shoulder. It wasn't a fatal bite, but it would take some time to heal, even if the idiot decided to shift into his beast to join the fight. Discarding his prey, Dash moved on to another. This one was closer to his shift being complete, but it didn't matter. The quicker he incapacitated the bears, the sooner he could get the fuck out of here to get his mate safely on his side of the mountain. Dash ripped fur and skin off his new quarry, sending the half-human, half-animal toppling down to the ground with a roar of pain. The 4 remaining bears, including Trevor, had him cornered and surrounded. Maybe another tiger would be terrified of the odds, but not Dash. If the bears thought they could win, they were bigger dummies than he assumed. He crouched down low, readying his body to pounce at the first bear who made a move toward him.
"What the fuck is going on?" Neil barked, running toward the fray. "Is that a fucking tiger on Bearland? Is that Dash? Get the fuck out of here before we rip you limb from limb."
Dash responded with a feral growl. Neil laughed and jutted his chin toward Trevor. The bear took off at a lumbering run. Dash launched himself into the air like the big cat he was and landed on Trevor's back, claws digging deep into the furry flesh. Trevor roared out in pain, trying to dislodge Dash from his back. The more he struggled, the deeper Dash sunk his claws in. He would have stayed there too if another bear hadn't rushed forward to rip him off. His large body flew through the air, sending him skidding. He quickly recovered, landing on his paws. Dash quickly spun, aiming his next attack at one of the bears. It was a trick. His real target was Neil, still prancing around in his human form. Dash landed on him, pinning him to the ground with a loud roar. Seeing their alpha in the clutches of their enemy, the bears exploded into action. They all took off at a run, heading straight toward him. Meanwhile, under him, Neil was trying to shift into his bear. Dash bit down on his side, his mouth filling with blood. Neil's growl of pain was more bear than human as the change overtook him. Dash swiped at him, claws out before he was knocked back. One of the bears fell on him, chomping at the bit. Distracted, Dash didn't notice the second bear until it was too late. The bear's paws dug into his skin. Maybe one tiger against 5 bears wasn't exactly his best idea. He'd be in a world of hurt, that was certain. He tried his best to fend off the attacks of his 5 foes. Dash held his own. Knowing he was creating a distraction for Sparx was all that mattered to him. He didn't know how long he was fighting the bears by himself when he spotted a flash of orange from the corner of his eye. Backup had arrived. 3 tigers leaped out from the surrounding forest, ready to strike. One of them was Chris. That could only mean Sparx was somewhere safe. Dash didn't let himself feel any relief as he continued fighting. He would only be content once he had Sparx in his arms, safe and sound, and definitely far away from here. The streak was here to help Dash defend his mate. 4 against 5 were much better odds, especially with the injured bear clumsily fighting with only one good arm. Each tiger took on 1 bear, even as Dash noticed a change in the air. It reeked of human. A quick glance toward the line of trees, and Dash saw the telltale signs that they were surrounded. The black garments and guns of the agents were sticking out against the greenery like a sore thumb. Clark had obviously called in his own kind of reinforcements for the cause. The kidnapping of a woman was a serious business. It would definitely bring the law down on the bears. Whether it was the forest rangers, the DEA, the ATF, or just the regular police force, the bears would be done for after this. A loud crack split the heavens, reverberating through the forest. Gunshot. One of the agents broke through the line of trees, gun pointed toward the bears and tigers. The leader was quickly followed by his teammates. "Enough," the man commanded. Dash wasn't in the habit of taking commands from humans, especially not when the tigers were winning. but if he wanted the mountain free and clear of the pest, he had to play nice. The bears would have a lot to answer for, he was sure of it. The bears didn't enjoy so many trespassers on their land. Neil lunged from him, but Dash didn't have time to react, and the bear was toppling over with a grunt of pain. The lead agent's gun was smoking. He had fired his gun again, the bullet ripping through Neil. "I said enough. You might all be beasts that can ignore the law, but you're surrounded on all sides." This was it. The bears couldn't fight off the tigers and the law. It would be too big of a mess. Neil shifted back into his human form, blood gushing out of a wound at his side. The gunshot injury would heal before long. Neil would face justice. "You're under arrest for a whole bunch of shit," the agent said, gun still pointed toward Neil. The man launched an attack, not of violence, but of all the laws that the bears had broken. Manufacturing and selling an illegal substance, money laundering, extortion, murder. On and on and on it went. It was quite the list. "Call off your cronies," the agent ordered. Neil lifted his chin defiantly, but he must be smarter than Dash gave him credit for because he nodded. "Stand down," he grumbled. Slowly, the other bears shifted back into their human forms. It didn't take long for every last bear shifter to be in handcuffs on their wrists and around their ankles. Dash took off toward the other side of the compound. Chris was on his heels. Dash needed to see Sparx. He needed to know his mate was safe. The cabin was empty, and there was no sign of Sparx. Dash rushed toward the forest, growling her name low. As a tiger, there was no way his mate would be able to hear her name on his roar, but he was panicked and annoyed. Where the hell had Chris put her? "I didn't actually rescue her," Chris explained, shifting back into his human shape. Dash roared loud. "Easy there. When I made my way around the cabin to untie her, she wasn't in the cabin. She was nowhere to be found. Since there were no bears around, I figured she had escaped. I went to help you, knowing Sparx is a capable woman." Dash threw his head back and made a terrifying noise. "Oh, so you can be grumpy as a tiger, too?" There had never been a sweeter sound to his ears. Sparx. He looked up into the trees and spotted his mate high up in a tree, holding onto the trunk. She smiled down at him as she shimmied down. By the time her feet landed on the ground, Dash was fully human. He ran toward her and picked her up off the ground, holding her as close as he could. "You're suffocating me," she grumbled. "I'll leave you two be and go check on the bear situation," Chris announced before leaving them alone in the forest. "How the fuck did you get away?" Dash ran his hands up and down her body, looking for any injuries. There were cuts and scrapes, but nothing too major. I wiggled my hands from the zip ties. They weren't tied properly. With my free hands, it was no trouble at all to get my legs free. I crawled out of the cabin and climbed up the tree. I knew there was no way in hell I could outrun bears with an injured leg. "I knew you hurt your leg." Dash's heart clenched painfully. "I saw the tracks, and I knew it." Climbing up with a bum leg was hard as hell, but I managed. I figured once I was up there, I would find a way down and out. Maybe when the bears went to sleep. But then I saw a bunch of police officers, not to mention the tiger roars I heard. "You came for me." "Of course I did," he whispered before kissing her softly. Her cheek fit perfectly in his palm. "How did you find me so quickly?" Dash stilled, his lips pressed to her muddy neck. "You were tiger stalking me, weren't you?" He avoided her eyes, clearing his throat. "I gave you a head start, but I wasn't going to leave you out here alone." Sparx sighed. "I want to be mad for the lack of faith, but it saved my life. I can't be mad at all. But just so you know, we can eat rabbit any time you want. It's because of a rabbit I got captured." She went on to explain her fall and her short time in captivity. "I didn't survive alone in the woods for 48 hours, but I managed to escape the ties of a kidnapper. That means I pass, right?" Dash growled low.
Are you seriously thinking about your role right now?
Sparx laughed. Well, that was the whole point of this. In a few days, when my leg is better, I want to try again.
Not a fucking chance, Shiny. If the director won't give you the movie after what you've been through, fuck her.
But
no buts. Aren't you terrified?
She shrugged. Well, sure. I was scared, but I knew I could survive. I am woman, hear me roar. Her laugh was musical and teasing. The movie is called Stronger Than, and I guess it inspired me. I'm stronger than a whole bunch of bears because I have something to live for. She kissed his jaw. That's a future with you, in case you didn't know.
I love you, Sparx.
The words tumbled out of his mouth before he crushed his lips to hers. Her sunny berry taste exploded into his mouth. Her hands closed around his neck as she pressed herself into him. I love you too, Dash, but maybe let's not make out where we could be caught in a compromising situation. She arched a brow, pointing down to his thickening cock. He was as naked as the day he was born.
Can't help it. It's a natural reaction around you.
He hugged her, reluctant to let her go.
You don't really want to start the final test over, do you?
No, not really, but the look on your face was worth it. Take me home, Dash.
Home?
He asked, his heart clenching. Yeah, home. Think there's enough rainwater to wash this dirt off me?
Home?
He repeated lamely. Yeah, your cabin, she answered with a smirk. Our cabin. If she was going to call it home, she might as well be using the right pronoun. Oh no, that's not my cabin. It's yours, for business. We're going to build our own place on the mountain. He frowned. I've been thinking up there in my tree. The bears are about to be booted off the mountain. I'm taking over their land. We are taking it over. We will build a nice little house for us. She gave him a wink. Without the meth-peddling bears, this would be a great place to raise a couple of kids, don't you think? She turned to look out at the land. Of course, we will have to burn the cabins down and let the land purify before we build. But during that time, I can work on my movie, and you can get designs ready for our new family home, with plenty of bedrooms for the kids and a play area over there. She pointed out away from the springs. Dash couldn't breathe, couldn't form a logical thought. All he knew was that his mate had just said she wanted to stay on the mountain in a home constructed for their future together. Words failed him. He was used to it, but he wanted to say something, do something to show Sparx he was all in. He picked her up off the ground and marched straight into the forest. He might not have the words, but he'd show her his vision for their future while making love to her. Dash found his mate. No, that wasn't right. She had found him inside the quiet of his world. She brought life with her. He would show her just what it meant to him. Epilogue. Sparx. The bed was warm and comfy. It was like lying on a large cloud. The comforter was soft against her naked skin, and she was warm enough that the shivering mess she had been earlier was long forgotten. Once she had climbed down from her tree, Dash rushed her to the cabin. He grabbed some luggage, shoved it into his truck, and sped down the steep road. He drove to a hotel in the foothills of the mountain. It was a swanky place. Her own apartment could fit into the suite Dash had booked, and her place was pretty big. The suite was palatial, but Dash didn't want to argue about it. He wanted a bath big enough to completely submerge her. He was pretty adamant that Sparx stay in the hot bath until her skin was wrinkled and her teeth no longer chattered. It took a while to scrub the mud from her nails and hair in the shower, but once she was clean, she jumped in the warm tub and began to relax. Dash fed her soup, steaming tea, and anything else that would hike up her core temperature to its normal levels. No matter how many times she told him all she needed was some body heat, Dash rebuked her sexual advances, insisting that there would be plenty of time for that once he was positive she was okay. "I'm fine," she repeated, putting her hands against his naked back. "See, I'm hot. I'm back to normal and life is good." Dash mumbled something under his breath. "You're the one who brought us to the hotel," she pointed out. "Aren't you comfortable?" "It's all right. More luxurious than you're used to?" "Something like that." "Well," she pushed him onto his back and straddled his waist. The tip of his hardening cock grazed her ass. "I survived a kidnapping, though I don't know if you can call it that when I accidentally crossed over the border. But I survived all by myself. Technically, I got away. No one saved me. That means I passed your test." She reached back and cupped his cock. "Right?" He hissed out a pleasured breath. "Yes, Shiny, you definitely passed. And now we're alone in a fancy hotel room. We know we're meant to be together, and we know we have a whole mountain to ourselves, once the cops clean up the bear mess." Dash inched his hands up her ribcage to palm her breasts. He tweaked the nipples gently before sitting up to suckle at one, then the other. "You like my idea of building a house for us up there?" He nipped her nipple with a moaned yes. "We will make our schedules work, whether or not I get the acting job." Another nip, another yes. "Are you going to say something to me?" she teased. Dash grabbed her ass and pulled her straddled form up his body until her pussy was inches from his face. "What are you doing?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Her core was already moistening with anticipation. Her man was going to do what he did best. He was going to show her. His wet, talented tongue peeked out from between his lips when he lifted her up, helping her to sit on his face. She was barely settled in place before his tongue was lapping at her juices. He tongued her clit, coaxing out the nub from its hood. Sparx pressed down, desperate for more contact. Dash gripped her hips, holding her in place. He sucked her clit into his mouth, tonguing it like his life depended on it. Her walls clenched as her orgasm came rushing to her. Dash knew where to lick, where to nip, when to suckle. He devoured her pussy like a starving man, not breaking speed when she ground her hips onto his mouth. He took it all and gave her the release she needed. She came hard and fast, screaming out his name. Her legs shook when Dash lowered her down his body. His cock was moist, leaking with excitement. She ground her hips against the hard shaft. "Mate me," she pleaded with a sexy purr. "It's too soon." She reached back and cupped his balls. "Mate me, Dash. We both want to be together forever. Let's start the future right now." For a second, Sparx thought he would argue with her. Thankfully, her quiet man didn't say anything. Instead, he took hold of her and flipped them until she was on her back, legs splayed wide, with him nestled where she wanted him most. "I love you, Sparx Brady," he whispered, thrusting inside of her with one fluid motion. Her hips bucked off the bed to take every last inch of his massive cock. "Yes," she cried out. "I love you too, Dash Jones." He dove for her mouth, his tongue rubbing against hers while he pistoned his hips in and out of her, drawing out the movements to make her a little wild. With every push down, his groin hit her clit. Her walls clenched his cock, milking him to his own release. Dash's mouth was everywhere. On hers, driving her wild with dirty kisses. On her breasts, leaving her sensitive with attention. At her neck, nibbling gently. She knew he was readying her for the bite, the one that would link them forever. Knowing she would be his mate, this quiet, giant mountain man who believed in her dreams, even if it physically hurt him to give her space, that was a pretty powerful thing. She clawed down his back, gripping his ass as he fucked her. When the coils of tension on her pussy began, she held her breath, letting the pleasure fill every inch of her. Dash nuzzled her neck, his breathing erratic, his movements hurried. He bit into her tender flesh just as she came all over his dick. Dash was right behind her, filling her womb with jets of cum. The power of it all sent her careening into another wave of pleasure. "Sparx!" he roared, before kissing the mark that made them mates forever. "You're mine, mountain man." She slapped his ass as he pulled out of her. He chuckled. "I sure am." Dash took her in his arms and settled them against the pile of pillows. "Rest, Shiny. We've got all of our lives for round 2. "How did you know I was already thinking of round 2? She giggled. "Because I was," he answered before kissing her softly. "Sleep, Sparx. In the morning, forever starts." Their one-night escapade in the fancy hotel turned into a full week. The investigation into the bears had all but shut down the mountain, and Dash would be informed when he could go back. Together, they had already asked to buy the bears out. The authorities were amenable to that, especially since Dash had a connection with all of the nature conservation organizations in the country. A known and respected survivalist was a way better owner than a meth-peddling band of bears. It would be a lot of work to burn the cabins and refortify the land, but it would be worth it to build their home. At least the road up to that side of the mountain was less treacherous. Not enough for a school bus, but Dash promised to drive the kids to school when they finally settled down to have some. Because even though she desperately wanted to stop taking the pill and get their family started, which, with all the sex they were having, she was sure it would have been instant, they had decided for her to continue taking it, at least during the time she worked on the movie, and while the land was made safe again for them to build their home on. If she got the part, that kind of movie wouldn't be safe for a pregnant woman. The parental instincts to make sure the soil was safe after the meth labs were destroyed also led them to decide this was the best choice. Sparx had called Shauna McNamara to let her know what had happened on the mountain. The director was flummoxed, but asked for a few days to think things over. It had been 5 days. How much more time did the woman need to think? Sparx wasn't just perfect for the role as an actress, but also as a woman. She had survived her own kidnapping. It was by no means the same kind of situation, but it was something. Dash was naked, sitting up against the headboard, reading a book on the benefits of eating bugs. Sparx was reviewing the script for Stranger Than. She already knew the damn thing by heart, but she couldn't put it down, not until she heard from Shauna. Sparx looked down at her buzzing phone, expecting it to be a text from one of her sisters. They were relentlessly begging her to come back home so they could meet Dash. She wasn't ready to get back to the real world yet. She wanted a little bit more naked time alone with her mate. But it wasn't Cinder or Amber who had texted her. It was a call coming in. Shauna McNamara's name flashed on the screen. Shit, this is it. Sparx sat up, her fingers trembling over the answer button. "No matter what happens, you'll get through it. You can survive anything," Dash said, putting down his book to take one of her hands in his. She answered the call, and Shauna, a no-nonsense kind of woman, got straight to the point. "You were kidnapped by drug runners while prepping for the audition. It makes you the perfect person for the role." Sparx was in shock. "What? You have got the role. Just as long as you promise me that you will not re-traumatize yourself from your ordeal by filming the movie. Obviously, your well-being is more important." Her mouth was dry, and her heart was beating way too fast. If Dash hadn't been holding her hand, she would have floated away or passed out or something. "No, please, I appreciate the concern. I want to do this. I need to do this. I have to be part of the project that tells Marianne Lewis's story. Then the part is yours. I'll email you the details." "Thank you so much. I won't let the story down." "I know," Shauna said before hanging up. No goodbyes, no nothing. Shit, she could be my sister with her brusque nature. "You got the part, Shiny. You did it." "I did it." She leaped from the bed and did a happy dance through the suite. It didn't bother her that she was naked and dancing. She was way too happy. Dash watched her from the bed, a smile playing across his lips.
How am I going to deal with the wife in the limelight?
Wife? Sparx looked up, stopping halfway through a dance move. She was shocked into silence when she saw a diamond ring in Dash's hand.
You want to marry me, Sparx?
His grin broadened. When did you get that? She whispered.
Chris and Clark picked it out and had it smuggled up here with our room service last night.
Sparx couldn't breathe. We've known each other for 2 weeks.
Mated you after 1, he pointed out. You're already mine forever. This is a formality.
Sparx threw herself on the bed. Dash caught her and slid the ring onto her finger. I'm not taking your name. We can hyphenate the kids' names. Brady Jones is a cool last name. He laughed.
Whatever you want, Shiny. What do you say?
He spun the ring around her finger. It fit perfectly, but it was the man holding her hand that fit her just right. Yes! She launched herself at him, pressing her lips to his. He caught her, holding her close.
I love you, Sparx Brady Jones.
I love you too, Dash Jones Brady, she giggled, full of happiness and love.
We'll see,
he growled before pinning her down into the bed.
Now, let's celebrate. Life is just about to get really good.
Dash was right. They had found each other. They would be together forever, raise a family as a team on their mountain. Grumpy little tigers would one day roam the woods, free and happy in the spotlight of their parents' love. The end. About the author. New York Times and USA Today best-selling author. Hi, I'm Millie Taiden. I love to write sexy stories featuring fun, sassy heroines with curves and growly alpha males with fur. My books are a great way to satisfy your craving for paranormal romance with action, humor, suspense, and happily ever afters. I live in Florida with my hubby, our son, and our fur babies, Speed, Stormy, and Teddy. I have a serious addiction to chocolate and cake. I love to meet new readers, so come sign up for my newsletter and check out my Facebook page. We always have lots of fun stuff going on there. Sign up for Millie's newsletter for latest news. http://eepurl.com/PT9Q1. Find out more about Millie here. www.millietaiden.com. Millie@millietaiden.com. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Chasing Sparx, Pride of Alphas Book 2 by Millie Taiden, narrated for you by Cassandra Miles. This has been a Findaway AudioWorks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2021 by Millie Taiden. Published by arrangement with Stone Song. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.